Chapter 1305. Behind it, there was a Buddhist light that was faintly discernible. Buddhist chants turned into auspicious Buddhist lights that supported the lotus. That was Mahasvara Buddha's blessing for Shaoqian. It would ensure that nothing could go wrong in the process of condensing his Dharma idol. Xiao. Suddenly, all the light in the depths of Shaoqian's sea of consciousness gathered on the golden lotus. All sorts of resplendent lights were withdrawn into the lotus. All sorts of Buddhist chants and Buddhist lights dissipated, leaving only the plain golden lotus. He's here. Shaoqian thought in his heart, feeling both anticipation and anxiety. The golden lotus had bloomed. Soon he would know what his dharmic incarnation looked like. 1 petal, 2 petal, 3 petal. The petals of the golden lotus slowly opened. As each petal opened, a faint golden light shot out in all directions. All sorts of afterglow danced in the air like ribbons. When the golden lotus completely bloomed, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Within the light, there was a green-robed man bathed in golden light like a deity. His appearance was dignified without being angry, and there was a frightening hostility between his brows. His eyes were filled with killing intent, causing others to tremble. His appearance was somewhat similar to Shaoqian's, but whether it was in terms of temperament or the look in his eyes, there was absolutely no way to associate him with Shaoqian. Dharma, is this my Dharma? What a dense killing intent. Even I can't believe it. Shaoqian was secretly astonished. The Dharma idol was a projection of the depths of his heart. It turned out that in his heart, his evil tendencies were so strong. Something wasn't right. Logically speaking, his hostility shouldn't be so strong. Forget it, now was not the time to be concerned about this. The Dharma had already been formed. The next step was to merge the body with the Dharma and stand between heaven and earth. After his magic power had recovered, Shaoqian opened his eyes, got up and quickly circulated the mental cultivation method of the Dharma idol great magic power. Shaoqian's body shook slightly, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. With a loud bang, his body inflated like a balloon, and in the next moment he turned into a 1,000-meter-tall giant. Lunar Shadow Saber. With a thought, the Lunar Shadow Saber appeared in Shaoqian's hand. It was different from what he expected. The Lunar Shadow Saber also grew larger. What was a divine ability? It was something that surpassed one's imagination and was inconceivable. This was the difference between a divine ability and a magical technique. What a human could do was called a technique, and what a human could not do was called a supernatural power. However, he did not have the time to carefully experience the great power brought about by this dharmic world, as well as that extraordinary feeling. A second later, Shaoqian's body shrank back with a whoosh. Interesting, this is too interesting. It's completely unbelievable. After his body returned to normal, Shaoqian's heart was still thumping non-stop. This was the feeling brought about by the great divine power. It was truly beyond imagination, inconceivable and refreshing. Shaoqian's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. At that moment I felt that even if it was Emperor Wu, I would be able to kill him with a single slap. And this is just the beginning. In the future, after the first, second and third transitions, I wonder how powerful it will be. Unfortunately, the only drawback was that it consumed too much magic power. His magic power could only last for a second. Such a short period of time was meaningless in a real battle. I have to undergo the lightning tribulation quickly and cultivate the purple thunder divine incantation to the 8th layer. I need to expand my sea of consciousness and cultivate even more magic energy. The strength of the great divine power made Shaoqian realize the might of magic skills and the importance of magic energy. In the past, Shaoqian had not paid enough attention to magic energy. His law energy and primordial energy had been tempered and condensed several times. A strand of law energy could double or even triple the might of an opponent. However, Shaoqian had never tempered or condensed his magic energy before. He had to pay more attention to this in the future. At this moment it was already late. However, Shaoqian could not hide the excitement in his heart. He was currently thinking about where to undergo the lightning tribulation. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion would definitely not do. It would cause too big of a commotion. Who knew what kind of waves it would cause? After thinking about it, there were only two suitable places. One was the deep sea and the other was the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. As for the specifics, Shaoqian had not made up his mind yet. There was still something important that he needed to do. He had to let that Eros demon sleep well for a while. At the very least, he could not let her wake up before he returned. Shaoqian's figure flashed, and he arrived at Yao Manlan's courtyard on Qingyun Peak. When Yao Manlan, who was sighing in the courtyard, saw Shaoqian suddenly appear, she was startled. Aside from interrogating her at the start, This fellow did not ask about her at all for the next 2 months. It was like he had forgotten about her. However, when Yao Manlan thought about Xiao Chen's methods, she did not dare to run. She spent her days feeling nervous and conflicted. Every day felt like a year filled with grief. After not seeing you for 2 months, your complexion looks so much worse. Did you not eat anything? Xiao Chen asked casually. Yao Manlan retorted hatefully, cut the hypocrisy. What exactly do you want? Either release me or kill me. Give me a quick death. Don't torture me like this. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. When I leave the Sky Dome realm, I will naturally release you. Really? Wild joy welled up in Yao Manlan's heart, and she started to fantasize naively. Xiao Chen walked to the stone table and sat down. Then he poured himself a cup of tea. Of course I'm serious. You are not willing to say anything when I ask you. Keeping you around will just be a disaster. Of course I have to let you go. However, before Yao Manlan could savor the joy on her face, Xiao Chen's next sentence completely shattered it. Of course, the prerequisite is that I cripple your cultivation and shatter your meridians. After being fooled, Yao Manlan cursed, You demon! You scoundrel! There is no one more despicable than you in the world. Xiao Chen picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then he said slowly, You have to pay a corresponding price for what you do. You should understand this principle. Unfortunately, you do not. Compared to a certain Eros demon that I know, you are far inferior. Yao Manlan's heart skipped a beat. A certain Eros demon was her master? That was impossible. Her master was a demon monarch. Of the 18 thrones of the deep abyss demonic world, one of them belonged to her. How could she have any dealings with her? It has been more than 10 years since we last met. The past is like the clouds in the sky. Originally, I thought that it had already gone with the wind. Unexpectedly, young Master Xiao still remembers this servant. The sudden voice made Yao Manlan feel both happy and shocked. She was happy that she was finally saved. She was startled that her master immediately appeared and slapped her in the face when she said that it was impossible in her heart. Xiao Chen turned his head back and saw the Eros demon Leng Yu in the air, dressed in azure-colored clothes. Just like before, Leng Yu was still unique. The natural charm of an Eros demon could not be seen on her face at all. Leng Yu was just like when he first met her, as pure as a lotus flower. However, such a person was the only woman who could successfully charm him. Leng Yu had used her charm technique countless times in the deep sea, saving him from the brink of death. Master. Yao Manlan ran over in pleasant surprise and stood beside Leng Yu. However, she still felt somewhat nervous in her heart. Her master actually personally made a trip to the Sky Dome realm for her. Xiao Chen finished his tea and stood up to look at Leng Yu. He felt that he could not see through her at all. Back then, he already felt that this Eros demon was incredibly mysterious. Now that so many years had passed and his strength had increased significantly, he still could not see through her. Leng Yu seemed very strong and also very weak, unfathomable. There was only one explanation. Back then, Leng Yu's strength had decreased significantly because she was injured. Now, not only did she recover her strength, but she even grew stronger. However, none of this mattered. The other party still had not changed. He was not the only one who remembered the past. Why did Leng Yu remember it so clearly? It was because when she charmed someone, many imaginative scenes would appear. It seemed real and fake at the same time, making it hard to tell whether it was reality or an illusion. Furthermore, this period lasted for 1 year. The Sky Dome realm does not allow Emperor Wu to descend. You should know the rules. Are you going to break this rule for the sake of a disciple? Xiao Chen asked directly, not reminiscing about the past. Leng Yu smiled faintly and said, Although great chaos is coming and there will always be people who break the rules, I do not dare to take this risk. It is just a clone. Sit. Xiao Chen extended his hand and invited Leng Yu to sit. Then he poured her a cup of tea. Leng Yu picked up the teacup and thanked Xiao Chen softly, I owed you too much back then. Although you said that we were even, I know that I still owe you a lot. If you are willing to let me take Manlan away today, I, the demon monarch Leng Yu, will owe you another favor. The demon monarch Leng Yu. What a great background. When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled bitterly and did not say anything. When Yao Manlan saw Xiao Chen like this, she could not help feeling angry. What kind of status did her master have? She said that she owed him another favor, yet he did not do anything. This was too much. Xiao Chen said calmly, Is there a need to calculate things so clearly between us? Could it be that past experiences in your eyes are just one favor after another? Leng Yu's heart skipped a beat. Then she placed the teacup to her lips. Back then, Xiao Chen was young and arrogant, showing off his sharpness without any scruples. Although he was a man of few words, he dared to draw his saber with a thought for her, saying that he would help her kill. This gave Yao Manlan a sense of security that she, a demon monarch, had never felt before. The various things of the past were buried deep in her heart, indelibly. When Yao Manlan recovered her strength and sat back on the demon monarch throne, she would occasionally think of that white-robed bladesman who was willing to stand up for her. Several times Yao Manlan even doubted whether she was moved. However, so what if she was moved? It was impossible to be separated from a demon in the first place. Furthermore, she was a demon monarch, an aloof and powerful demon monarch. Later, Yao Manlan learned that the other party had gained great fame in the Kunlun realm, becoming the legend of the Blue Dragon King. Yao Manlan felt happy for him but also worried. If this continued, the two of them would end up on opposite sides sooner or later. It was better to forget about that white-robed youth who dared to pull her behind him and face a strong enemy alone. Now that Yao Manlan saw the other party again and saw that he was so strong at such a young age, she knew that the two of them would become enemies sooner or later. Leng Yu recovered her expression very quickly. From the outside, no one could tell that anything was wrong. She drained the tea in one gulp, not leaving anything behind. Dong. The teacup landed on the table moderately. Enduring the pain in her heart, Leng Yu smiled and said, "If it is not a favor, then what does the Blue Dragon King think it is? Or do you think that this monarch's favor is not big enough? What other request do you have? If you need primordial pills, I can give them to you as well. All you have to do is say the word." This smile was emotionless, like falling into an ice cave, chilling one's heart. The past was like the wind, scattered long ago. The final hope in Xiao Chen's heart shattered. Perhaps it would be better for an old friend to exist in his dreams. Chapter 1306. Leng Yu remained expressionless, his expression scarily cold. He drained the tea in his hand in one gulp and said indifferently, "Let's go. Demon Monarch Leng Yu, remember that you owe me, Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, a favor." Leng Yu could still smile when the other party was heartless. However, Xiao Chen could not smile no matter what. Is he leaving? However, Yao Manlan felt something strange. Why does the atmosphere seem somewhat off? Leng Yu's heart bled, but she still maintained a smile. She stood up and said, "Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen is indeed magnanimous. Now that I see you today, you truly live up to your reputation. This demon monarch will remember this favor." Whoosh. As Leng Yu carried Yao Manlan, she did not seem reluctant to leave at all. She left as soon as she said so, showing no intention of turning back. The last bit of hope in Xiao Chen's heart vanished. The teacup in his hand shattered with a loud bang. The shard stabbed into his palm and blood slowly flowed out. It was a ghastly sight. Xiao Chen did not have many friends. Friends who had gone through life and death with him were even fewer. Since they were friends, he naturally did not care about the other party's identity. However, back then, when Xiao Chen said that they would meet again if fate willed it, how could he have expected that after they met again, it would be such a situation? Actually, given Xiao Chen's sharp eyes and meticulous thoughts, he should have been able to catch the change in Leng Yu's expression in that instant. However, Xiao Chen clearly understood why Leng Yu's heart fluttered. He just did not want to admit it. Although some things were hazy, they were very real, unforgettable. Far away, Leng Yu carried Yao Manlan through the void. She should have returned directly to the demonic world. However, she suddenly stopped and landed at the seaside. She could no longer keep up the pretense. She covered her face and squatted down in pain. "Master." Yao Manlan felt a strange sourness in her heart. By now, she had already vaguely guessed what happened between her doting master and the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. However, how could an Eros demon fall in love? Furthermore, this was the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. Once he advanced to martial emperor, he would definitely clash with the demonic world. After a long time, Leng Yu stood up. There seemed to be traces of tears on her face. However, her expression had already recovered the dignity and indifference that a demon monarch should have. Feng Zi acted on his own this time, thinking that by obtaining the Sky Dome Heart, the winged demon monarch will view him in a different light. However, he didn't know that he had committed a great taboo. It would have been fine if he had gotten it, but who knew that he wouldn't have gotten it? Now, his father has already imprisoned him in the demon prison. When Yao Manlan heard this, she was startled, forgetting what she had just said. She cried out hoarsely, "Then what about the amber heart that he promised me?" Cold Rain did not say anything. A tricolored amber filled with alluring light appeared in her palm. "I got it from the demonic wind monarch. If it is yours, it will be yours." "Master, I was wrong," Yao Manlan lowered her head and said with tears in her eyes. Leng Yu whispered, "You are not wrong. You just met someone you should not have met." Who exactly is he? Yao Manlan plucked up her courage and asked. He is the person this emperor wants to meet the most in this life. He is also the person this emperor wants to see the most in this life. Wanting to see the most and wanting to see the most seemed contradictory yet not contradictory at all. Suddenly Leng Yu's expression changed. Then she led Yao Manlan away and hid their auras in the seawater. A strong gust of wind blew behind him as a white figure flew over on the clouds. That figure landed and stood at the seaside, looking into the distance as if searching for something. Through the icy seawater, Leng Yu clearly saw that figure's appearance. It was Xiao Qin who had chased after them from Qingyan Peak. Drip, drip. Blood continuously dripped from Xiao Qian's right hand. The wound on his palm looked horrifying. Leng Yu felt a pang in her heart. When she looked up, she saw Xiao Qin smiling bitterly. His lips moved as if he was saying something. I, Xiao Qin, have never misjudged a person. Was I really wrong this time? In the seawater, Leng Yu covered her mouth. She could not hold back her tears, letting them flow freely. As he looked at the seaside, Xiao Qian's thoughts fluctuated. Then he revealed a self-mocking smile. He already guessed the result, yet he still foolishly came over, thinking that he could see the scene he anticipated. After a long time, Xiao Qin slowly calmed down. He muttered to himself, I'll just take it that I saw wrong. However, thank you for that 1 year. Goodbye. Xiao Qin gently pushed off with his feet and his figure flashed. In a few blinks of an eye, he vanished from where he was, heading for the depths of the sea. He wanted to undergo his tribulation, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 8th layer. He wanted to forget this unhappiness, to completely forget it amid the 10,000 bolts of lightning. What? Water splashed up and Leng Yu and Yao Manlan leaped out of the water. Leng Yu looked into the distance, not saying anything for a long time. Her gaze seemed to be able to see very far. She could see that Xiao Qin was really rushing towards the deep sea without even looking back. Based on his hurried figure, she could see that he was resolute and decisive, not showing any reluctance to leave. Master, he is really pretty good. Why didn't you come out? Yao Manlan asked softly. In all fairness, in Yao Manlan's opinion, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin was indeed a very charming person. Leng Yu muttered, the better he is, the more we cannot meet. Great chaos is coming. You don't know this, but in this great calamity, only one of the demonic world or the Kunlun realm can survive. No one can avoid this fate. We will eventually meet on the battlefield. What is he going to do now? Is he going to give chase to the demonic world? Yao Manlan asked softly. Leng Yu felt worried in her heart. She shook her head and said, it doesn't seem like it. He cannot go to our demonic world's lair in the Sky Dome realm. Manlan, go back by yourself. I'll follow and take a look. Yao Manlan nodded gently. She knew that since her master made this decision, there was no way to dissuade her. Amid the strong winds, Xiao Qin stepped on the sea. There were countless desolate sea regions in the vast deep sea, too many to count. There were many places to take the tribulation. Xiao Qin did not hesitate and landed on one of the desolate islands. The island was desolate. Aside from rocks and tall mountains piled with rocks, there was nothing else. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 8th layer lightning tribulation should have happened 3 years ago. However, he delayed it until now to be safe. Now that he had a half-step golden body, condensed a heart of an emperor and cultivated primordial energy, it would be easy for him to undergo the lightning tribulation from 3 years ago. It would be just like when he fought his opponent 3 years ago. He would be able to kill his opponent effortlessly. No matter how many lightning tribulations there were, Xiao Qin did not fear them. There was only the final heart tribulation, the heart demon tribulation. There were too many unknowns. During the previous lightning tribulation, Xiao Qin also fell to the final heart demon tribulation. He could not make it through, so he got Ao Jiao to help. Ao Jiao, don't make a move this time. Otherwise, even if I succeed in my tribulation, the heart demon will accompany me for life, Xiao Qin said seriously. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, nodded. I know. I am too deeply involved with you. If I make a move this time, your heart demon will be even more severe. However, worry flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. However, is this really the right time to undergo the tribulation? Of course, she did not fear the lightning tribulation. With Xiao Qin's half-step golden body, he should be able to endure the 8th layer of the lightning tribulation without any problems. However, the final heart tribulation was hard to say. In the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Qin had experienced 2 setbacks. The first was when Lu Ryue's fate was unknown and she left this abandoned land. The second was now. Xiao Qin had misjudged her, causing his heart to waver. Undergoing the tribulation now was not appropriate, simply not appropriate. Ao Jiao wanted to advise Xiao Qin. However, Xiao Qin had already made up his mind, so there was no point in saying anything more. Just as Ao Jiao was about to say something, she sighed and pulled back. Let's begin. Xiao Qin crushed an essence stone in his hand. Surging and pure spiritual energy surged towards the purple whirlpool in his dantian. Unlike before, Xiao Qin did not send the absorbed energy into his heart of an emperor. Instead, he let that whirlpool absorb the vast spiritual energy. Boom. The whirlpool, which had been suppressed for so long, did not last for long before exploding. It was so fast that it somewhat surpassed Xiao Qin's expectations. It was clear that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer could no longer hold on and needed to break through. It was like a barrel of gunpowder. With just a spark, it gave off a startling explosion. As the explosion rang out in Xiao Qin's body, the boundless thunderclouds within 500 kilometers of him gathered above his head like a vast army. Leng Yu, who was hidden in the distance, felt startled. Xiao Qin was undergoing a tribulation. However, this was not the great tribulation of wind and fire but the lightning tribulation, which made her feel slightly more at ease. Even if he is undergoing a lightning tribulation, he should not have done it now. Leng Yu said with some resentment as she bit her lip. At the same time she blamed herself. Had she known that Xiao Qin was undergoing a tribulation, she would not have been so heartless. What if he got injured in the lightning tribulation? Whether she was willing or not, the matter had already happened. The lightning tribulation had already begun. Boom. When the first bolt of lightning descended, Xiao Qin gladly endured it. Following that, a continuous barrage of lightning followed, not giving him any time to catch his breath. After 100 bolts of lightning, Xiao Qin used his primordial energy to erect a shield. Given Xiao Qin's experience, this was just an appetizer. The main course would come later. Previously it was 999 bolts of completely different divine lightning struck Xiao Qin until he wished for death, tormenting him half to death. His physical body nearly turned into mud. However, this time it was fine. Xiao Qin's strength had already undergone a drastic change. It was equivalent to having Emperor Wu's strength endure the blue-robed emperor's lightning tribulation. As Xiao Qin expected, after 100 bolts of lightning, all sorts of divine lightning appeared. Some were like weapons, turning into sabers, spears, swords, staffs, and all sorts of lightning weapons, materializing all sorts of killing moves as they descended from the sky. Some turned into ferocious beasts, rearing their heads to the sky and roaring. Some gathered into all sorts of secret treasures, imitating all sorts of might, wanting to crush Xiao Qin. Some turned into mountains, looking majestic and majestic. Some stretched out endlessly, and some rose up strangely, wanting to suppress Xiao Qin. After withstanding more than 300 bolts of divine lightning, the shield shattered. Xiao Qin drew his lunar shadow saber and started to clash with the various divine lightning. He executed everything he learned to deal with the descending divine lightning. Although this was very startling and incredibly dangerous, it was very stable. Everything was within his control. Xiao Qin still had many trump cards that he had not used yet. The number of 9s passed long ago. It looks like my divine lightning this time should be 4 9s, a total of 9,999 bolts. Xiao Qin calculated in his heart. At the same time, he marveled at how powerful this Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was. If he were only as strong as the blue-robed emperor, he would definitely die trying to take this lightning tribulation. He would not be able to last until the heart tribulation arrived. Chapter 1307. The further he went, the more dangerous the lightning tribulations became. Xiao Qin was no longer in the mood to count how many lightning tribulations he had undergone. Amid the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, he was like a small boat full of misfortune, in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Xiao Qin had used up all his trump cards. Finally, he relied on the Taiji force field to hold on and clear all the lightning tribulations. The tribulation clouds in the sky scattered, and Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. His clothes were tattered, but his physical body was still intact. It was much better than the first time. The heart tribulation should be arriving soon. Xiao Qin became exceptionally cautious. Previously he fell to the heart tribulation. He absolutely could not fall again this time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a hole opened in the sky, and intense light poured down, dazzling Xiao Qin's eyes. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was on Qingyun Peak. Lu Ryue was beside him. She smiled warmly and said, "You are finally willing to come back. Are you still leaving this time?" The familiar face, the familiar voice, and the gentle words. Even if one knew it was fake, one would not be willing to break this rare silence. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and held Lu Ryue's hands. He said, I'm not leaving this time. Good, then it's settled. You are not allowed to leave this time. Lu Ryue smiled faintly and held Xiao Chen's hands tightly. She could not bear to let go no matter what. The days passed like this on Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chen accompanied Lu Ryue as they wandered around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, enjoying the peaceful and warm time. There were no conflicts, no pressure from the Blue Dragon King, no enemies on the path of cultivation. There was only happiness. The two would argue over trivial matters. They would be moved over trivial matters. They would cry, laugh, and even make a fuss. Even though Xiao Chen knew it was fake, he was still filled with reluctance. He wanted to leave several times. However, Lu Ryue's pitiful gaze defeated him, so he agreed to stay for one more month. The lightning tribulation was easy to clear, but the heart tribulation was difficult. Could Xiao Chen clear it this time? Month after month, Xiao Chen stayed in this heart demon world for 1 year. But no matter how long he stayed, he would have to leave one day. What was fake was fake. On this particular day, Xiao Chen felt like leaving. He hugged Lu Ryue and said, "Even if you are destined to leave, I should see you one last time and not watch you leave in Suifeng's memories." Tears appeared in the corners of Lu Ryue's eyes as she pushed Xiao Chen away. She looked at him and said, "Are you leaving? Promise me, stay with me for one more month, okay? Just one more month, and I'll be satisfied." The corners of Xiao Chen's eyes were also brimming with tears. He said in a trembling voice, "All right, I promise you, but you have to close your eyes first. As long as you promise me, I will listen to everything you say." Lu Ryue immediately smiled and obediently closed her eyes. "Sorry." Holding back the tears in his eyes, Xiao Chen swung his saber and chopped off Lu Ryue's head. There were some things that even if you knew it was fake, it was still difficult to do anything about it. Whoosh. The scene before Xiao Chen changed. Ao Jiao leaped out joyfully and said, "Congratulations, you finally cleared this heart tribulation." Xiao Chen forced out a smile. His heart was still immersed in the illusion, in that peaceful and happy atmosphere. That kind of beauty was something one could not bear to part with. This was the horror of a heart demon. Even if one knew it was fake, one would still treat the fake as the truth, forever unable to walk out. Fortunately, Xiao Chen managed to walk out in the end. He wanted to feel the effects of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 8th layer. Suddenly, Xiao Chen frowned. He looked up and discovered a figure hidden in the clouds. "Who is it?" Xiao Chen shouted and gave chase at lightning speed. The clouds parted and he saw a clear figure. Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Then he rejoiced, "Leng Yu. It's her. It's her. I did not see wrong. She did not go far. She has been following me." Executing the fish dragon arts movement technique, Xiao Chen flew over at lightning speed, chasing after Leng Yu. This time, Xiao Chen swore in his heart that he would not show a straight face on purpose. As a man, he should learn to understand and not act in a fit of pique. As Xiao Chen gave chase, he focused all his attention on that pretty figure in front of him. What heart demon? What Purple Thunder Divine Incantation? He had already forgotten all about it. "Leng Yu, since you can't bear to part with me, why can't you meet me now?" Xiao Chen shouted loudly when he saw the other party getting further and further away. The figure in front of Zhang Xian froze as if something had triggered her, and her speed slowed down. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity and increased his speed. He leaped into the air and finally landed in front of Leng Yu, blocking her. Their eyes met. Xiao Chen felt many emotions. After a long time he said calmly, "Even if you are a demon monarch with overwhelming strength, if you are willing, I, Xiao Chen, will always be your friend." Leng Yu shook her head and smiled. "It is not as simple as you think. There are too many things that you do not understand." Suddenly Xiao Chen grabbed Leng Yu's shoulders and said sullenly, "Look at me. I'll ask you one thing. Back then, did you see only one person? I just want you to tell me. Yes or no." Leng Yu showed a conflicted expression. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "Don't force me." Xiao Chen smiled. He already knew the answer. Leng Yu had indeed been acting earlier. That smile was incredibly cruel, just to hide the struggle in her heart. She was not as heartless as Xiao Chen thought. Letting go of Leng Yu, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I won't force you. I just need to know that you have not forgotten the past. That is enough." Leng Yu smiled and said, "How can I forget that past? If I really did, I would not be so reluctant to part with you. Don't move. Let me look at that past again. After that, I'll leave, all right?" Leng Yu begged. Xiao Chen understood that Leng Yu wanted him to open his heart and search for that memory in the depths of his memories. "Sure, come in. I have never forgotten this part of the past." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and let Leng Yu place her finger on his forehead. In the real world, on a calm sea, Ao Jiao circled around Xiaoqin anxiously. 7 days had passed since the lightning tribulation, but Xiaoqin still had not woken up. Xiaoqin did not know what he had experienced in the heart demon world that completely entangled him. Ao Jiao felt sorrowful in her heart. If this continued, Xiaoqin's heart would definitely be swallowed up by the heart demon. He would become a heartless body, never to wake up again. However, she could not help at all. Xiaoqin could only rely on himself for such matters. Only an expert whose mental energy cultivation reached the level of the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign could interfere. Not to mention the fact that Emperor Forsaken would not come to help Xiaoqin. Even if he did, 7 days had already passed. It might not be of any use. Up in the clouds, Leng Yu's expression turned grave. She had already cultivated her charm techniques to the point where she could infiltrate the mind. With one glance, she could tell that Xiaoqin was undergoing a heart tribulation. However, 7 days had passed and Xiaoqin still had not woken up. Not good. The heart demon probably caught hold of his weakness. I have to go and take a look. Originally, Leng Yu was prepared to never face Xiaoqin again. However, now that Xiaoqin was in danger, she could no longer care so much. A purple mark flickered on Leng Yu's forehead. A strong wind blew, and a strong aura spread out from her body. The clouds scattered, revealing Leng Yu in azure, looking tyrannical as she hovered in midair. At this moment, the demon monarch Leng Yu did not look weak at all. Leng Yu's strong aura caused the vast and boundless sea to tremble in fear, kicking up huge waves. Ao Jiao looked up. However, before she could understand what was going on, she fainted the moment she saw Leng Yu's eyes. Leng Yu floated down and placed a finger on Xiaoqin's forehead. A horrifying scene appeared before her eyes. His heart, which was beating non-stop, had already been half occupied by the black shadow. It looked as if an ugly monster was going to swallow the tender heart whole. What exactly is it that made him completely defenseless, opening up his heart? Does this fellow not know that he is undergoing a heart tribulation? The demon monarch Leng Yu exclaimed. Then she directly entered that heart. Whoosh! The scene before Leng Yu changed. She saw a scene that caused her mind to go blank. She saw Xiaoqin closing his eyes, letting her touch his forehead with her finger. The two revealed smiles on their faces. However, Xiaoqin's smile was blissful and serene. Leng Yu's smile was strange and sinister. To think that Xiaoqin opened up his heart for her. Damn it to the extreme. Rage surged in Leng Yu's heart. Her expression turned cold. She had never felt so furious before. Insignificant heart demon, who gave you the courage to touch this monarch's person? Leng Yu roared as she walked over step by step. The demon monarch's tyranny made others not dare to look her in the eye. The heart demon Leng Yu, who was in front of Xiaoqin, turned her head and was startled, turning pale. Still not stopping? Do you believe that this monarch will lock you in a heart prison and let the heart flame burn you for 1,000 years, 10,000 years? The heart demon Leng Yu trembled, quickly letting go in fright. Xiaoqin slowly woke up. He recalled the memories he had with Leng Yu back then. Suddenly he opened his eyes and saw two Leng Yu before him. One was lying on the ground looking very weak. The other had a cold and emotionless face and a frightening killing chi. Her gaze revealed a strong tyrannical aura. Xiaoqin, she's a heart demon. Quickly, save me, the heart demon Leng Yu said as she sobbed. Leng Yu frowned and shouted coldly, how dare you? Leng Yu waved her long sleeves, and the heart demon Leng Yu's body immediately burned. She cried out in pain and reverted to her original form. That clump of ugly, illusory light changed continuously as she wailed in pain. Xiaoqin seemed to wake up from a dream. He looked at Leng Yu, who gave off the boundless sovereign aura. However, he felt somewhat confused, not knowing what was going on. Leng Yu walked over step by step and her expression turned gentle. You opened up your heart to the heart demon. The situation is critical. Don't ask anything now. I already occupied this heart demon's true body. If you kill me now, you can come out. Xiaoqin felt like he was dreaming. You did not leave all this while. Are you watching me undergo my tribulation? Leng Yu smiled sadly. If something happens to you, I will not be able to rest easy. After saying that, Leng Yu grabbed Xiaoqin's hand and stabbed it into her heart. Boom. All the illusions vanished and Xiaoqin returned to reality. He saw blood leaking out of a corner of Leng Yu's lips. Her finger, which was on Xiaoqin's forehead, relaxed. Chapter 1308. Xiaoqin felt a pang in his heart. He quickly stretched out his hand to grab it. However, Leng Yu's body turned into light and scattered. Leng Yu revealed a smile as she caressed Xiaoqin's face with her other hand. Don't overthink. The relationship between you and me is not something that can be explained with words like favor. Whether you are the blue dragon king of the Kunlun realm or me, the demon monarch, in my heart, you will always be that frivolous youth who left me behind. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, Leng Yu's body turned into nothing. This clone died for the sake of saving Xiao Qin. At the same time, in a cold and magnificent palace in the deep abyss demonic world, Leng Yu wore luxurious yellow robes and had her eyes closed, exuding a cold and noble air. Many figures stood on both sides of the throne. Without exception, they were all handsome men with strong auras. There were humans, fiend race, deity race, and demon race. These were Leng Yu's heart slaves, all her slaves. When the clone died, Leng Yu, who was on the throne, opened her eyes. All the heart slaves knelt down and shouted respectfully, "Master!" Leng Yu did not even look at them. She stretched out her hand, and a beam of light materialized into a white-clad youth with a treasured saber hanging at his waist. There are thousands of handsome men in the world. The demon monarch, Leng Yu, is moved only by you. What happened in the illusion happened in reality as well. What was real and what was fake, what was real and what was fake. Even Xiao Qin could not distinguish them. No wonder the heart demon could find an opening. Xiao Qin closed his eyes and looked at his dantian. The purple electric chi whirlpool had clearly doubled in size. Suddenly he opened his eyes and finally understood. In the illusion, when he checked the 8th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation, all sorts of things attracted his attention, preventing him from checking it. This was because even Xiao Qin did not know what the 8th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation was like. Naturally, he could not create a heart demon in the illusion. Now that he saw the chi whirlpool formed by the 8th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation and his sea of consciousness that had expanded by 4 or 5 times, he finally knew that he was truly standing in reality. After a while, Xiao Qin guffawed loudly. Leng Yu had indeed not changed. Xiao Qin had not misjudged her. There was an indescribable carefreeness in Xiao Qin's laughter, as if a knot in his heart had been untied. After laughing, a feeling of hunger suddenly came from every part of his body. Not only did the cyclone in his dantian feel hungry, but the nascent soul in his sea of consciousness was also crying piteously for food. Since he reached the consummation blue-robed emperor, his cultivation had stopped. After that, Xiao Qin, he had not felt this hunger in a long time. Unfortunately, this was the Sky Dome realm and not the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, it would be like a fish in the sea, comfortable and carefree. Xiao Qin's face lit up in joy. The progress that he had been waiting for was finally here. Xiao Qin. Xiao and Qin and a Yun and the Xiao. And Ji, Qin. After the purple thunder divine incantation converted the spiritual energy from the essence stones, it split into 2 parts. One flowed to his sea of consciousness, increasing his magic energy. The other flowed to the blue dragon Yuanying, increasing his cultivation. In merely 1 hour, the 2 essence stones were completely drained, turning into useless rocks. His body was not satisfied yet. Xiao Qin tossed them aside and continued to take out the 2 essence stones to cultivate. Right now, he urgently needed these cultivation resources, so he did not feel any reluctance to part with them. Time passed slowly. After 3 days, the hunger in Xiao Qin's body was no longer as pressing. The magic energy flowing in his enlarged sea of consciousness already occupied half of it. Counting carefully, the magic energy was more than double that of the purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer. Furthermore, it was purer. When Xiao Qin filled his sea of consciousness, his magic energy would be much stronger. However, this was not the greatest change. The greatest change was in his blue dragon Yuanying. The blue dragon martial spirit residing in his dantian felt like it had undergone a qualitative leap. However, the price was startling as well. In the past 3 days, Xiao Qin had used up double the 20,000 essence stones that he had. Xiao Qin sighed softly. If I were in the Kunlun realm, given the abundant spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm, I would have been able to save at least 5,000 essence stones. Although Xiao Qin said this, he did not regret it. There were too many uncertainties in the Kunlun realm. He might not have been able to clear his tribulation so smoothly in the Kunlun realm. Xiao Qin, you cleared your heart tribulation? Ao Jiao, who had been unconscious for 3 days, slowly woke up. She still felt somewhat groggy. Xiao Qin smiled and said, I did. It's been hard on you. Ao Jiao smiled embarrassedly and said, What hard on me? I'm too embarrassed to say that I actually fell asleep. Damn it. Xiao Qin understood that Ao Jiao should not have fallen asleep. Leng Yu must have made her fall asleep. Come, let's return to Qingyun Peak. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Qin's life became exceptionally peaceful. Aside from cultivating, he would wander around. Occasionally he would see some of his old friends in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Taiji Dao, the Saber Domain, and the major magic skill of Dermic World slowly calmed down during these peaceful days. Sometimes, when Xiaoqin calmed down, he vaguely felt that the Emperor's bridge that connected the world to the chasm was already mostly completed. Xiaoqin stood on the bridge and looked across. The heavy fog surrounding the Emperor's door had already significantly dissipated. The great tribulation of wind and fire approached. It was fine in the Sky Dome realm. When Xiaoqin cultivated, he could even hear the sound of surging winds and blazing flames. Under such circumstances, Xiaoqin had already stopped cultivating his primordial energy and heavenly sage laws. He feared that if he made a mistake, the great tribulation of wind and fire would suddenly descend, catching him off guard. Xiaoqin focused all his attention on the cultivation of his magic energy, continuously tempering and polishing his magic energy, making it even purer. Now he could maintain the major magic skill of Dermic World for 3 seconds. One should not underestimate these 3 seconds. 3 seconds of Dermic World was sufficient for Xiaoqin to do many things. If he used it at a crucial moment, he could instantly reverse the situation and turn the situation around. The Taiji Dao, the mysteries of stillness and movement, fast and slow, had already formally entered the introductory stage. This Taiji Dao was like a brand new door, opening a completely different world for Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin's cultivation of the fish dragon art slowly entered an optimal state. When he dodged, he nearly completely infused it into the Taiji Dao. The cultivation of the Saber Domain entered a completely different realm, a comprehension that had never been recorded in the Kunlun realm before. Now Xiaoqin had cultivated 3 spots of light like the sun in his sea of consciousness. Xiaoqin did not know what they were exactly. He only knew that when he touched them, they would be extremely mighty, as horrifying as the sun exploding. In the blink of an eye, 1 year had passed since Xiaoqin left the Kunlun realm and arrived in the Sky Dome realm. On this particular day, Yu Chenxi, Gong Yangyu, and Xinyuan Zhantian traveled together to Qingyun Peak, where Xiaoqin was. "Are we leaving?" Xiaoqin asked. The 3 nodded. They were different from Xiaoqin. Right now, Xiaoqin could no longer raise his cultivation. He mainly focused on cultivating his mental state and cultivating his magic energy. Furthermore, they were in their golden years and needed to take risks and encounter great fortuitous encounters to raise their cultivation. They could not remain in the Sky Dome realm for long. Half a year was already a very long time. If they were in the Kunlun realm, half a year would be enough to raise their cultivation by 1 grade. Right now, the Sky Dome realm looks peaceful on the surface, but in reality there are undercurrents. One day it will erupt, Yu Chenxi said worriedly. At the mention of this, Xianyuan Zhantian felt worried. He nodded and said, "Indeed. My father told me that there will be a great change in the Kunlun realm. Great chaos is coming. Right now this is just the calm before the storm." From the moment Feng Zi started snatching the Sky Dome heart, Xiaoqin had already anticipated that there would be a great change in the Sky Dome realm. Xiaoqin knew even more than these 3. He had learned from Yingyu that the great chaos 10,000 years ago, which caused the Qianwu Emperor and the Qing Emperor to fall at the same time, started in the Sky Dome realm. With such worry, even if they left, they would not feel at ease. Xiaoqin said, "How about this? Bring your families to my Xiao clan. I laid a formation there that can defend against Emperor Wu. Even if there is great chaos in the future, it will be a buffer, giving us time to send reinforcements." "That is good." Yu Chenxi and the other 2 rejoiced. On this trip to the Kunlun realm, the ones they worried about the most were their families. With Xiaoqin's words, they finally had something to worry about. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. Then he thought of something and said, "There are a few people of my Xiao clan with pretty good talent. This time I'll have to trouble you to bring them to the Kunlun realm. If you have time, help me take care of them." "Don't worry. Just leave this small matter to us." As Xiaoqin watched the 3 leave excitedly, he revealed a contemplative expression on his calm face. Everything that happened in the Sky Dome immortal realm still made him feel uneasy. Something must have happened in the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, the 3 holy masters would not be so bold as to send people to the Sky Dome realm to seek trouble for him. "Everyone says that great chaos is coming. How chaotic will it be?" Xiaoqin asked as he swirled the teacup in his hand. Just at this moment, Xiaoqin frowned slightly. He felt a fluctuation and he immediately looked into the distance. At the limits of his vision was the ancient desolate land, the hidden dragon lake, the first-generation Qianwu Emperor's grave. This was strange. Back then, the formation that Xiaoqin used to seal the first-generation Qianwu Emperor's grave was considered powerful in the Sky Dome realm. However, it could not block an existence on the level of the blue-robed emperor. However, even after so many years, no one had touched the first-generation Jianghu emperor's grave. Many people should be interested in such a person. However, no one had broken the formation that Xiaoqin left. Xiaoqin was the one who laid the formation, and the formation flags were his secret treasures. As long as there was any movement, he would be able to sense it immediately. Back then, when Xiaoqin left the formation, he did not intend to block everyone. He only wanted to be able to rush over immediately when someone touched the formation. However, no one touched it. Was it because they feared his reputation and did not dare to touch it? Xiaoqin felt that this possibility was very low. The greater reason might be because of Chu Chaoyun. This person definitely held a high position in the deep abyss demonic world. Perhaps Xiaoqin had instructed the demons not to touch it. As for the people of the Sky Dome realm, they gave him face and did not touch it. However, there was a sudden fluctuation today. Someone was touching the formation that Xiaoqin left behind. Strange. Xiaoqin stood up and casually tore space, rushing towards the ancient desolate land at lightning speed. 10,000 years ago, the ancient desolate land had been the capital of the Jianghu dynasty, the center of the entire Sky Dome realm. With the fall of the dynasty, the prosperity of the past was no more. Now this place had turned into a stretch of endless lakes. Chapter 1309. Whoosh. Xiaoqin appeared in the sky above the ancient desolate land. He felt that the attacks on the formation had suddenly stopped. The formation that Xiaoqin laid was still there. This startled Xiaoqin. It was not that someone was truly trying to break the formation. They just wanted to lure him over. Who could it be? However, Xiaoqin did not fear this. Right now, he believed that no one in the Sky Dome realm was a match for him. Even major characters like the three holy masters did not dare to send people to seek trouble for him after Xiaoqin snatched away 3 sets of peak-quality king-grade battle armor. Xiaoqin only felt suspicious. Who exactly was the person who lured him over? Was he not afraid of death? Xiaoqin extended his spiritual sense everywhere he looked, immediately covering the entire lake in the ancient desolate land. The cultivators on the various islands and lakes with different expressions could not escape Xiaoqin's eyes. After scanning the entire lake and withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiaoqin still could not find anyone suspicious. Just as Xiaoqin's gaze shifted, he noticed a back view. The owner of this back view sat at the edge of the ancient desolate land with a sword on his back. As he looked at the lake in the ancient desolate land, he entered a daze, his face filled with grief. Just by looking at this back view, one could sense the sorrow and vicissitudes of life in his heart. It's him? Xiaoqin slowly descended and walked over step by step. With one look he guessed who this back view was. It was the Jianghu dynasty's descendant, Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun did not have any special aura. He looked ordinary. When the other cultivators passed by saw this appearance, they all felt confused. They all felt that they didn't know what was going on and found it hard to understand. Why was Chu Chaoyun staring at the lake in a daze for no reason? Furthermore, he even put on a sorrowful expression. Who was he showing this to? When Xiaoqin saw this scene, he suddenly thought of a saying: "Those who know me know my worries, those who do not know me know what I seek." Those who knew the ins and outs like Xiaoqin naturally knew. Chu Chaoyun was just reminiscing. 10,000 years ago, this was the most bustling place in the Sky Dome realm, the center of the entire world. Carriages and people came and went, and the banners of the Jianghu dynasty filled the air. However, 10,000 years later, the city was gone, and the capital was destroyed. All that could be seen was a vast lake. As a descendant of the dynasty, he would probably feel deeply moved every time he saw it. However, outsiders did not know that those martial artists who passed by only saw a silly boy staring blankly at the lake. When he saw Chu Chaoyun, he was certain that he was the one who had led him here. As if he had eyes at the back of his head, Chu Chaoyun seemed to have sensed Xiaoqin's arrival. He suddenly got up and dashed forward. Xiaoqin's heart skipped a beat, and he chased after him. As the chase continued, they arrived at the hidden dragon lake. Chu Chaoyun dove into the lake with a plop. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoqin evaluated his strength. Even if there was an ambush below, he would be able to escape if he executed Dermic World and even kill his opponent. Without any hesitation, Xiaoqin quickly followed after Chu Chaoyun and entered the hidden dragon lake. When Xiaoqin reached the bottom of the lake and passed through the invisible barrier, he saw Chu Chaoyun hovering in the air above the Jianghu emperor's grave. Aside from Chu Chaoyun, there was no one else in the surroundings. There was no ambush that Xiaoqin feared. Xiaoqin walked over calmly and asked, "What do you want by luring me here?" "Chu Chaoyun, you can speak now, right?" Before the Jianghu emperor's grave, Chu Chaoyun turned around and looked at Xiaoqin. Then he revealed a smile and said, "It's nothing. I just want to see how strong you are now." Xiao Chen was now extremely calm. He asked indifferently, "In that case, are you really seeking death?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Indeed. Aside from Emperor Wu, no one is a match for you. Even the most horrifying outstanding talents of the royal clans in the deep abyss demonic world might not be a match for you. However, when judging a person, one should not just look at what is in front of them. More importantly, one has to look at the future. I am here to see if you have any hope of clearing your tribulation." Xiao Chen said interestedly, "Many thanks for your concern. In that case, what do you think my chances are?" Chu Chaoyun replied unhurriedly, "With your strength, I feel that you have a 10% chance." Xiao Chen smiled and said, 10%? That is quite a high chance. Since ancient times, not even 1 in 10,000 people have cleared their great tribulation of wind and fire. I'm not done yet. If we consider external factors, your chances of clearing your tribulation would be 1 in 10,000. Chu Chaoyun paused for a moment before continuing, "Perhaps you do not know yet, but the Thunder King's 10,000-year tribulation arrived early. Now there is no news of him. His fate is unknown. No one knows any news of him." "What?" "You heard right. Now there is no news of the Thunder King. Many rumors say that he is already dead. The entire Kunlun realm is in chaos." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt startled. No wonder the 3 holy masters dared to come to the lower realm and send people to attack him. It turned out that such a huge change had happened in the Kunlun realm. As the undisputed king of the Kunlun realm, the strongest expert, the Thunder King, such a huge situation actually happened to him. There was no news of him and his fate was unknown. The Thunder King could be considered Xiao Chen's strongest backer. Back in the Kunlun realm, the Thunder King's existence was a major reason why Xiao Chen had not been crushed to death by the major characters. However, such a change was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Xiao Chen. The difficulty of advancing to martial emperor suddenly increased explosively. The great tribulation of wind and fire already left him in a terrible state. The moment the Thunder King left, the balance of the external factors was broken. The external factors immediately became strange. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "Sorry for bringing you such bad news. However, this is good as well. It is much better than going to the Kunlun realm and suddenly finding out. At the very least, you have a buffer." Xiao Chen recovered his wits and asked coldly, "What's wrong? Should I thank you?" Chu Chaoyun waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. You don't have to look at me like that. There will definitely be a battle between us, but now is not the time." "These words again?" Xiao Chen frowned and said, "I've heard enough of these words. What exactly is the grudge between us? Although I have always treated you as my opponent, I do not have much hatred for you. However, for so many years, you have been hiding things from me, telling me these words. What exactly do you mean?" "There's no rush. Our goal is the same. We have not achieved our goal yet, so how can we tell you everything? Catch this." Chu Chaoyun gently leaped up and casually broke the formation that Xiao Chen left. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed a formation flag, tossing it to Xiao Chen. A formation that a martial sage laid could not pose a problem for Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chen was not surprised. However, he had not expected the other party to break it so casually. Xiao Chen caught the formation flag and saw that Chu Chaoyun seemed to want to destroy the Jianghu Emperor's grave. His expression changed slightly, and a murderous intent surged in his heart. "Stop." Chu Chaoyun gently drifted down and stood on the simple tombstone of the first-generation Jianghu Emperor. He smiled gently and said, "Why stop? Actually, you must be very curious about the first-generation Jianghu Emperor's grave, right? Today I will let you see what is inside." Before Xiao Chen could stop Chu Chaoyun, he saw Chu Chaoyun shatter the tombstone with one palm strike. The entire grave exploded, blasting the coffin out. The lid of the coffin opened with a huang dang sound. When Xiao Chen, who was preparing to make a move, saw the situation in the coffin, his face filled with shock and disbelief. With a face full of shock and disbelief, he stopped what he was doing. "Empty? That's right." After the heavy coffin lid opened, there was nothing in the coffin. It was completely clean and there was nothing there. Xiao Chen suspected that he saw wrong. This place had been determined to be the grave of the first-generation Jianghu Emperor for close to 20,000 years. However, there was indeed nothing in there. The old dragon guarding this place had solemnly instructed Xiao Chen not to let anyone open it. There was nothing in there. What difference would it make if Xiao Chen did not open it? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Chaoyun. "You knew long ago that there was nothing in there?" Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and said, "If there really was any inheritance, someone would have opened it long ago when the Jianghu dynasty was destroyed to save the dynasty. Those major characters would have already come to take it away. How could it be left to us, two small fries? Xiaoqin did not dare to believe it. However, that old dragon solemnly guarded this place for who knows how many years. If there is nothing in there, why would it need to guard this place? Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up as he kicked the coffin a few times. It is not that there is nothing. I heard that this coffin was made by the first-generation Jianghu emperor himself. It has a pretty good commemorative value. The old dragon was foolishly loyal. What it guarded was just a symbol. Chu Chaoyun's words were filled with disrespect for this first-generation Jianghu emperor. He did not care about the first-generation Jianghu emperor at all, treating him like an ancestor, not showing any respect at all. Xiaoqin still found this inconceivable. This result surpassed his expectations. Unexpectedly, there was nothing in the grave of the first-generation Jianghu emperor. Xiaoqin's figure flashed and arrived at the blasted grave. The grave palace was rather intact, filled with the style of the ancient Jianghu dynasty. Xiaoqin carefully looked around. The construction of the grave palace was not complicated or spacious. The walls of the average-sized grave palace were all solid. There were no secret passages or secret rooms. There were some murals carved on the walls. When Xiaoqin touched them, he felt a sharp sword intent. Even after the destruction of the dynasty, more than 20,000 years ago, the sword intent was still sharp. If not for Xiaoqin's current strength and his cultivation of the saber Dao reaching an unprecedented level, it would be hard to say that he would not be injured. Aside from the sharpness, Xiaoqin could feel the casual nature of the sword intent's master in this sword intent. That was to say, these murals were casually left behind by the sword intent's master and did not hold any special meaning. Xiaoqin withdrew his hand and carefully examined the murals. Due to the passage of time, the murals were already very blurry. Most of them were covered by dust. However, based on the trajectory of the sword intent, Xiaoqin could feel that the sword intent's master carved these murals in one breath, using a sword. Xiaoqin looked around and used his sharp senses to find the starting point of the murals. After that, he stepped forward and closed his eyes. Then he used his left hand to touch the starting point. Life bestowal spell. Xiaoqin formed hand seals with his right hand and extended his hand. The dust in the grave palace flickered with light. Under the control of Xiaoqin's life bestowal spell, the dust gathered into a figure holding a sword. Vaguely, Xiaoqin seemed to see the scene of the sword intent's master dancing with a sword 20,000 years ago. Xiaoqin followed the starting point of the murals and walked forward step by step. His right hand continuously formed hand seals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figure formed by the dust danced with the sword, executing a sword technique. It was like this figure was reenacting the actions of the sword intent's master from 20,000 years ago, dancing with the sword. The sword light was magnificent and elegant. Chapter 13:10. His swordsmanship could not be considered very brilliant, but his carefree and casual temperament could still be felt clearly even after 20,000 years. Sword chi swept through the grave palace, causing the dust on the walls to fall off. The mural that revealed the true face of Mount Lu seemed to be influenced. The figure in the mural came to life and started dancing. Instantly, the entire grave palace was filled with sword images. Metallic clangs rang out endlessly. The scenes of distant history and reality merged together, creating a complicated scene. The stars moved in the grave palace as if time and space were reversed. On the ground, the previously calm Chu Chaoyun showed a slightly strange expression when he saw the sky full of sword images in the grave palace. Suddenly, two figures of light appeared on Chu Chaoyun's left and right, one black and one white. They held swords and moved at the same time. The sword technique materialized was no different from the one in the grave palace. In these sword images, Xiaoqin found a familiar feeling. The three sun-like lights in his sea of consciousness flickered endlessly, showing off their sharpness. They were like suns in his sea of consciousness, giving off an intense light. Xiaoqin walked slowly, step by step. As he sensed the sword Dao contained in the sword intent, he continuously perfected his saber Dao. When Xiaoqin reached the end of the mural, the figure formed by the life bestowal spell smiled faintly and nodded. It seemed very satisfied with the mural that it made. Then it sheathed its sword and soared into the sky. Chu Chaoyun raised his head and looked at the figure soaring into the sky. His expression was complicated as he muttered to himself, "Since you are so strong, unparalleled since ancient times, why did you leave behind this vast dynasty and not care about it?" Whoosh. The black and white figures merged into Chu Chaoyun's body. He stretched out his finger, and the figure soaring into the sky directly shattered, turning into countless specks of dust and scattering. Inside the grave palace, Xiaoqun did not know about Chu Chaoyun's expression. He was currently carefully comprehending what he gained from the mural. Xiaoqun was practically certain that the first-generation Tianwu emperor left this mural behind. He had casually created it in one breath, forming this majestic painting. Xiaoqun entered deep thought. Those sun-like motes of light in his sea of consciousness were a kind of energy that could only be comprehended through the saber domain after entering the saber Dao. Let's call it saber energy for now. It was a certain level of the saber Dao. He felt a similar sword energy in the first-generation Tianwu emperor's sword intent. However, the first-generation Tianwu emperor's sword energy was much stronger than Xiaoqun's. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a drop of water compared to an ocean. From the looks of it, Xiaoqun's choice in the saber domain was correct. As a bladesman, he should focus on the saber and supplement it with his domain. The use of the saber domain for bladesmen was to cultivate this saber energy. With a flash, Xiaoqun reappeared on the ground. He looked at Chu Chaoyun and said, "Many thanks for your help. Otherwise, I would not have been able to understand my saber Dao so clearly." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "I didn't mean it. You don't have to thank me. I should be the one thanking you for making me realize how despicable the owner of this tomb is." Hey. Xiaoqun saw hatred in Chu Chaoyun's eyes, hatred for the first-generation Tianwu emperor. The first-generation Tianwu emperor left behind a fake tomb and faked his own death, no longer caring about his descendants or the dynasty he founded. No wonder Chu Chaoyun hated him. Where did the first-generation Tianwu emperor go? Had he left this place of exile? Or perhaps he was not a person of this abandoned land at all and just went to where he should be. Why did Xiaoqun think this way? It was because he felt that this first-generation Tianwu emperor was ridiculously strong, much stronger than the cultivators of the Kunlun realm's ancient era. There was also that strange heavenly flame. Xiaoqun felt that this heavenly flame might be like the heavenly snow divine flame that he obtained, a flame born from the primal chaos. However, the heavenly flame was already nourished to an extremely strong level. As for the heavenly snow divine flame that Xiaoqun obtained, it was extremely weak, like a baby crying piteously for food. Xiaoqun calmed down and said with a grave expression, "Chu Chaoyun, what is your purpose in luring me here? Can you tell me now? You told me that the Thunder King is missing and blasted open the tomb. What exactly are you trying to say?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Given your intelligence, you should be able to figure it out on your own. Think about it." Xiaoqun's face sank. He knew that Chu Chaoyun definitely had an ulterior motive for luring him here. He would not come here to reminisce for no reason. Xiaoqun's thoughts raced. A light flashed in his mind and 4 words rang out, luring the tiger away from the mountains. With a thought, Xiaoqun split his spiritual sense into 2 and spread it out frantically. Soon, the scene of the Shao clan city in Qingyun Peak appeared in Xiaoqun's mind. It was calm and peaceful without any ripples. Everything is fine. In that case, it is for the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart. Xiaoqun narrowed his eyes and looked straight at Chu Chaoyun. He said, "You want to obtain the Sky Dome heart?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "You are indeed not stupid. However, it is useless for you to know now. The Sky Dome Palace should have been broken already. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If not for you demonstrating how to break that Sky Dome Dragon formation, the Sky Dome Palace would not have been easy to break." Whoosh! Xiaoqun could not be bothered to speak nonsense with Chu Chaoyun. His figure flashed and flew forward, preparing to rush to the Sky Dome Palace. "It is not that easy to go and help." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. His left eye released an intense white light, and his right eye turned a fearsome black. A smile separated black and white. With Chu Chaoyun's body as the boundary, one on the left and one on the right, black and white were distinct. The black light and the white light divided the entire world into 2. It was an extremely strange sight. The black and white lights formed a formless aura that tried to swallow up Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun's heart skipped a beat. This fellow had already comprehended the will of light and the will of darkness to their limits. Xiaoqun's figure flickered and this aura forced him back. After spreading out his saber domain, the moment Xiaoqun landed, he gently pushed off with his feet. Then he shot forward like a sharp arrow, charging with an even stronger aura. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and spread out his sword domain as well. Then he took a step forward and charged at Xiaoqun. The 2 did not draw their sabers and swords, fighting speed with speed, only using their fists and palms. However, the saber intent and sword intent in their fists and palms were not weak at all. Although it was clearly just a clash of fists and feet, intense clanging rang out in the sky. The saber domain and the sword domain overlapped, piercing space and turning it into a mess. Xiao Chen did not use the Taiji Dao, only using his saber domain and his fists and feet to fight. The two knew that this was just a simple test. After 100 moves, they both pushed back 10 kilometers and faced each other from a distance. Faintly, the two of them emitted a sharp glow that soared into the sky, forming a formless saber and a formless sword. Suddenly Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Chu Chaoyin, it looks like your cultivation of the state of primal chaos is not going well. The stronger you cultivate light and darkness, the more they oppose each other, and the harder it is to merge them." A few years ago when Xiao Chen met Chu Chaoyin, the other party could still merge light and darkness, forming a vague form of primal chaos. However, now that Chu Chaoyin grew stronger, the opposition between light and darkness intensified, making it even harder to merge them. "It is enough to stop you," Chu Chaoyin said. He did not confirm or deny Xiao Chen's guess. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, "That might not be the case." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he drew the lunar shadow saber. Then he used his flawless saber Dao to form an even more ferocious aura. His body merged with the saber. His clothes and hair each gave off a sharpness. Retreat. Before Xiao Chen's strong aura, Chu Chaoyin did not choose to clash head-on. His body gave off a black and white light as he took 5 steps back. When he could no longer retreat, Chu Chaoyin drew his sword. Chong, chong. When Xiao Chen drew his sword, 2 sword hums rang out. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyin's body split into 2. One was clad in black robes and the other was clad in white robes. Their appearances were the same, but their auras were different. The most important thing was that they both had a sword domain. Light sword domain and dark sword domain. Just because I did not enter the primal chaos great Tao does not mean that I have become weak. The two figures spoke at the same time, their voices echoing in the surroundings. Then they suppressed Xiao Chen from the left and right. Invisibly, Xiao Chen's saber technique was suppressed. Taiji Dao. With a thought, the primordial energy in Xiao Chen's body materialized the Taiji force field as he executed the fish dragon art. Xiao Chen alternated between fast and slow. Afterimages flashed and lightning flashed in the sky, reversing the situation. Xiao Chen was no longer in the mood to waste time with Chu Chaoyin. He still had to rush to the Sky Dome Palace. After 100 moves, Xiao Chen directly executed the Taiji explosion. Bang! The ground under Xiao Chen's feet exploded. The power of the world controlled by the Taiji force field shattered and shattered. The explosion of the Taiji force field seemed to have obliterated the laws of the Great Tao within 1 kilometer. Chu Chaoyin's black and white figures vomited blood as they flew back. After they landed, they smiled bitterly. Without primordial energy, fighting you is really at a disadvantage. Among the same generation, any outstanding talent that did not advance to Martial Emperor would be using half their strength to fight Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and said, "Go away. Otherwise don't blame me for getting serious." After obstructing him until now, Xiao Chen was truly enraged. He still had the peak will of thunder, the 3 layers of saber energy, and the major magic skill Dermic World. If Chu Chaoyin continued to block him, Xiao Chen would not mind using these trump cards. However, Chu Chaoyin should also have trump cards that he had not used. Defeating the other party would not be a problem. However, whether he could kill Xiao Chen was uncertain. Xiao Chen sheathed his swords and smiled at the same time saying, "Let's go. I hope you can make it in time." Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Then he glanced at Chu Chaoyin before leaving in a flash. "How much of his strength do you think he has exposed?" the white-robed Chu Chaoyin asked. The black-robed Chu Chaoyin replied unhurriedly, "About 40%. It seemed like Chu Chaoyin was talking to himself, but it also seemed like the two of them were conversing. The scene was incredibly strange. 2 beams of light, one black and one white, merged back into Chu Chaoyin's body. Primal chaos filled his eyes as he muttered, "The great chaos of the Kunlun realm has already begun. No matter what, I hope you can clear your great tribulation of wind and fire." By the time Xiao Chen arrived at the Sky Dome Palace, the recently rebuilt Sky Dome Palace was in disarray again. Many cultivators lay on the ground, crying and groaning. However, most of them were fine, their lives were not in danger. Amid the crowd, Xiao Chen found old Yun. The other party's complexion was very poor, like he had aged significantly. Chapter 13:11. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He knew that he was probably too late, so he walked over and asked around. Indeed, a group of mysterious people snatched away the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart. "They are not demons?" "No. Although they were masked, I can be sure that they are not demons. They do not have the aura of a demon." Old Yun told Xiao Chen about what happened back then. A group of masked people used a method similar to what Xiao Chen did. They made the dragon soul in the sky clash with the Sky Dome dragon on the ground, breaking the Sky Dome dragon formation and snatching away the Sky Dome heart. Old Yun sighed, "This world is really chaotic. I believe that this group of mysterious people will snatch away the other half of the Sky Dome heart from the demons." Xiaoqin was stunned. It looked like Chu Chaoyun's ambition was extraordinarily great. Unknowingly, Chu Chaoyun actually gained such a strong force in the Sky Dome realm. It was like he could occupy the entire Sky Dome realm at any time. Chu Chaoyun was just waiting for an opportunity, waiting for true chaos to descend. Old Yun continued, "Right now, the Bushin Palace is also very chaotic. Blue Dragon King, when you return you have to be more careful." Xiaoqin asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Old Yun frowned and said, "There are many factions in the Bushin Palace. Everything is in chaos. I requested for reinforcements several times but they ignored me. From the looks of it, it looks like they want to revolt and re-elect the palace master of the Bushin Palace. They simply cannot care about such a small matter. I did not receive much news while I was in the Sky Dome realm. I really don't know what happened for it to suddenly become so chaotic." Xiaoqin knew very well that the Thunder King had disappeared, his fate unknown. The three holy masters were already dissatisfied with the Thunder King. It would be strange if the situation was not chaotic. However, Xiaoqin could not tell Old Yun all this. That would only make him worry. Xiaoqin consoled, "Since the Sky Dome heart is gone, there is no need to rebuild the Sky Dome Palace. Come with me to the Shao clan. There is a small iron defense magic formation that I laid there. Its offense is not strong, but its defense is much stronger than the Sky Dome Dragon formation." "Really? Thank you, Blue Dragon King," Elder Yun said with a smile. Xiaoqin sighed. Chaos was coming and he couldn't help much. This was all he could do. He really wanted to go to the Kunlun realm to see what was going on. However, the Taiji Dao, the Flawless Saber Dao, and the cultivation of saber energy needed to be sorted out properly. He could not act rashly. 1 year. Give me 1 more year. That will be enough, Xiaoqin said in a deep voice. The fact that the Sky Dome heart had fallen into Chu Chaoyun's hands was already a fact that could not be changed. Xiaoqin did not care too much about what Chu Chaoyun was planning or how much power he had in the Sky Dome realm. He only cared about the safety of his family and friends, as well as the disciples on Blue Cloud Peak. After leaving the Sky Dome Palace, Xiaoqin arrived at the Shao clan city. Then he saw Yu Chenxi and the other two who were about to leave in the city lord's residence. Right now the Kunlun realm was in great chaos. However, great chaos often meant great fortuitous encounters. To the three of them this might not be a bad thing. "Xiaoqin, when do you intend to return to the Kunlun realm? When will the great tribulation of wind and fire arrive?" Yu Chenxi asked out of concern. Gong Yangyu and Xinyuan Zhantian were also very concerned about this problem. Everyone knew that of the 5 years that Yu Bingyun had set for Xiaoqin, only 1.5 years remained. As the time drew closer, it was hard for Xiaoqin's good friends to not worry. Xiaoqin smiled faintly, not avoiding this question. "There is still about 1 more year. I have gained something in the Kunlun realm and need to properly digest it. As for the great tribulation of wind and fire, it might come at any time. Let nature take its course." When he spoke, his body exuded a sense of tranquility, allowing others to feel his tranquility. Yu Chenxi and the other two felt slightly relieved. They knew that Xiaoqin's mentality was much better than theirs. This time, when you go to the Kunlun realm, you should have a great fortuitous encounter. Grasp it well and it won't be hard to gain something. Remember, your lives are the most important. Xinyuan Zhantian and the others felt suspicious. Xiaoqin seemed to know something but he did not say it clearly. They had not left the Sky Dome realm, so how did Xiaoqin know the situation of the Kunlun realm like the back of his hand? "Xiaoqin, can you explain?" Xiaoqin shook his head and said, "There is no need to say too much. You will understand when you get there. In that case we will take our leave first. Right? I will leave the 3 juniors of my Shao clan to you as well." After sending off the 3 with his eyes, Xiaoqin gave his blessings in his heart. He only hoped that his 3 friends would be able to obtain some peace in this chaotic world. Right now Xiaoqin was like duckweed. If he was not careful he could get scattered by the wind and waves. There was not much he could do. If he could not clear his great tribulation of wind and fire, he would not be able to protect himself in this chaotic world. Shaking his head, Xiaoqin met with his father. Then he started to think about how to strengthen the small iron defense magic formation around the city lord's residence. Spring passed and autumn arrived. In this Sky Dome realm, Xiaoqin traveled back and forth between the Shao clan and Qingyun Peak. Occasionally he would go out and enjoy the scenery. There was not much time left for Xiaoqin. However, he did not just enter closed-door cultivation. Instead, he moved about frequently. Amidst the mountains and rivers, he savored the Taiji Dao and tempered his mental state. He let nature take its course and did not dwell on the details. Seven-Horn Mountain, Whitewater City, the deep sea, he walked the paths that he had taken in the past. Finally, he arrived at the most mysterious place of the Sky Dome realm, the ancient Desolate Tower. Back then, Xiaoqin had fought against the outstanding talents of the various nations in the ancient Desolate Tower. Only then did he gain some fame as the white-robed bladesman. Now that he was in Desolate City again, the bewildering formation that hid the ancient Desolate Tower naturally did not hinder Xiaoqin. He immediately saw that mysterious ancient Desolate Tower. The ancient Desolate Tower had existed since the time of the Tianwu dynasty. After understanding the strength of the first-generation Tianwu emperor, Xiaoqin even felt that the first-generation Tianwu emperor might have personally built this ancient Desolate Tower for the sake of tempering the royal clan's disciples. Ao Jiao, speaking of which, why did you make me stop at the 8th floor back then and not go to the 9th floor? You should be able to tell me this secret now, right? Xiaoqin asked casually as he recalled a matter from the past. That year, Xiaoqin revealed his brilliance among the outstanding talents of the various nations. He overcame all the difficulties and killed his way to the 8th floor. Later, due to Ao Jiao's words, Xiaoqin gave up on the idea of entering the 9th floor. That was a small regret. Originally, Xiaoqin had expected that Ao Jiao would not make things difficult for him now. Who knew, after Xiaoqin spoke for a long time, he did not hear a reply from Ao Jiao. He could not help feeling curious. Now Xiaoqin's strength was overwhelming, comparable to Emperor Wu's. Even Chu Chaoyun had to give way to Xiaoqin, not daring to challenge him. To think that Ao Jiao was still worried. What exactly was in the ancient Desolate Tower's 9th floor for Ao Jiao to be so worried? Just as Xiaoqin was about to continue asking, Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring. She said, "There is a mirror in there called the Three-Life Mirror. It can show the future and the past. Those who enter the 9th floor will have another chance to choose whether to look at the past or the future." An interested expression appeared in Xiaoqin's eyes. And then? Sang Mu chose to look at the future. In the end, he saw his body shattering and his Dao falling. After that, it really came true. No matter how talented he was in the Kunlun realm, he could not change it. Xiaoqin's expression froze. When he heard Ao Jiao's sullen tone, he said, "Sorry, I should not have asked." Xiaoqin finally understood why Ao Jiao did not want him to go to the 9th floor. She was afraid that he would end up like the Thunder King Sang Mu, defeated by fate. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "It's fine. There is no need to hide these things from you. The choice is up to you." Xiaoqin thought to himself, "It would have been fine if I did not know about it in the past. Now that I know about the Three-Life Mirror on the 9th floor, I have to make a trip there." With Xiaoqin's current strength, the various restrictions of the ancient Desolate Tower were naturally ineffective. If he wanted to enter, he just had to forcibly tear space. However, how should he choose? Look at the past or the future? The Thunder King felt that there was nothing to see in the past, so he chose the future. In the end, he ended up dying without a complete corpse. In the end, it really came true. When Xiaoqin thought about it, it did feel somewhat horrifying. Before fate, a single person's effort was insignificant. No matter how hard he tried, he could not change it. "Little Ao Jiao, wait here for a while. I'll go in and take a look." Without waiting for Ao Jiao to reply, Xiaoqin tore space and broke the various restrictions in space. Then he silently arrived at the 9th floor of the ancient Desolate Tower. Indeed, it was as Ao Jiao said. The empty 9th floor only had a mirror in the center. Aside from that, there was nothing else. The mirror was close to 2 meters tall. Its surface was as smooth as water. When Xiaoqin entered, he kicked up a strong wind, causing the mirror to ripple. "Strange, you are already as strong as a half-step Emperor Wu. That's not right. You are even stronger than a regular Emperor Wu. How are you able to enter the ancient Desolate Tower?" A cute girl appeared in the Three-Life Mirror. She stared at Xiaoqin and asked, finding it strange. Xiaoqin smiled and said, "You must be the item spirit of the Three-Life Mirror, right? Although I did not follow the rules and barged in, I managed to get here step by step. It's just that I gave up this opportunity back then. It's not too late to do it now, right?" The pretty girl in the mirror giggled and said, "So that's how it is. You do have the aura of someone who cleared the earlier stages. In that case, it is not too late. If not for the mark of the earlier stages, even if you managed to barge in, Little 3 would not be able to reveal anything about you." Xiaoqin walked forward and looked at the lively item spirit. He asked, "Do you remember the person who came here the last time?" The pretty girl's eyes sparkled. She smiled in a somewhat infatuated manner and said, "Of course I remember. He was a very handsome fellow, even more handsome than you. However, he did not have the air you have. If I had to choose, I would be in a difficult position. I do not know who to choose. Should I choose the handsome and sunny type or the elegant and quiet type? How difficult, how difficult. How should I choose?" In the mirror, the pretty girl completely forgot about Xiao Chen's existence. She tilted her head and rubbed her chin, appearing to be in a difficult position. Cold sweat appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. This item's spirit had been lonely for a long time. It had not spoken for thousands of years, but when it did, it would say a lot. Furthermore, it was infatuated. He is dead. Is he really dead? The pretty girl was somewhat stunned at first. Then she smiled excitedly and said, "Little 3 is really incredible. You got it right again?" Chapter 13:12. Xiao Chen felt helpless. There was really no way to hate this kind of girl. Furthermore, she was an item spirit. She spoke without thinking, but her heart was rather pure. I knew you wouldn't blame little 3. Then tell me, do you choose to look at the past or the future? Looking at the past is giving you a chance to see the various things of your previous life. Looking at the future is letting you see the joys and sorrows of this life. The little beauty smiled as she introduced. She explained in detail, revealing her chatterbox nature. You choose the past or the future? Little 3 smiled mischievously. You only have one chance. Xiao Chen opened his mouth, but he still found it hard to choose. Should he look at the past or the future? What's wrong? You can't decide? Do you need little 3 to help you decide? The little beauty asked, giggling. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, I suddenly thought of something. Be it the past or the future, it cannot be changed. In that case, what is the point of looking at it or not? The past has already happened. Of course it cannot be changed. However, although the future did not happen, it cannot be changed. The so-called fate was already decided the moment you spoke. Xiao Chen smiled and said, keep it simple. Just nod and say that I'm right. There's no need for a long explanation. The little beauty smiled bashfully and said, how is that possible? It's just that little 3 has not met a living person for too long and could not help but speak insincerely. Stop. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to stop the other party. This little beauty's words gave him a headache. He finally witnessed the terror of a chatterbox. Little 3 covered her mouth and smiled. All right, let's stop talking. If you can't decide, let the heavens decide. Xiao Chen asked curiously, what do you mean? Toss out a prop and you make the decision in whatever direction it is thrown. When Xiao Chen heard that, he hesitated. Let the heavens decide? Little 3 did not say anything, waiting for Xiao Chen to answer. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Chen sighed softly. Since when did his courage fall to such a level? To think that the past and the future had to be decided by the heavens. Indeed, time had worn down his edge. If he had come up here back then, he would have chosen to look at the future without any hesitation. Now that he had restrained his sharpness and stood in a high position, he became fearful instead. How is it? Do you need it? Xiao Chen shook his head. No, I've made up my mind. I don't believe in fate. I only believe in myself. Show me my past. I want to see my past life. No matter what happened in the future, it was the result of his own decisions. It had nothing to do with fate. He wanted to see the past. He was also curious about how he had transmigrated. He occupied the body named Xiao Chen, devoured his soul, inherited the will of the original Xiao Chen, and lived in this world. Was the so-called previous life the previous life of that Earth's Xiao Chen or the original Xiao Chen of the Sky Dome realm? Little 3 pinched his chin and said, past lives. Very few people look at their past lives. They don't understand what's there to look at. But Big Brother White Clothes, since you've made your choice, Little 3 won't refuse. Put your hand in. Xiao Chen followed Little 3's instructions and directly extended his hand into the mirror. What a white hand. How pretty. It's very elegant and full of spiritual energy. Little 3 really likes it. So you are called Xiao Chen. However, others call you the white-robed bladesman. Little 3 is not wrong. The pretty little girl smiled as she held Xiao Chen's hand and opened her large, cute eyes wide. Xiao Chen said helplessly, can we begin now? Yes, let's begin. I'll bring Big Brother White Clothes to see your past life. No matter what happens, don't let go of my hand. I'm going to pull you into this 3-life mirror. Xiao. The pretty little girl pulled hard and Xiao Chen felt like his soul was being pulled out. The world spun around him and he felt dizzy. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw that his body still maintained the same posture as before, like a statue, not moving at all. Don't look back. What you need to do now is look forward. Xiao Qin turned his head and looked to the front. A star turned into a flame and fell from the sky. There was no way to avoid it. Surging heat waves and overwhelming ferocious might surged over. Xiao Qin paled in fright and tried to move away on the spot. However, he discovered that Little Three was holding his hand tightly, preventing him from escaping. Before he could cry out, he closed his eyes, and the fireball passed through him and landed on the ground. The fireball smashed open a huge crater. Then it took human form. Its life essence turned into multicolored light and scattered like fireworks. Little Three giggled endlessly. Only then did Xiao Qin react. Everything in front of him was the past. It was impossible for it to injure him. Little Three was just scaring him on purpose. I'll settle the score with her later. Xiao Qin did not have time to care about Little Three's little tricks. He focused on the scene before him. The scene before him was like the end of the world. There was an unimaginably vast and flourishing palace in the sky. The palace fell apart and flames blazed. All sorts of tender spirit herbs were burned away. The glorious buildings turned into rubble. However, these were not the scariest things. The scariest were the stars in the sky. Only now did Xiao Qin see clearly that these stars were not real stars but people. However, these people were too strong, unimaginably strong. Before they died, they gave off a star-like light. Stars fell from the sky. Space shattered, laws collapsed, and order ceased to exist. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Xiao Qian's mind boomed. This was the scene of the immortal epic's destruction. How could he have seen such a scene in his previous life? How incredible. Elder brother White Robes was actually an immortal in his previous life, Little Three said with a smile as she held Xiao Qian's hand and walked through the space where the immortals fell. Xiao Qian found it strange. He asked, "You don't seem surprised. Have you seen immortals before?" Little Three puffed out her chest and said, "Hee hee. They're just immortals." Little Three's creator could be considered a major character in the heavenly court. That was a major character who jumped out of the cycle of reincarnation, undying and able to twist time and space. In the past, there were some people who were immortals in their previous lives. However, that is not a big deal. Just looking at the things of my previous life is enough. The past is just a passing cloud. It will not be of much help to this life. Xiao Qin did not say anything. He continued to watch. He wanted to know if this was Earth's previous life or the Sky Dome Realm's Xiao Qian's previous life. "Hey, I found you." Little Three's eyes lit up as she led Xiao Qin over. Space and time twisted and the scene suddenly changed. Xiao Qin arrived in a world of black and white. 18 layers of purgatory, gates of life and death, Yellow Springs Road. Xiao Qin immediately remembered. What is this place? It looks so familiar. Isn't this the Yellow Springs Road, the 18 layers of purgatory that I went to in the past? In the Yellow Springs Road, the last group of immortals of the immortal epic gathered together with fatigued expressions and weak auras. Among the immortals there was a person dressed in white, looking spotless. He stood at the side, listening to the discussion of the others without saying a word. Xiao Qin looked at this person. He had a vague feeling that made his heart skip a beat. Was this how I looked in my previous life? Damn it. The immortal epic collapsed, and this Kitagarbha Bodhisattva actually took advantage of the situation, occupying the entire purgatory. This bald monk is really disgusting. Now that the purgatory is in chaos, he actually took advantage of the situation to refine the sea of bitterness and absorb the power of faith. He blocked the 6 paths of reincarnation, not letting us leave. The group of immortals felt very angry. However, their strength had dropped significantly. They could not do anything to the tyrannical Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. The laws changed and the immortal epic came to an end. This group of immortals suffered a destructive blow. Although the Buddhist cultivators were affected as well, they quickly adapted to the situation. The damage to Meru Mountain was much smaller. I'll go and have a chat with him. A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the white-clad immortal, who had been silent all this while. Then he walked forward. "Sky Dome Immortal Lord, don't be rash," the other immortals immediately exclaimed. Although the Sky Dome Immortal Lord said to go and have a chat, everyone knew that the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva would not agree. There would definitely be a huge battle. Now that the immortal epic was slowly passing, they could feel their strength weakening. They simply could not fight with this Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. A bolt of lightning flashed in Xiao Qian's mind, stunning him. He had clearly heard and seen that those people were calling out the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, the leader of the 3,000 Immortal Lords. Was that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord in my previous life? Xiao Qin muttered in some disbelief, feeling like he was dreaming. Right now, Xiao Chen had not confirmed whether the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was his previous life or the original Xiao Chen's previous life. I have to go and take a look. Feeling that he was getting closer to the answer, Xiao Chen quickly chased after the Sky Dome Immortal Lord with little 3. He wanted to see how the Sky Dome Immortal Lord negotiated with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. In the Sea of Bitterness, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's colossal body gave off layers of Buddhist light. There were 3,000 arhats around him, chanting Buddhist chants and holding Buddhist prayer beads in their hands, continuously purifying the vast number of aggrieved spirits. Hell was shattered, and countless wandering spirits turned into light and entered the Buddhist light behind the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. It was like there was a nation there. Xiao Chen felt startled. Back then, when he saw the headless body of the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva, the might and pressure from it was already horrifying enough. However, compared to now, it was completely different. The sea of bitterness below the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was vast and boundless. It was several times larger than the sea of bitterness 10,000 years later. When the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva saw the Sky Dome Immortal Lord arrive, he did not even open his eyes. He said indifferently, "Sky Dome Immortal Lord, I already told you immortals to leave quickly. This Bodhisattva has already made a great vow. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty." The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's gentle words were supported by Buddhist might, lingering in the surroundings for a long time. The words, "I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty," made the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's Buddhist light even brighter. With one look, one could put down the butcher's knife and kneel before Buddha. Compared to the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's colossal body, the white-clad Sky Dome Immortal Lord looked pitifully insignificant as he walked on the sea of bitterness. However, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's outstanding and pure aura was very dazzling when compared to the thousands of aggrieved spirits and wild spirits around him. With one glance, one could discover his extraordinariness. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord looked at the aggrieved spirits in the sea of bitterness around him. Then, he looked at the 3,000 arhats beside the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva and the vast Buddhist nation behind him. In the midst of great chaos, there would always be ambitious people stirring up trouble. Clearly, this Kittagarbha Bodhisattva before him was one such person. He swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty. However, once he became a Buddha, he would become the new epic master. Chapter 13:13. Without saying a word, he struck out with his palm. Boom. When the Sky Dome Immortal Lord threw a palm strike, his body swelled with the wind. When the palm wind landed, his body was already comparable to the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's. Immortal might spread out from his body, sweeping away all the Buddhist light in this sea of bitterness. Amidst the loud explosion, the Buddhist kingdom behind Kittagarbha Bodhisattva shattered, scattering light everywhere. The layers of Buddhist light on his body dimmed several times in an instant. In his rage, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva burned with rage. Buddhist light covered his entire body. Boom. What answered the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's second palm strike. When this palm strike landed, the 3,000 arhats all died. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva felt somewhat afraid. He saw a kind of coldness in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. It was a coldness that made one forget about life and death. Nothing mattered, including one's own life. Right now he was extremely regretful. This kind of person could not be entangled at all. Even if he killed him, he would still be the one to suffer a loss. One of these two palm strikes destroyed his Buddhist kingdom, and the other destroyed his 3,000 arhats. Who knew how long it would take for him to recover? It was because of these two palm strikes that the Qing Emperor had the opportunity to behead him. The so-called karma had already been planted long ago. Without these two palm strikes, none of the subsequent events would have happened. "Stop. I'll let you go," Kittagarbha said. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord withdrew his hand, and his figure shrank as he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. When the blood landed in the sea of bitterness, it immediately spread out and burned the millions of aggrieved spirits to death. Xiao Chen thought to himself that his previous life was so domineering. With just 2 palm strikes, Xiao Chen forced the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva to obediently let him pass without saying a word. Similarly, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord did not say anything as he quickly returned. He came to a group of immortals and said calmly, "It's done." The last of the immortals were overjoyed, and a smile appeared on their tired faces. "All right, the 6 paths of reincarnation should still be intact. We can leave through the heavenly Tao. There's always a way out. There's always a chance. We've finally escaped this calamity. When the new era stabilizes, we can come back and rebuild the celestial world, restoring our glory." That's right. As long as the immortals don't die, the world will still be ours. Seeing the group of excited immortals, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord remained silent, not saying anything. But when the group of immortals arrived before the 6 paths of reincarnation, they were all dumbfounded. Without exception, the 6 paths of reincarnation had all shattered. It's over, everything is over. The heavens are going to exterminate the immortal, their fate energy has reached its end. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord stretched out a finger and executed a supreme magic skill. The human path in the 6 paths of reincarnation started to slowly heal. When the Sky Dome Immortal Lord finished executing the magic skill, the human path of reincarnation completely recovered. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, how can you still have such strong magic energy? The reconstruction of the human Tao cycle is useless to us. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, go and rebuild the heavenly Tao cycle. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord shook his head and said, if you want to leave, leave now. I have not reconstructed the cycle of reincarnation. It is only temporarily restored. I do not know when it will shatter. However, the path of reincarnation is connected to space and time. There definitely won't be any immortal chi there. If we go, we'll just be waiting for death. That's right. Only the heavenly Tao cycle of reincarnation can allow us to cultivate and restore our glory. Whoosh. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord did not say anything more. His figure flashed as he went through the cycle of reincarnation. The other immortals showed sorrowful and helpless expressions. They sighed repeatedly and shook their heads as they followed in. The scene changed. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord and the last group of immortals arrived in a savage world. Not only did this world not have immortal chi, but it was also filled with danger. The immortals used their remnant magic energy to defeat the natives of this savage world. Then they started to rebuild this world. Time passed. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100 million years. The immortals died one after another. With each death, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord would bury them, leaving behind a nameless gravestone. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord ran all over the place, refining all sorts of medicinal pills, doing his best to extend the lifespans of the other immortals. However, there was nothing that could be done. There was no immortal chi on earth. Like they said, these immortals could only silently wait for death. Xiao Chen could feel the sorrow in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart. That heart of his had actually died long ago. Time passed slowly. The original savage world had already changed. Tall buildings, planes and trains had appeared long ago. When Xiao Chen saw this, he understood everything. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was Xiao Chen's previous incarnation. That savage world was the earth that he once lived on. Little San was astonished again and again. Her chatterbox nature made her chatter non-stop. Every time she saw something from Earth, she would mutter to herself for a long time. However, Xiao Chen did not hear a single word. Indeed, his arrival in this world was not a coincidence. There had never been any coincidences in this world. Everything was predestined. Clearly, the final luck of the immortal epic landed on the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. However, this was not a good thing. Even the Sky Dome Immortal Lord could not avoid death. Before he died, he had to endure boundless loneliness. He had to watch his friends die one by one and personally build gravestones for them. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord could only watch as an epic ended in his own hands, unable to reverse the situation. No one could understand such grief. In the end, all the immortals died, leaving only the Sky Dome Immortal Lord alone in this world. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord's aura grew increasingly weaker. Occasionally, he made some calculations and looked at the starry heavens, like he was waiting for something in the final moments of his life. Xiao Chen calmed himself. He had figured out several things. He knew that the answer he had been seeking would appear soon. A saber light tore through the starry heavens. Then an azure figure flashed and headed for Earth. This figure was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered and he looked incredibly weak, like he was severely injured. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he held his breath and focused. It's here. Everything, all the answers will be revealed soon. However, just as that azure figure raised his head and Xiao Chen saw his appearance, a gaze looked towards Xiao Chen and Little Three. A gaze looked at Xiao Chen and Little Three. It was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. It was like the Sky Dome Immortal Lord discovered two people sneaking around in the past. This made Xiao Chen's and Little Three's hearts tighten at the same time. Bang! Before the two could react, they saw the Sky Dome Immortal Lord send out a palm strike. It was like the two suffered a heavy blow and went flying back. This startled Xiao Chen awake. When he recovered his wits, he discovered that he was already on the 9th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Everything in the past, all the various scenes, felt like a dream. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Little Three is in so much pain. In the 3 life mirror, the pretty item's spirit teared up in pain as she rolled on the ground, acting like a spoiled child. Get up, get up. Quickly tell me what's going on. Xiao Qin exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the pretty little girl in the mirror. This was simply too strange. When the Sky Dome Immortal Lord attacked in the three-life mirror, he could still attack them. The palm strike from Xiao Qian's previous life forced his current self out. Furthermore, this happened at the most crucial moment. When Xiao Qian was about to see the azure-robed bladesman, he could not see anything. Could it be that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord is not dead yet? Little Three stood up and stretched her neck and arms. Then she said doubtfully, Little Three does not know what's going on either. Elder brother White Robes, don't worry. Let Little Three help you think about what exactly is going on. The pretty little girl rubbed her chin and frowned. Then she paced back and forth in the mirror, muttering to herself. The past is already in the past. First of all, I can be sure that this person is already dead. In that case, that palm strike earlier is easy to explain. Some strong immortals are good at divination. It is not impossible for them to predict certain things in the future. Little Three is really smart. That must be the case. Little Three said excitedly to Xiao Qin, Elder brother White Robes, it is like this. This Sky Dome Immortal Lord already predicted that someone would peek at this scene in the future. Hence, he made a backup plan at that time, erasing this part of the past so that no one could see it. Xiao Qin asked, feeling depressed, how can it be like this? Isn't your three-life mirror supposed to be able to see the various things of the past? Little Three narrowed her eyes and smiled embarrassedly. That is true. Actually, Little Three was created by an immortal. Several immortals had means to avoid being peeked at. The magic skills and strength of the immortals from the immortal epoch are not something you can imagine now. Just think about it. Since the three-life mirror can see the past and the future, naturally, the immortals would have means to counter it. After all, if someone saw their future and past, it would be equivalent to knowing all their karma. To immortals, that would be very dangerous. Xiao Qin said in understanding, that is to say, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord could not be sure who the person peeking at the past was. However, out of caution he did not allow anyone to see it. Yes, that's it. Elder brother White Robes, you are really smart. So, don't be unhappy. Little Three said with a smile after she figured it out. Xiao Qin thought to himself. If he did not guess wrong, that azure-clad bladesman was definitely the Qing Emperor. That azure-clad bladesman gave off saber intent. Back then, the Qing Emperor happened to kill the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, leaving behind a saber light in the Yellow Springs land. It was very likely that the Qing Emperor had gone through the cycle of reincarnation and arrived on Earth in a spacetime tunnel. Through this scene of Xiao Qian's previous life, he could connect all the clues together. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor fought with the final Tianwu Emperor. Then he fought with the 18 demon monarchs. After he returned to the Sky Dome realm, the powerhouses of the various races surrounded and attacked him. The Qing Emperor was already besieged on all sides and had nowhere to go. Left with no choice, he came to the Yellow Springs Road. After traveling through the spacetime tunnel, he arrived on Earth and saw the dying Sky Dome Immortal Lord. In that case, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's purchase of the Compendium of Cultivation and the so-called Immortal Pill might not have been as simple as a coincidence. As the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation, it was logical for him to obtain the luck of the Sky Dome realm. As for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, he possessed the final luck of the immortal epoch. His rise in the Kunlun realm could also be explained. Karma. Without the karma of the previous life, there would not be the current karma. What a great scheme. Just thinking about it made Xiao Qin tremble in fear. However, was it the Qing Emperor who laid this scheme or the Sky Dome Immortal Lord himself? 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor was so strong. Who led the entire Kunlun realm to attack him? All this was still a mystery. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and said, I have to become a martial emperor. I have to become a martial emperor. Only by going to the Blue Dragon Palace can I know everything that happened back then. Chapter 13-14. Elder brother White Robes, do you want to see the future? See if you can become a martial emperor? Little Three suddenly asked in anticipation. Curious, Xiao Qin asked, didn't you say that the past and the future can only be seen once? Little Three smiled and said, indeed. However, didn't Elder brother White Robes not finish seeing the past? Naturally, Little Three has to make it up to you. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, originally, I had some reservations about you. I did not expect you to have such thoughts. Little Three is very kind-hearted. How about it? Do you want it? Xiao Qin shook his head and said decisively, thank you. However, I do not want to see what the future is like. I do not even need to look to know my future. I will either live a grand life or die a grand death. No matter what the result is, I will not regret it. That was right. After seeing through the past, Xiao Chen's heart became clearer and he understood himself better. He was born extraordinary. Whether he was willing or not, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen would live a grand life. He would either be eternal like the sun or like a meteor, disappearing in a flash. However, so what if he was a meteor? There were only 4 words in life. No regrets. When little Three heard Xiao Chen's words, her expression changed. Elder brother White Robes, can you help me? Just take a look. What do you mean? Since little Three was created, it has always been in this ancient desolate tower. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, it has always been here. In the past, when Master was still around, he said that if one day I met a person whose past I could not see through and whose future I could not see through, then little Three could leave. The liveliness on the pretty item spirit's face vanished. Her eyes turned slightly moist as she looked at Xiao Chen in anticipation. Many years have passed and little Three has been waiting. However, there has never been a person whose past I could not see through. There has never been a person whose future I could not see through. Elder brother White Robes, please help me. Let's see your future, alright? Xiao Chen could not see through the past. As long as he could not see through the future, then he was right. Xiao Chen looked around. There might not even be a single person in the 9th floor of the ancient desolate tower every few thousand years. The person who created the 3-life mirror was very cruel, locking up a little girl here for thousands or tens of thousands of years, not allowing her to go. You want to leave? Xiao Chen asked calmly. A trace of loneliness and solitude appeared on little Three's face. I've seen so many people's past lives and pasts, but little Three doesn't have a past life or a future. Xiao Chen felt sorrowful. He stretched out his hand and placed it in the 3-life mirror. Then he looked at the beautiful artifact spirit and said, "Grab my hand. I will bring you away." Little Three smiled happily and said, "All right, I'll bring brother White Robes to see the future." "There's no need. I'll just take you away." Just as the beautiful artifact spirit was about to drag Xiao Chen in, Xiao Chen suddenly turned around and grabbed little Three's hand, forcefully pulling. Under little Three's astonished gaze, he forcibly pulled her out. Wah! Little Three's body passed through the water curtain-like mirror and walked out incredulously. As she looked around, her adorable face filled with shock. After a while, little Three felt both startled and happy. Elder brother White Robes, why? Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "Everyone has to live for themselves. Why is it that you have to be trapped here for countless years with just one sentence from that person? Why is it that I have to see my future just because of one sentence from that person? I don't want to see it." The beautiful artifact spirit was stunned by Xiao Chen's words. She felt somewhat conflicted and vexed. However, suddenly little Three laughed happily. "Ah, that's right. It can't be wrong. Elder brother White Robes is you. The past that I can't see through, the future that I can't see through. If you don't even let me see, how can I see through the future? The past that I can't see through, the future that I can't see through." The White Robes Xiao Chen was the person destined to bring her away from this place. This stunned Xiao Chen. How could it be like this? By doing the exact opposite, he fulfilled the requirements of the 3-life mirror's original owner. Little Three stretched out her hand and waved, causing the 3-life mirror to shrink into an ordinary-sized mirror. Then she held it in her hand and said, "Come, let's leave this place." Xiao Chen prepared to use the same trick again, shattering space and breaking the many restrictions to leave this place. "There is no need to go through so much trouble. I'll bring you out directly." Holding Xiao Chen's hand, little Three's figure flashed, and she easily brought him away from this place. Xiao Chen felt shocked in his heart. This instant movement technique was truly incredible. It was much more brilliant than when he tore space. Space did not break at all and it flickered. This gave Xiao Chen the feeling of a transportation formation. Perhaps this was the true state of space. It was much stronger than the barbaric method of tearing space. However, this was not too strange either. The 3-life mirror could see the past and predict the future. Clearly, its creator had deep attainments in the space-time Tao. If he was able to grasp even the time Tao so clearly, there was no doubt that he would be able to grasp the space Tao. Little Three explained, "Hee. This is the minor universe movement magic ability. It requires extremely high attainments in the state of space before one can practice it. It looks very incredible. However, practically all the immortals back then knew it. The difficult part is the minor universe movement." Xiao Chen nodded, indicating that he somewhat understood. Ao Jiao had been waiting for a long time and felt incredibly anxious. When she saw little Three beside Xiao Chen, she exclaimed in shock, Xiaoqin, why did you bring this nagger out? Little Three's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, Little Ao Jiao. It's actually you. It has been a long time. Elder sister Little Three misses you very much. Ao Jiao showed a stern expression, ignoring Little Three. Then she looked at Xiaoqin and asked, Have you seen the future? What is it like? Xiaoqin smiled and said, Don't worry. I chose the past and did not look at the future. Upon hearing this, Ao Jiao heaved a clear sigh of relief. Then Xiaoqin explained the matter of Little Three in detail. When Xiaoqin heard that Little Three would be following them temporarily, he smiled and said, Little Three, you really are a Little Three. Ah, Little Ao Jiao, you are actually jealous. It looks like Little Three is rather charming. Little Three covered her mouth as she laughed, feeling very cocky. When Xiaoqin saw the two arguing with each other, he smiled bitterly and could not be bothered with them. He walked straight away, preparing to return to Qingyun Peak. He had already spent enough time in the Sky Dome realm. In another month, he would have only half a year left of his 5-year deadline. At that time, his peaceful days would come to an end, and he would have to go to the Kunlun realm. When Ao Jiao and Little Three saw Xiaoqin leave, they quickly followed. When they saw Ao Jiao enter the immortal spirit ring, Little Three turned into a beam of light and entered as well. For the past year, Xiaoqin had spent most of his time sightseeing, retracing the steps he had taken. The trip to the ancient desolate tower had put an end to this part of his journey, giving him one last thought. The so-called harvest could only be described with one word: peace. The 2.5 years in the Sky Dome realm were a rare period of leisure for Xiaoqin. After another month he would go to the Kunlun realm. To Xiaoqin, peace was an extremely extravagant term. However, Xiaoqin had long understood that he had an extraordinary background. He could not truly remain peaceful. This peace was just to welcome an even greater storm, the Great Tribulation of Wind and Fire. In the Great Tribulation of Wind and Fire, one would either live with a bang or die with a bang. In the back mountain of Qingyun Peak, Xiaoqin practiced all sorts of martial techniques, digesting what he had gained in the past year. Within the Taiji force field, Xiaoqin's body alternated between fast and slow movements as he moved about. Sometimes he was like a blue dragon going out to sea, moving the clouds in all directions. Sometimes he was like an immortal fish swinging its tail, nimble and ever-changing. Suddenly Xiaoqin drew his saber, and his saber domain spread out. Within 1 kilometer, the saber domain and the Taiji force field overlapped, forming the strange and unfathomable Taiji saber domain. The saber intent turned into a dragon and split into two, one yin and one yang. One bright and one dark, one left and one right, they formed a simple Taiji diagram of the great Tao on the ground. As Xiaoqin stood in the middle, his saber light became unfathomable. Yang energy was ferocious and tyrannical, howling with rage. Yin energy used softness to overcome hardness, formless and invisible. Executing the fish-dragon step, Xiaoqin's body appeared and disappeared in the Taiji saber domain. At one moment he was boundlessly ferocious with a flourishing aura. At another he was as still as water, formless and invisible. Yin and Yang merged. Taiji saber domain merge. With a thought, the two dragons that formed the Taiji saber domain intertwined like snakes and merged into Xiaoqin's body. Immediately the saber released a simple and unadorned light. Xiaoqin's eyes were as clear as water. As he grasped his saber he thrust it forward. Xiaoqin's body slid forward. Everywhere the tip of the saber passed, space silently split in half. There was only one point at the tip of the saber. However, this one-point attack opened a door to another world. Taiji saber domain, explode. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber. The peaceful and tranquil aura within 1 kilometer suddenly turned into a great flood and ferocious beast, completely unpredictable. This Taiji explosion was different from the previous few times. This time, everyone heard only one sound from the Taiji explosion, the ferocious roar of the saber. This was the eruption of the saber, the rage of the saber, the ferocity of the saber. The sound of the saber was like the wind in space, buzzing loudly. The entire world trembled. When Xiaoqin looked at the results of his 1 year of cultivation, he revealed a satisfied expression. Even though his cultivation had not increased, his accumulations had increased once more. In this peaceful and tranquil state of mind, Xiaoqin's cultivation of the Taiji Dao advanced to the next level. One did not have to torture oneself half to death in order to increase one's strength. The improvement of one's mental state often brought unexpected surprises. With my current strength, I should not have to fear a third heaven Emperor Wu. Xiaoqin said calmly, even if it is a third heaven Emperor Wu, the peak, I am confident of defeating my opponent. The third heaven was a hurdle. Within the third heaven there were only minor heavenly Emperor Wu. Many of the old seniors did not dare to undergo their lightning tribulations and would remain in the third heaven for 1,000 years, even 2,000 years. If he ran into such an old monster, Xiaochen could not guarantee that he would be unrivaled among the third heaven Emperor Wu. When Xiaochen looked up, he vaguely saw an emperor's door in the sky. This was not an illusion. Every blue-robed emperor who was about to undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire would see this emperor's door. When the great tribulation of wind and fire descended, this emperor's door would appear in the real world. Steps of different colors would descend. These steps were known as the Emperor's Road. Each step was a hurdle and each step was a tribulation. If one could clear the great tribulation of wind and fire and reach the end of the steps, they would be able to open the Emperor's door. Chapter 13:15. Xiaochen entered the realm that all cultivators dreamed of. Since ancient times, countless heroes and outstanding talents have fallen on this Emperor's Road. As he looked at the Emperor's door hidden between reality and fantasy, Xiaochen's emotions were complicated. There was fervor, fear and desire. However, they all turned to calm in the end. There is still half a year. The great tribulation of wind and fire is drawing closer. It is time for me to return to the Kunlun realm. Xiaochen muttered to himself as he sorted out his emotions. After a simple farewell to Lu Suifeng and the Xiao clan's relatives, he started his own journey back to the city. Xiaochen had not returned for 2.5 years. He did not know how chaotic the entire Kunlun realm was. Was the Thunder King still missing? Was he alive or dead? What kind of waves would his Dragon's Gate experience in this great chaos? There was also the friends who came to congratulate him at the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Were they doing well in this great chaos? Xiaochen really wanted to know. Yingyu sent Xiaochen off at the transportation formation in the Great Qin Nation's royal palace. Yingyu said somewhat worriedly, "Take care on the way." The Ying clan sent news from the Kunlun realm. Right now the Kunlun realm is very chaotic. Several older generation people died mysteriously. Some of the blue-robed emperor even cleared his great tribulation of wind and fire. Everyone can feel that the world is changing. Xiaochen frowned and asked, "Is it that serious?" Xiaochen already knew that the Kunlun realm was in great chaos. However, he did not expect it to be this chaotic, far worse than he imagined. Yingyu sighed softly, "Actually, from the moment the demons made a move to snatch the Sky Dome heart, I already guessed that there would be great chaos. However, the great chaos this time is completely different from the previous demonic calamities. It will sweep through the entire Kunlun realm. No one can avoid it." Xiaochen said sullenly, "You take care as well." As Yingyu sent off Xiaochen with her eyes, her heart grew increasingly sullen. With Xiaochen's departure, the peaceful days of the Sky Dome realm would come to an end. With the arrival of great chaos, Xiaochen, who had been at peace for 2.5 years, arrived at the center of the storm, returning to the Kunlun realm. After leaving the teleportation formation, Xiaochen saw Imochen, who had been waiting for a long time already. After 2 years, Imochen's aura had become even denser and heavier. Xiaochen was slightly shocked. "Imochen, you've reached the consummate stage of blue-robed emperor?" After walking closer to take a look, Xiaochen discovered that Imochen had actually reached the blue-robed emperor realm of perfection. Just 2 years ago, the other party had only reached the level of greater mastery of the blue-robed emperor. In just 2 short years, he had actually broken through to the level of greater mastery. Of course, Xiaochen using 1 year to break through was an exception. He had obtained a fortuitous encounter and obtained the Blood Sword Sovereign's secret technique, which allowed him to condense the heart of an emperor. Mochen smiled and said, "The Book of Heavenly Works, the further one cultivates, the more harvest there will be. However, there is still a gap between me and those blue-robed emperors who have attained great perfection in the celestial battlefield. My comprehension was mainly in the area of refining tools." Xiaochen now understood. While Mochen did not seem to be fighting in the celestial battlefield, her comprehension of the Book of Heavenly Works did not rely on that in the first place. It relied on making breakthroughs and refining. With the Dragon's Gate's current resources and the Book of Heavenly Works, it would not be strange for her to break through to the level of consummation blue-robed emperor. "That's right, why don't I see Lan Xiaobai, Yu Chenxi, and the others?" Imochen sighed and said, "Right now the Kunlun realm is too chaotic. They all went out 1 year ago wanting to break through to the level of consummation blue-robed emperor as soon as possible." Feeling curious, Xiaochen asked, "Why?" Imochen explained, "That group of outstanding talents from the astral battlefield all returned. Half of the peak outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent's 5 major races died." When Xiaochen heard that, he was stunned. This was somewhat horrifying. The losses were too great. Xiao Qin came from the Kunlun realm and knew the talent of those outstanding talents. If they did not die, they would most likely advance to martial emperor. It was just a matter of time. It could be within 100 years or 10 years. In other words, half of the future Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm had died. However, those who came back alive, without exception, all reached the level of consummation blue-robed emperor. Among them, the personal disciples of the various primes shone the brightest. Of these primes' inheritors, Diwuk is the most famous. The two chatted as they walked. From Imo Qin, Xiao Qin learned that Diwuk had made great preparations. After he returned from the astral battlefield, he had already defeated several older generation Emperor Wu. The personal disciples of the other primes like the Xingtian Emperor, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, the Haotian Prime and the Fox King, were also extraordinary, all of them ridiculously strong. The most important thing was that these people all exuded sharpness and drive. Their auras were as dazzling as the blazing sun, overshadowing many of the older generation Emperor Wu. No wonder all the young cultivators of Heavenly Star Island went out to seek fortuitous encounters. They probably all felt the pressure. As for the chaos in the Kunlun realm, it was truly a mess. Aside from the deity race, whose situation was slightly better, the other races were in chaos. There was no need to say much about the Tianwu domain's humans. The Thunder King had disappeared, and the Bushin Palace had fallen into chaos. The three holy masters wanted to take advantage of the situation and ascend to the position of Bushin Palace's palace lord. However, the old Thunder King's faction, led by the Haotian Prime, naturally would not allow it. Now the two factions clashed, neither giving way. They were like fire and water. Big brother Ing Zongtian had the strength of a prime. However, when facing the three holy masters and the hidden accumulations of the Holy Lands, he was at a slight disadvantage. As for the Fiend race, due to the need to determine a new Fiend King successor, all sorts of old monsters came out to kill their way out. Similarly, the Corpse race and the Ghost race could not avoid falling into chaos. The original conflicts were magnified infinitely. It was like a mysterious faction was stirring things up in the dark. After returning to his personal courtyard, Xiao Qin rubbed his head as he listened to Imo Chen's explanation. He felt somewhat confused, but Imo Chen had already done her best to simplify things. The actual situation was 100 times more complicated than that. Right now, the Kunlun realm was like a pool of muddy water. No one dared to say that they could truly see the situation clearly. Xiao Qin sat down and asked, "How is the situation in the heavenly starry ocean? Has our Dragon's Gate been affected? Also, has the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace made any moves?" Imo Chen sighed softly. Similarly, it is extremely chaotic. In the past 2 years, the number of lands of fortuitous encounters that were discovered in the oceanic world is dazzling. All sorts of experts took advantage of the situation to rise up. Several of the older generation blue-robed emperors, who did not dare to undergo their tribulations, underwent their tribulations in batches to protect themselves, making the situation even more chaotic. Xiao Qin understood. Previously, he did not undergo his tribulations because he feared that the great tribulation of wind and fire would burn him to death. Now he was forced by the situation. If he wanted to survive, he had to advance to martial emperor. Imo Chen thought for a while before saying, "In the past 2 years at least several hundred blue-robed emperors died in the great tribulation of wind and fire. However, news of them clearing their tribulations kept coming in. As for the Dragon's Gate, it is strange. It has been very peaceful. Furthermore, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace has been even stranger. They took the initiative to pull back their faction, showing no intention of seeking trouble at all." Xiao Qin sighed softly. This was really strange. He was very clear on the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang's temper. He was definitely not the kind of person with great boldness. After Xiao Qin left for 2 years, the Western Sea Dragon King actually did not seek trouble for the Dragon's Gate. There had to be something wrong with this. However, Xiao Qin ignored the Western Sea Dragon King for now. He had more important things to do. He told Imo Chen about obtaining the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and asked her how to refine and subdue such a primal chaos-level flame. When Imo Chen heard that, she rejoiced. Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. To think that you actually obtained such a primal chaos-level flame. This is a legendary flame. Elder brother Xiao Qin, you truly live up to being someone with great fortuitous encounters. Don't worry, I know how to refine it. As a Grandmaster Blacksmith and with the Book of Heavenly Works, Mo Chen could be said to be very familiar with all sorts of flames, not lacking in knowledge at all. A primal chaos-level flame like the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame required Emperor Wu's strength to refine it. However, Xiao Qin had the heart of an emperor and could refine it now. He only needed to use a secret technique to find 10,000-year-old ice and seal the heavenly snow divine flame in ice. Then he swallowed it and absorbed it into his heart of an emperor. As for nourishing such a divine flame, he needed a secret treasure similar to a Buddhist lamp. After that, he had to use ice-attributed natural treasures to refine lamp oil to nourish this flame. Imo-chin frowned and thought hard. Such a secret treasure similar to a Buddhist lamp is too hard to find. If there is no other way, I can help you refine a peak Buddhist lamp. Unfortunately, you found me too late. Otherwise, this heavenly snow divine flame would be very useful for your great tribulation of wind and fire. If only I had returned to the Sky Dome realm with you at that time. Imo-chin showed a serious expression, appearing extremely frustrated. When she saw Xiao Chen, she smiled and said, "Why are you even more anxious than me?" Imo-chin grumbled, "How can I not be anxious? Your great tribulation of wind and fire only has half a year left. If anything happens to you," at this point, Imo-chin quickly shut her mouth. Clearly, she realized that it was best not to say such inauspicious words. When Xiao Chen heard that, he smiled softly and said, "Don't worry. I promised you that I would personally see you remove your veil. Before that, I will not die." Imo-chin nodded and said, "You definitely won't. I also promised you that I would protect you during your great tribulation of wind and fire. Alright, there is one more thing. You came back at a good time. Elder Qin is about to undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire," Imo-chin said, recalling something. Xiao Chen was not that surprised. Elder Qin was very old. He had been stuck in the blue-robed emperor realm for several hundred years already. Once he reached consummation blue-robed emperor, he would have sufficient accumulations and could undergo his tribulation at any time. This is a good thing. My Dragon's Gate owes Elder Qin a debt of gratitude. I will definitely do my best to protect him. However, the timing is not very good. The Haotian sect is currently locked in a fierce battle with the three holy masters and cannot send anyone to help him. Imo-chin shook her head and said, "That is not the crucial point. Elder Qin has to succeed in advancing to Martial Emperor." "What do you mean?" "First of all, after he advances to Martial Emperor, the Dragon's Gate strength will increase significantly. After that, it will be easier for Lan Xiaobai and the others to advance to Martial Emperor, forming a good cycle. However, if he fails, not only will the Dragon's Gate lose a senior elder, but it will also affect the luck of the Dragon's Gate. The most direct impact will be on you," Imo-chin said with a serious expression. Luck was an extremely strange thing. Elder Qin had long been tied to the Dragon's Gate, complementing each other. If he failed to advance to Martial Emperor, it would definitely affect the Dragon's Gate's luck. Xiao Chen thought about the black tribulation clouds when the Dragon's Gate advanced to Martial Emperor. His heart sank as he realized the severity of the matter. Imo-chin said softly, "If we can see the problem clearly, others can as well. When Elder Qin advances to Martial Emperor, it will definitely affect everything." As the two discussed Elder Qin's advancement to Martial Emperor, the news of Xiao Chen's return to the Kunlun realm quickly spread to the various powerhouses of the heavenly starry ocean. Chapter 13:16. At the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang immediately received news of Xiao Chen's return. "Father, I can confirm that Xiao Chen is back," the young master of Dragon Palace said excitedly and expectantly. Ao Lang nodded casually and said, "I got it. You may withdraw." The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master Ao Feng was startled. He asked, "Father, what's wrong? Didn't we endure for 2 years for this opportunity? Could it be that Haotian Prime beat you until you lost all your temper? That fellow made me kneel and told you to scram from Heavenly Star Island. What a great humiliation." Ao Lang glared at Xiao Chen and shouted angrily, "How dare you? Brat, what do you know? Every time, you are the one who fails to accomplish anything but spoils everything. Scram." Angry at Ao Feng for not putting up a fight, Ao Lang sent Ao Feng flying with a palm strike. After that, he still felt worried. He said to one of his trusted subordinates, "Keep a close eye on him. Don't let him cause trouble during this period." Yes. A powerful Emperor Wu walked out from the darkness and quietly followed Ao Feng. Once he discovered that Ao Feng was acting on his own, he would immediately stop him. After a while, a letter appeared in his hand. He said with a grave expression, "This treasure master is indeed mysterious. To think that he already knew that Xiao Chen was returning 2 days ago. At that time Xiao Chen was still in the Sky Dome realm. Unexpectedly, he still had a faction in the Sky Dome realm." However, there was one more piece of news from the treasure master that puzzled Xiao Chen. Xiao Qin ordered Xiao Qin to use the blood-clad guards to prevent the Dragon's Gate's Elder Qin from advancing to Martial Emperor. Furthermore, he strictly ordered Xiao Qin not to attack Xiao Qin. Remember, don't attack Xiao Qin. The time isn't right. This operation is only to deal with Elder Qin, not Xiao Qin. Ao Lang put away the letter and said coldly, if you don't want to make a move, then so be it. I already endured for 2 years. I don't care about a moment longer. Then he walked toward a mysterious island controlled by the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Many formations and all sorts of horrifying restrictions surrounded the island. Even a sovereign martial emperor would find it hard to break through here. There's nothing strange happening with the first formation. There's nothing strange happening in the second formation. The 99th spell formation hasn't moved. As Ao Lang walked, the people controlling the formations continuously appeared and reported to him. This was not a long journey, but Ao Lang traveled for 1 hour before he landed on the island. This showed how many restrictions and formations there were. Greetings, Dragon King. Seeing Ao Lang arrive, the 300 red-clad cultivators flew over from all over the island and knelt on the ground, speaking in unison. The martial artist's red clothes glowed with a blood-like brilliance. After wearing this red clothes, the martial artist's aura became extremely strange, giving off a very evil feeling. These were the blood-robed guards. The blood-robed guards were extremely strange. As long as one wore them, not only would their strength increase greatly, but their cultivation speed would also increase explosively. The treasure master had given the scarlet clothes to Xiao Qin. Furthermore, the treasure master had told Xiao Qin the method to make them. Xiao Qin was originally interested in the scarlet clothes, but after seeing the side effects, he no longer dared to touch them. As long as they wore the blood-stained clothes, it meant that they were walking on the path of death, and their lifespan would not exceed 5 years. Normally, no one would be willing to wear such an evil item. However, the West Sea Dragon Palace had been passed down for many years, so there would always be some kamikaze warriors willing to die. 2 years ago, these cultivators were only martial sages. Some of them were even weaker. However, after 2 years, their strength had increased at a horrifying rate. Unexpectedly, they all reached the level of First Heaven Emperor Wu. Some of the more talented ones even reached the level of Third Heaven Emperor Wu. However, the upper limit of these scarlet clothes seemed to be the Third Heaven Emperor Wu. No matter how much they cultivated after that, they would not be able to advance to Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. However, this was already sufficient. Who could imagine that he, Ao Lang, already had 300 Emperor Wu level kamikaze warriors? Looking at these blood-robed guards, Ao Lang felt very ambitious. Now, even if he faced a huge faction like Zodiac Hall, he would not fear it. 4 blood-robed guards should be enough to deal with an insignificant Elder Qin. To be safe, I should increase the number to 10. Even though Xiao Qin had guessed that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace was unusual, he would not have imagined that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace hid such a horrifying faction. At this moment, Xiao Qin was refining the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. He followed the method that Mo Qin taught him and successfully absorbed the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame into his heart of an emperor. The heart of an emperor was a void. Aside from the whirlpool formed by the 100 strands of primordial energy and the lightning triggered by the whirlpool, there was nothing else. After the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame entered, a cold aura immediately spread throughout the entire void. Whoosh! Frost covered Xiao Qin's entire body. Xiao Qin could not help shivering. How cold! 1 hour later, Xiao Qin's body slowly adapted to this extreme cold. However, frost infiltrated his black hair, turning it as white as snow. Unexpectedly, subduing the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame has such side effects. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly as he looked at his white hair in the mirror. Suddenly, the scene in the mirror changed and little Three appeared. She giggled and said, "This is normal." In the past, during the Immortal Epic, many immortals subdued primal chaos-level flames. Some of them even had their skin turn red. Elder Brother White Robes, this is already considered good. After you completely grasp it, it will slowly recover. However, there are benefits to this as well. Try it and you will know. As the item spirit of the Three-Life Mirror, Little Three was very knowledgeable and experienced. Xiao Qin followed Little Three's instructions and sensed it. He discovered that the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame in his heart of an emperor seemed to have merged with his body. Releasing the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame was like his innate skill, extremely easy. With a thought, he could send out patches of snow-white flames with a gentle palm strike. He could control these flames to descend quietly like snowflakes or form a snowstorm that swept out ferociously. After testing the might of the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame in the desolate mountain, Xiao Qin felt extremely satisfied. This was just the initial stage, but the might of the flame was already sufficient to injure an ordinary Emperor Wu. A primal chaos-level flame truly lived up to being a legendary flame. If Imo Qin refined the Buddhist lamp and slowly nourished the flame, raising its quality and quantity, it would reach a horrifying level. 3 days later, Imo Qin sent someone to inform Xiao Qian, telling him to go to Elder Qin's residence. Elder Qin's great tribulation of wind and fire is about to begin? Xiao Qian muttered. Time was really tight. Right after Xiao Qian spoke, his figure flashed, and he arrived at the peak where Elder Qin cultivated. Little friend Xiao Qian, it has been 2 years since we last met. Why are you not coming to visit this old man? The one who spoke was Lan Xiaofeng, who had also rushed over. Xiao Qian smiled apologetically. Sorry. This junior just refined a primal chaos level flame and was trying it out in the past few days. A primal chaos level flame. When Lan Xiaofeng heard that, he was so shocked that his jaw nearly fell off. I say, little fellow, why did your hair turn white? Ah, you are really lucky. I'm so jealous that it makes me go crazy. A primal chaos level flame is a flame that only appears in legends. Even those primes of the Kunlun realm probably do not have one. Xiao Qian remained very calm. He smiled and said, it is not that exaggerated. At least it is not that horrifying yet. Ah. Little fellow, your mental state is already stronger than mine. You are here to protect old Qin, right? Lan Xiaofeng said. Xiao Qian nodded and said, Senior Lan, what do you think? What are the chances of Elder Qin clearing his great tribulation of wind and fire? Lan Xiaofeng's face sank slightly. He sighed softly, it is not very optimistic. The great tribulation of wind and fire is very difficult to clear in the first place. Furthermore, Elder Qin's luck is tied to the Dragon's Gate. If someone makes a move in secret, it will be even more difficult to say. Once the Thunder King leaves, the world will instantly fall into chaos. As a living legend, the Thunder King was the strongest person of the Kunlun realm, fully deserving of his title. The reason why the Kunlun realm did not fall into chaos despite the various races fighting for hegemony was the Thunder King's prestige. With him around, the strong deity race would never dare to openly claim hegemony. With him around, the demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world would not dare to play any tricks in the Sky Dome realm. With him around, some of the major characters would appear to mediate between grudges. Everyone would give the Thunder King some face. However, the moment the Thunder King left, the Kunlun realm fell into utter chaos. The fragile order immediately broke. The reason for this was actually very simple. After the fall of the Qing Emperor, the Kunlun realm did not have a true king that everyone trusted. Without a strong king, there was no way to set rules. Without rules, there would be no chaos. Although the Thunder King was strong, he could only maintain order on the surface. After all, he was not as strong as the Qing Emperor. The wooden door to a simple wooden hut at the summit opened, and Elder Qin and Imo Qin walked out together. When Imo Qin saw the white-haired Xiao Qian, she found it strange. She asked, Big brother Xiao Qian, what's going on with your hair? Xiao Qian smiled casually and replied, some side effects from refining the heavenly snow divine flame. That's not a problem. Let's discuss Elder Qin's great tribulation of wind and fire. Worry appeared in Elder Qin's eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, this time I really have to trouble the few of you. Elder Qin is too polite. We are all family, so there is no need to say so much, Xiao Qian said with a nod. Lan Xiaofeng smiled and said, Old Qin, most blue-robed emperors will go through this. Let's go in and talk. The four entered the hut together and discussed Elder Qin's tribulation. Lan Xiaofeng had the final say in this matter. Xiao Qian did not say anything, only listening. Xiao Qian's great tribulation of wind and fire was coming soon. He could learn about it at the same time. Lan Xiaofeng took a sip of tea and said, in the past, when things were peaceful, one could choose any place to undergo the tribulation. If we spoil the blue-robed emperor's tribulation, we will definitely suffer the revenge of one of the factions. Right now, the world is in a mess. We have to plan properly before choosing a place to undergo the tribulation. Imo Qin continued, first of all, we can eliminate Heaven Dragon City as the place to undergo the tribulation. Right now, Heaven Dragon City is filled with crooks and honest folk. The waters are too deep. However, during the tribulation, when the mysterious phenomenon appears, it will definitely startle the surroundings. It will not be possible to hide it. That's right. However, we have to choose a more remote place. At the very least, if someone tries to cause trouble, they will need some time to rush over. After Imo Qin said that, she took out a stack of information and handed it to everyone. This is what I collected in the past 2 years. It is the information of those who succeeded in their tribulations. Although it is not very complete, it should be useful as a reference. Lan Xiaofeng teased, "Little girl Imo Qin, you probably collected this for someone. I'm guessing that Elder Qin is just passing by." Chapter 13:17. When Imo Qin heard that, she blushed slightly and said, "What nonsense are you speaking?" Elder Qin smiled and said, "Old Lan, stop being so jealous. You are already so old, yet you are still not being serious." Xiao Qin felt somewhat embarrassed. Of course, the someone Lan Xiaofeng was referring to was himself. However, at this moment, Xiao Qin could only feign ignorance. Otherwise, it would be even more awkward. Speaking of which, the information that Imo Qin gathered was indeed very useful. Soon, Xiao Qin forgot about what happened earlier, immersing himself in the information. Without exception, all the people who underwent their tribulations in the past 2 years were ambushed. Along the way, it was hard for cultivators to avoid forming grudges with others or opposing factions. They were not willing to see their opponents grow stronger, so they would definitely send people to interfere. Being ambushed was normal. It was just that the strength of the attack was different. To think that there are so many blue-robed emperors who succeeded in their tribulations. It looks like the laws of the world have changed in the past 2 years. Historically, this is a sign of chaotic times descending. Lan Xiaofeng sighed and shook his head as he put down the information. In this age of peace and tranquility, there would definitely not be so many blue-robed emperors who cleared their great tribulations of wind and fire. Only chaos would create fluctuations and fortuitous encounters. This is the information of those who failed, Imo Qin said softly as she took out another pile of information. The information on those who failed was clearly several times more than those who succeeded. When Elder Qin looked through the information, his expression turned grave. There were many successes, but there were even more failures. Xiao Qin looked very carefully. Slowly he discovered something wrong. He frowned slightly and said, "Why do I feel that no matter how well hidden these people who cleared their great tribulations of wind and fire are, they will be discovered within 1 hour and sniped?" The three's expressions changed slightly. They had not noticed this detail earlier. Now, it looked like everyone, regardless of whether they succeeded in clearing their tribulations or not, they would all be discovered within 1 hour. Xiao Qin did not say much. However, when he did, he immediately hit the nail on the head. Lan Xiaofeng said sullenly, "If it is not a coincidence, then there must be a horrifying faction behind this. At the very least, their intelligence network is the best in the world." The location of the tribulation transcendence was a secret. For example, when Elder Qin underwent his tribulation, only the 4 people present knew where it was. Yet, that mysterious power was able to capture it within an hour. Just the thought of it made one shudder in fear. Imo Qin said, "In that case, it looks like there is no need to care where I choose to undergo my tribulation. I'll just choose a small island in the sea region of Heavenly Star Island." Lan Xiaofeng said, "Since it is unavoidable, there is no need to worry about this. When is Elder Qin preparing to undergo his tribulation?" Elder Qin pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's do it today. Whether I succeed or not, I'll accept it. As a martial artist, I have to take this step." Imo Qin quickly took out the sea chart and circled it with her finger. This one. That was a desolate island outside of Heavenly Star Island. It was very small and did not have many resources. Normally, it would not attract much attention. After deciding on the location, everyone began to discuss who would come to snipe them. First of all, the West Ocean Dragon Palace would have a lot of them, even though it had been quiet for the past 2 years. However, it was still a problem for the Dragon's Gate. If it was not eliminated, it would never be at peace. Next would be the Holy Lands that came to cause trouble during the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. The 5 Poison Sect, the Zodiac Hall, the Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the ancient noble clans. Lan Xiaofeng smiled and said, "These Holy Lands are too far away. There is no need to worry too much. The one we are truly worried about is the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. That fellow has been low profile and mysterious for the past 2 years. Furthermore, he is very close to the Dragon's Gate, so we need to be wary of him." During the discussion, Xiao Qin spoke very little. His opinions were even fewer, nearly none at all. This attracted Imo Qin's attention. "Big brother Xiao Qin, what's wrong? Do you have a different opinion?" Xiao Qin put down the teacup in his hand. "I just feel somewhat regretful about how difficult it is to advance to Martial Emperor. I feel like I've let Elder Qin down. Thinking about how Elder Qin followed me to Heavenly Star Island, he helped me a lot along the way. In the end, he ended up creating trouble for you." Elder Qin quickly said, "What are you saying? Little friend Xiao Qin is too polite. If not for the resources of your heavenly star island, I would not have advanced to martial emperor so quickly. Xiao Qin swirled the teacup in his hand. He did not reply or say anything. He only said indifferently in his heart, no matter who it is, as long as they come to cause trouble, no matter where they are, I will take revenge ruthlessly. That was right. This was an oath. Even during the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, Xiao Qin did not make an oath. The reason was none other than that those were targeted at him. He did not care. However, this time his benefactor was implicated. This already touched Xiao Qin's bottom line. When one touched the reverse scale of a dragon, one would die. Although Xiao Qin did not say anything, the other three could feel the silent rage in Xiao Qin's heart. The atmosphere turned somewhat silent. Lan Xiaofeng said, "Old Qin, let's go." "All right, little Lassimo Qin, there is no need for you to go. Just stay in Heaven Dragon City. I'm afraid that some people will take the opportunity to cause trouble while I'm not here." "Don't worry, just go. Nothing will happen to Heaven Dragon City. Take care." Xiao Qin's group of three left. After a while, they arrived at the designated island. Lan Xiaofeng pulled Xiao Qin and walked 1 kilometer away from Elder Qin. Then he explained, "Everything within 1 kilometer will be affected. We just have to stand guard outside." Elder Qin took a deep breath and looked to the sky. There was an emperor's door there. The fog scattered, filled with boundless temptation. Once one advanced to martial emperor, one's lifespan would immediately increase to 2,000 years. Suddenly, a strong wind surged out from Elder Qin, kicking up sand and rocks. The wind was like a sharp blade and the dust was like a sword, incredibly sharp. "It's starting." Lan Xiaofeng muttered, "They will arrive in 1 hour. Let's see if that mysterious faction is really that horrifying." Xiao Qin squinted and looked at the storm. He saw Elder Qin's aura rising infinitely. It was like a mountain flood that had been suppressed and accumulated for a long time suddenly erupted, showing signs of breaking through the sky. Mysterious phenomena appeared high in the sky. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and dark clouds covered the sky. The surrounding seawater trembled endlessly. Even the small island was trembling non-stop. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. This was the first step of the tribulation. He had to unleash his full strength and trigger a mysterious phenomenon, making the emperor's door descend from the sky. Amid the strong wind and lightning, Elder Qin thought of his experiences in the past few centuries on the path of cultivation. He roared ferociously, releasing all the anger that he had suppressed for hundreds of years. There was no need for fear, no need for fear. At this moment he only needed to vent to his heart's content, letting the heavens hear his rage. With a shout, Elder Qin's might temporarily surpassed the might of the world. The world suddenly turned quiet. Everything seemed to come to a standstill, an extremely wondrous sight. When Xiao Qin looked carefully, he could see that every speck of dust floating in the air was fixed in place. Boom. However, after a moment of silence, a furious roar came from the sky, sounding like it was dissatisfied with Elder Qin. The ancient door descended from the sky and hovered in the air before landing heavily. The world trembled. In that instant, when the emperor's door descended, it brought with it a heavenly might. This made Xiao Qin and Lan Xiaofeng feel like they could not resist it, like they had suffered a heavy blow. It was extremely horrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many jade-white steps descended from the emperor's door, giving off a heavenly mandate. The jade-white steps continued to descend. After reaching 1,000 steps they stopped. Xiao Qin was entranced by this sight, but he could not understand it. He could not understand what this meant. He asked, "Senior Lan, what is the meaning of the colors and the number of steps on the Emperor's Road?" Lan Xiaofeng explained, "There are many ways. The colors of the Emperor's Road are white, blue, purple, and gold. The denser the color, the stronger the great tribulation of wind and fire. According to legend, during the most glorious period of the martial epoch, there were 7 colored steps or even 9 colored steps. When the Emperor's Road descended, colorful clouds flew and auspicious signs filled the sky. It was a miracle of the world. However, it has not appeared for a very long time already. I have only seen a golden one. That was when Emperor Forsaken underwent his great tribulation of wind and fire. The golden light was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. Indeed, that fellow did not disappoint everyone, surpassing the 9 heavens and reaching prime. There is also a kind of black Emperor's Road that is unique to demons and evil cultivators when they undergo their tribulations. Xiao Qin now understood. This color represented a person's accumulations and accumulations. The darker the color, the stronger the great tribulation of wind and fire. In the future, one's accomplishments would also be higher. Of course, that was assuming one could finish walking the Emperor's Road. A colorful Emperor's Road had only appeared in legends. Now, a golden Emperor's Road appeared. This was already a heaven-defying matter. Most of the Emperor's roads were white and blue, with relatively little purple. As for the number of steps, it was also a manifestation of one's accumulations. The stronger one was, the more steps they would have. Xiao Qin wondered what color his Emperor's Road would have when he underwent his tribulation and how many steps there would be. 1,000 steps in a jade-white color. It looks like old Qin's accumulations are still lacking. I believe that the outstanding talents of your generation will have at least a purple Emperor's Road when they undergo their tribulations. There will be at least 3,000 steps. However, this is good for old Qin. At the very least, the intensity will not be too high, and it will be easier to clear the great tribulation of wind and fire. As the two spoke, intense determination flashed in Elder Qin's eyes. Then he leaped into the air, wanting to step onto that Emperor's Road. Whoosh! However, just as Elder Qin was about to land, a huge fireball fell from the sky. The blazing fireball seemed to give off an intense light, so piercing that it hurt one's eyes. This sudden turn of events caught Xiao Qin off guard. He squinted and felt a piercing pain. However, Lan Xiaofeng had been prepared long ago. He circulated his primordial energy to protect his eyes, so he was fine. This is a rank 3 solar true flame. It is not particularly powerful, roughly equal to a strike from Emperor Wu of the First Heaven. Elder Qin should be able to break it. Xiao Qin understood. No wonder it felt familiar. It turned out to be the solar true flame. However, Xiao Qin's solar true flame was far from being able to rival Emperor Wu's with a casual strike. It was still far from that. Everywhere the fireball passed, it left behind a long flame tail in the air. That flame tail was like a snake, filled with spirituality as it swayed about continuously. When facing this fireball formed by the solar true flame, Elder Qin did not dare to be careless. He executed his martial technique, Meteor Palm. Xiao Qin moved like a meteor tearing through the starry heavens. When he threw a palm strike, it was like a meteor exploding, striking the fireball. Boom! The fireball shattered, turning into golden motes of light scattering everywhere. Chapter 13:18. As he descended, countless sharp wind blades suddenly flew out of the steps. Elder Qin took out a long sword and quickly brandished it. At the tip of the sword, a fiery light appeared, like a meteor streaking across the sky. This was the meteor sword art that Elder Qin practiced. Clang clang clang. After 100 moves, all the wind blades were blocked. Elder Qin was unharmed. He steadily stood on the steps of the Road of Emperor. Lan Xiaofeng said softly, "Good. There are many blue-robed emperors who fell at the first stage before even stepping on their Emperor's Road. Elder Qin, to be able to pass the first round unscathed, it seems like your foundation is very solid." However, this was only the beginning. There were 1,000 steps, and each step was a hurdle, and each step was a tribulation. First there was wind, then there was fire. 300 types of wind, 300 types of fire. Finally, wind and fire came together. The wind borrowed the power of the fire, and the fire borrowed the power of the wind, burning the heaven and earth cleanly. The first step, cold wind manifestation. Just how cold was it? Even the formless wind had turned into sharp, ice arrows under the freezing temperature. It was evident. 900 ice arrows fell like raindrops. With just one step, Elder Qin's saint body had suffered 100 wounds of different sizes. Seeing this, Xiao Qin sucked in a breath of cold air. How did the wind blow here? It was so cold that it turned into ice arrows. The second step, fierce wind whip. The whistling wind condensed into long whips, lashing the air with crackling sounds, making one tremble in fear. Xiao Qin's movements were a little slow, and Elder Qin received a vicious slap on his face. The wound was horrifying, making one's hair stand on end. Even though Xiao Qin's mental fortitude was terrifyingly strong. At this moment his body was still trembling slightly. Furthermore, he had only taken 2 steps. Furthermore, this was only the relatively ordinary great tribulation of wind and fire. Lan Xiaofeng did not find this strange. His expression remained calm as he analyzed calmly, "That's right. Although there are many wounds on Elder Qin, they are not fatal. Passing the wind tribulation shouldn't be a problem." Every step he took was a calamity. Elder Qin was covered in wounds. He gritted his teeth and walked silently. That kind of perseverance caused those who saw it to be moved and unable to bear it. Xiao Qin now finally knew why so many people didn't dare to transcend this wind and fire tribulation. It was too difficult, too miserable. You must get through it, Xiao Qin murmured in his heart, silently encouraging Elder Qin. Just at this moment, Xiao Qin and Lan Xiaofeng exchanged glances at the same time. The two of them both sensed that someone was currently flying over. Elder Qin hadn't even taken 10 steps before he arrived. Let me. Xiao Qin said faintly before his figure disappeared. In the sky, 6 thunderbolts fell. As the lightning illuminated the sky and earth, a blurry white figure could be seen in that instant. It seemed as though he had struck out with his palm towards the void. His movements were so fast that people could only see afterimages. They couldn't be sure. Wuxia. The instant the lightning vanished, 6 figures appeared at the same time. Their complexions were slightly pale, clearly horrified. They had been forced out of the void by someone's powerful palm force while they were traveling through it. Blue Dragon King, please don't misunderstand. We only sensed some abnormalities in the spiritual energy fluctuations and came to take a look. We did not know that the Dragon's Gate's Elder Qin was undergoing his tribulation. One of the gray-clad old men looked at the white-haired, white-clad Xiao Qin and explained. Xiao Qin sized up the 6. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, I won't say anything unnecessary. No matter which faction you come from, leave now. I, Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin, owe you a favor. The 6 people who rushed over were slightly stunned, wondering if they heard wrong. The Blue Dragon King showed off his sharpness. During the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, Emperor Wu had faced off against the Western Sea Dragon King against the 13 greater heavenly cultivators. However, when facing 6 minor heavenly cultivators, Emperor Wu was so polite, easily taking a step back and leaving them a favor. This was simply unbelievable. The 6 reacted and quickly said, Blue Dragon King, you are too polite. This is just a small matter. This is not much of a favor. We will just leave. Let's congratulate the Dragon's Gate's elder in advance for clearing his tribulation. The 6 had only rushed over from Heaven Dragon City to see what was going on. They came out of curiosity and had no other purpose. Since Xiao Qin was so polite, naturally they would give him some face, doing him a favor at little cost. Xiao Qin said sincerely, many thanks. They came quickly and left quickly as well. The 6 left in the blink of an eye. Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Everything revolved around Elder Qin's tribulation. If he could avoid making a move, he would. That would be for the best. After that, a few more people came from Heaven Dragon City. However, Xiao Qin persuaded them to leave with kind words. Right now, Heaven Dragon City was already the center of the Western Sea. Normally, many Emperor Wus gathered there. It was not strange for them to rush over at this time. Fortunately, the Blue Dragon King's name still held some prestige. Many Emperor Wus gave him some face. Suddenly, Xiao Qin discovered 10 red-clad cultivators with strange auras on the surface of the sea. A bad feeling welled up in Xiao Qin's heart. Then, his figure flashed and he landed in front of the 10. Stop. The Dragon's Gate's elder in front is undergoing his tribulation. Please leave. The clothes of the 10 red-clad people were like blood. There were no decorations or patterns on them. They looked like they were dyed in blood. Xiao Qin felt extremely uncomfortable looking at them. His spiritual sense was very sharp. He could even vaguely sense a sinister resentment from these red-clad people. It was extremely strange. What was even stranger was that Xiao Qin could not make out the cultivation of these red-clad people either. This was an extremely strange thing. With Xiao Qin's current eyesight, even a prime would be able to sense it. Could these 10 people be even stronger than primes? That was impossible. Xiao Qin could not even sense a heart of an emperor from them. The leader of the blood-clad guards looked like a middle-aged man. He had a pale complexion and an eye-catching black mark on his forehead. This person completely ignored Xiao Qin's words as he led the others to the small island. Soon they were less than 100 meters from Xiao Qin. This was already an extremely dangerous distance. A murderous intent surged in Xiao Qin's heart. He said indifferently, I'll say it again. The Dragon's Gate's elder is undergoing his tribulation. Do not approach this place. The middle-aged man revealed a cruel smile. Others treat you as the Blue Dragon King and give you some face. However, in my eyes you are nothing. If you move aside now, I will not seek trouble for you. If you do not, you will bear the consequences. Although the middle-aged man said that, he did not give Xiao Qin a chance to reply at all. After the middle-aged man said the last 2 words, he charged at Xiao Qin, not caring about the morality of a cultivator at all. When the middle-aged man threw a palm strike, there was no earth-shaking aura or horrifying emperor's might. It was just an ordinary palm strike with only a hazy scarlet light and a dense resentment spreading out in all directions. Xiao Qin had long been on guard. With his rich combat experience, he would not fluster over such a small trick. Xiao Qin circulated all the law energy in his body. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he sent out a palm strike, accompanied by ear-splitting thunder. Boom! The two palms clashed and Xiao Qian's body flew back like a cannonball. As for the middle-aged man, he did not move at all. Such a result was completely unexpected. Xiao Qin spun around a few times before he managed to dissipate the force of the other party's palm strike. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He had clearly suffered a great loss. The middle-aged man withdrew his palm and stood upright. Then he said gently, "The Blue Dragon King is only SS. I did not even use half of my strength." Xiao Qin analyzed calmly. That earlier palm strike did not have the support of primordial energy. However, its offensive power reached the level of a second heaven Emperor Wu. The other party had not used half of his strength yet. In other words, this person possessed the peak strength of a third heaven Emperor Wu. Whoosh! The middle-aged man turned into a beam of scarlet light and arrived in an instant. Then he launched a lightning-quick attack at Xiao Qin, who had just landed. A scarlet sword appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. As he swung it, scarlet light shot out in all directions. The rumbling of water did not stop. That was a sea of blood surging in the air. Its aura was startling, pushing Xiao Qin back step by step. However, there was still no Emperor's might. The destructive power of a peak third heaven martial emperor was the real deal, no exaggeration at all. Xiao Qin could not help feeling even more astonished. Where did this group of people come from? They did not have Emperor's might or a heart of an emperor, but their destructive power was on par with Emperor Wu's. He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. The other party's attacks were too ferocious. Without using his primordial energy, Xiao Qin was not a match for them at all. After 100 moves, Xiao Qin crossed his arms in defense and got kicked away again. As he retreated, Xiao Qin pushed off the ground with one hand and gently pushed off. He spun 3 times in the air before standing firm again. The ways of the world have changed long ago. Don't think that just because people call you the Blue Dragon King a few times, you can truly be called a king. The middle-aged man kicked Xiao Qin away with a strong aura. Half of his strength was enough to force Xiao Qin into such a sorry state. This filled the middle-aged man with confidence. He instructed, "Split into 5 to deal with Lan Chaofeng. 4 to disrupt that old fogey's tribulation. Leave this brat to me." Xiao Qin wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and smiled faintly. "Who gave you such strong confidence to deal with me alone? Let me tell you this, none of you can get past me." The middle-aged man thought that victory was already in his grasp when he could force Xiao Qin into such a sorry state without even using half his strength. However, from the start to the end, Xiao Qin did not use his primordial energy at all. He did not even take out the lunar shadow saber. Half of Xiao Qin's strength was not even half of his. He was far from using it. The primordial energy split into 2 and chased each other endlessly. The Taiji force field instantly formed. The blood-clad soldiers who wanted to get past Xiao Qin suddenly got pulled back by a suction force. Within 1 kilometer, they were all trapped in Xiao Qin's Taiji force field. Even if they wanted to get out, there was no way. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged man in front. In the end, it is hard for you to use unorthodox methods to reach the upper echelons. There are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. I'll show you what Emperor Wu's true combat prowess is. Quick! The blue dragon goes to sea, clouds move in all directions. Xiao Qin's figure suddenly moved as fast as lightning. He was like a blue dragon leaping out of the sea, displaying a startling aura. The middle-aged man felt shocked. Before he could react, Xiao Qin had already pressed forward. The middle-aged man had no choice but to make a move to block this palm strike. The middle-aged man used his full power to throw a palm strike. In terms of aura, it was no weaker than Xiao Qin's. Its destructive power was even more startling. However, this palm strike only had the form and the aura but no might. The middle-aged man had not undergone the great tribulation of wind and fire. He did not have the heart of an emperor or the emperor's might. No matter how strong the destructive power of this palm strike was, in a true clash, the middle-aged man would only be at a disadvantage. Chapter 13:19. The middle-aged man cried out in pain as he flew back and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Bang! Xiao Qin moved his body gently. The air was like water and he was like a fish swimming in the water, sticking close to the other party. He sent out 10 moves in a row, forcing the other party to retreat without being able to defend himself. After seeing Xiao Qin's true strength, the middle-aged man roared in shock. "There is no need to care about me. Attack that old fogey undergoing his tribulation with all your might." The lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's right hand. Then he asked indifferently, "Do you think there is a chance?" Slow. Everything in the Taiji force field seemed to slow down. Xiao Chen blocked 10 alone, moving slowly. He did not even need to draw his saber to hold back the other party, suppressing the 10 people. After figuring out the strength of this group of scarlet-clad people, Xiao Chen felt more confident. He did not even merge his saber domain into the Taiji force field. He only used the Taiji force field together with the fish dragon art to suppress the other party with the strange changes of speed and slowness. The world spun around. The surrounding scenery seemed like fleeting light and shadows. Lan Xiaofeng, who was watching from afar, felt slightly stunned. He could not understand. What martial technique is this? On the surface, it looks like it is just the state of fast and the state of slow. However, why does it feel so harmonious? His movements are also so calm? Originally, Lan Xiaofeng was prepared to help. However, after seeing this, he abandoned that thought. Explode. Just as Lan Xiaofeng felt that Xiao Chen's movements were calm and peaceful, vaguely merging with the world, Lan Xiaofeng suddenly sheathed his saber. As his white hair fluttered, the Taiji force field suddenly exploded. Strong winds blew everywhere and dust filled the air. Wind blew everywhere and dust filled the sky. This part of the world seemed to have been blown up to the point where there were no rules. 10 odd figures fell out of the dust, all in sorry states, severely injured and weak. Their spirits were dispirited, and their eyes appeared dispirited. However, their scarlet clothes still looked bright, glistening with a scarlet light. Xiao Chen moved 1 kilometer with each step. Then he slowly walked out of the dust, wind and rain. His white clothes and white hair made him look as graceful as before, untainted by dust, looking peaceful and peaceful. The middle-aged man received the most attention and was the most heavily injured. He smiled and said, "No wonder Master told us not to get lucky before we came. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, you are indeed outstanding. Speak. Who sent you here? How can you have such strange powers? Tell me honestly and I'll spare your life." Xiao Chen gently lowered the scabbard of the lunar shadow saber and pressed it against the middle-aged man's forehead. This group of people had mysterious origins and strange strength. If he had not comprehended the Taiji Dao, it would have been very troublesome to deal with them. More importantly, Xiao Chen wanted to figure out why this group of people, who clearly had not undergone a tribulation, did not have a heart of an emperor or primordial energy, could have the offensive prowess of Emperor Wu. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed crazily. "Xiao Chen, what are you so proud of? Do you think you've won? You actually used death to threaten me, haha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. We are a group of dead people in the first place. No matter the result of this battle, you will always be the one to suffer. No matter how strong you are, you will not be able to change the result. This old fogey will definitely die today." The 10 people's bodies swelled up continuously. The scarlet light of their clothes slowly seeped in, quickly dimming the color of their clothes. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. Without exception, these 10 people were all death-sworn warriors. They were going to self-detonate. As long as one of them succeeded in self-detonating, they could destroy this island and affect Elder Qin, who was on the Emperor's road, causing him to fail his tribulation. In the distance, Lan Xiaofeng was startled as well. Such a turn of events was completely unexpected. Even if Lan Xiaofeng made a move now, he would not be able to stop everyone from self-detonating. If he miscalculated, he would lose everything. Xiao Chen glanced at Elder Qin, who was on the Emperor's road, out of the corner of his eye. Elder Qin had only managed to take 200-odd steps. The bone-chilling wind had already torn his clothes to shreds. The strong wind was merciless. The armor under his clothes was also damaged. His body was covered in wounds, a sorry sight to behold. The most shocking thing were the 2 scars on Xiao Chen's face, which looked like he had been whipped. However, even so, Xiao Chen had not given up. Even so, Elder Qin did not give up. He walked forward step by step with a hopeful gaze. Elder Qin, who was immersed in his great tribulation of wind and fire, could not afford to be distracted at all. He did not notice that there were still 10 strange cultivators preparing to self-detonate. Hope, Xiao Chen felt a pang in his heart. Elder Qin had followed him all the way to this vast heavenly starry ocean. From the Dragon's Gate's initial establishment, he had gone through many trials and tribulations, all the way until the Dragon's Gate's official establishment. Elder Qin had made great contributions and never asked for anything. However, in this great tribulation of wind and fire, could it be that I cannot even give him a trace of hope? Major magic skill, Dermic World. As long as Xiao Chen executed the Dermic World magic skill, he could instantly trample this group of bastards to death. However, for a long time Xiaoqin needed at least 3 seconds to prepare to execute Dermic World. However, in the current situation, the 10 madmen would self-detonate in the next second. Xiaoqin would not have 3 seconds to prepare. No, absolutely not. No matter what, I, Xiaoqin, will leave this trace of hope for you. Rage? Madness? In that case, I will give you the strength to trample on all the injustices in this world. In Xiaoqian's sea of consciousness, the Dermic world hidden in the deepest depths felt Xiaoqian's baleful aura and suddenly opened its eyes. Instantly, Xiaoqian's mind became incredibly clear. There were no obstructions in executing Dermic world, making it incredibly smooth. As Xiaoqian's white hair fluttered, his eyes looked exceptionally scary. Just as the 10 blood-clad guards' bodies swelled to their limits and were about to self-detonate, Xiaoqian's body suddenly swelled up, reaching 3 kilometers tall. At the same time, Xiaoqian's strong aura also increased. His aura was like a surging wave. Lan Xiaofeng, who was rushing over, got careless and got pushed back by this wave. When Xiaoqian's body reached 3 kilometers tall, Xiaoqian felt an unprecedented strength. He glared at the group of madmen below and ruthlessly stomped down. Amid rumbling sounds, Xiaoqian used absolute strength to crush the 10 blood-clad guards into a pool of blood as he stomped on them. Whoosh! 3 seconds later, intense pain racked Xiaoqian's entire body, and he shrank back to his original size. Boundless blood seeped out of his skin as he fell from the sky. No major magic skill could be executed in one go. This was especially so for a heaven-defying major magic skill like Dermic World. Not a single step could be skipped. Xiaoqian forcefully shortened the 3-second execution time to 1 second. The repercussions that followed were unavoidable. Just as Xiaoqian was about to fall to the ground, a gentle wind slowly arrived and supported him. It was Lan Xiaofeng. Lan Xiaofeng reacted very quickly. The instant Xiaoqian turned back, he threw a palm strike. Xiaoqian landed firmly on the ground. Without saying a word, he quickly swallowed a sage medicinal pill to suppress the injuries in his body. Brat, are you all right? Don't move. Let me take a look. Lan Xiaofeng rushed over and said, Why did you put in so much effort? You made it look like you underwent a tribulation. What else do you want me to say to you? Don't end up dying while Elder Qin is still alive. Although Lan Xiaofeng said that Xiaoqian was very powerful, he kept checking on Xiaoqian's injuries with a tense expression. This warmed Xiaoqian's heart. He smiled bitterly. This senior Lan is always like this. After a while, Lan Xiaofeng heaved a sigh of relief. Brat, consider yourself lucky. It is just the rebound of a martial technique. Fortunately, it is not too strong. Actually, Xiaoqian also knew that the backlash was somewhat strong. However, it was not to the point where it would be fatal. However, seeing Lan Xiaofeng's anxious appearance, Xiaoqian could only let Lan Xiaofeng personally check on Xiaoqian before he could relax. Thank you, Senior Lan. Lan Xiaofeng snorted coldly with a serious expression. Even if your life is not in danger, you should not put in so much effort. You might end up attracting your great tribulation of wind and fire ahead of time. At that time, even God would not be able to save you. The great tribulation of wind and fire came ahead of time, catching people off guard. Xiaoqian understood this principle and did not dare to rebut. Xiaoqian looked around and pointed to the front. Look, Elder Qin is about to undergo the final tribulation of wind. Lan Xiaofeng quickly turned his head and saw 3 tornadoes surging over. The strong winds made Elder Qin's body sway slightly. The power of these winds was startlingly strong. Each tornado was 1 kilometer tall. As they charged over, they kicked up dark clouds in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, rumbling endlessly. Gritting his teeth, Elder Qin forcefully charged over. His body instantly disappeared into the 3 tornadoes. The hearts of Xiaoqian and Lan Xiaofeng tightened at the same time as they stared at the tornadoes. This was especially so for Lan Xiaofeng. He had undergone the great tribulation of wind and fire before and knew how powerful the final wind tribulation was. Many people had died at this stage. After 1 breath, Elder Qin did not appear. 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths, and there was still no sign of Elder Qin. The two's expressions turned somewhat unsightly. Even though Xiaoqian had not undergone the great tribulation of wind and fire, he knew that the situation was not good. A ferocious roar rang out. Elder Qin's figure pierced through the storm and landed somewhat unsteadily. Fire. The moment Elder Qin landed, an overwhelming fire spread out on the platform, burning Elder Qin's body. Lan Xiaofeng relaxed for now. He smiled and said, Old Qin is at least 60% confident of clearing this great tribulation of wind and fire. Xiaoqian asked, What do you mean? Lan Xiaofeng said, Old Qin has 2 trump cards. I originally thought that he would use one of them for the final wind tribulation. Who knew it would be useless? He forcefully endured it. This will bring him great benefits later on. The raging fire burned ceaselessly. Every step was filled with flames of different attributes. However, this path of fire did not have any tricks. The person undergoing the tribulation had to walk it all the way. It would be fine if one could walk it. However, if one could not, one would be burned to death on it, not even leaving a corpse behind. Even one's soul would scatter. Lan Xiaofeng sighed and said, the pain that this fire tribulation brings is even more direct than the wind tribulation, 10 times more painful. It mostly tests the willpower of the person undergoing the tribulation. Several people collapsed on their emperor's road not because they could not endure this fire tribulation but because of the pain. When Xiaoqin heard this, he felt astonished. The emperor's road was difficult. While it was a trial that heaven gave to cultivators, it was also an opportunity. After clearing this emperor's road, one's lifespan would increase to 2,000 years. What gift could be better than this? However, Old Qin is still fine. His flames are only rank 3. The fire tribulation that I underwent back then was simply fatal. Not only were the flames rank 7, but there were also fire demons in them. With every step I took, I would suffer the attacks of fire demons. Chapter 13:20. Thinking of the past, Lan Xiaofeng sighed. Xiaoqin asked out of curiosity, Senior, what was the color of this emperor's road back then? Lan Xiaofeng smiled and said, even if I tell you, you definitely won't believe me. What color? The Golden Emperor's road has 3,000 steps. With every step it was like carrying a mountain. Even gravity changed. Xiaoqin did not dare believe it. Emperor Forsaken, who also had a Golden Emperor's road, had reached prime. How come Lan Xiaofeng was not even a sovereign martial emperor? This was incredible. Lan Xiaofeng smiled bitterly and said, I know you do not believe me. I brought this on myself. I killed too many people and am covered in sin. The 9 heavens lightning tribulation is so strong that it makes one despair. Let me give you a reminder. The heavenly Tao is fair. Don't commit too many sins. There will be a time for revenge. This startled Xiaoqin. He asked, what is sin? Sin was something that could be seen during the immortal epoch. Now it is somewhat vague. However, it definitely exists. Killing ordinary people, slaughtering the weak, cultivating evil cultivation techniques, all of these will result in sin. Lan Xiaofeng smiled and said, you don't have to worry too much about this. Normally, only those evil cultivators and assassins like me would be covered in sin. Killing those heinous criminals and those who attacked you will not result in any sin. As they spoke, Elder Qin cleared the fire tribulation. The emperor's door was only 300 steps away from him. He could clearly see every tiny pattern on the door. However, the latter 300 steps would be even more horrifying. That was the true test. Lan Xiaofeng thought to himself, Old Qin, Xiaoqin already helped you obtain this hope. Whether you can clear it or not will depend on your luck. In the tallest pavilion of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, Ao Lang looked into the distance, focusing on the island where Elder Qin underwent his tribulation. This place was tens of thousands of kilometers away from that island. Even though he was a sovereign martial emperor, he could not see that far. However, once the blood-clad guard succeeded, the explosion would affect the road of emperor. Even from tens of thousands of kilometers away, Xiaoqin would be able to clearly see the mysterious phenomena triggered by the failure of the tribulation. He had been looking forward to it for a long time, but the expected explosion did not appear, which made him a little annoyed. Why isn't it exploding yet? After a while, he seemed to be a little restless, wondering if something unexpected had happened. However, after thinking about it, Lan Xiaofeng felt that it was impossible. 10 Emperor Wu self-detonated. Even if Lan Xiaofeng was present, he would not be able to stop all of them. Furthermore, as long as one person succeeded in self-detonating, it would affect Elder Qin's tribulation. If a few more succeeded, even Lan Xiaofeng and Xiaoqin would be injured. If one was lucky, they might even draw out Xiaoqin's great tribulation of wind and fire in advance. Dong dong dong. The sound of footsteps came from below. A man hurriedly walked out of the stairs and knelt down. Dragon King, all 10 life tablets on the blood-clothed island are broken. What? Ao Lang roared angrily, glaring angrily. This frightened the kneeling person into trembling, not daring to raise his head. The blood-clad guards were Ao Lang's trump card. He treated every one of them as a treasure. Death-sworn warriors were something that had to be nurtured from a young age. Without several decades, one death meant one less. Now Ao Lang was told that all 10 life tablets were broken. That was to say, the 10 people who went to disrupt Elder Qin's tribulation were all dead. However, this was not the crucial point. These 10 people were just sending themselves to death in the first place. The crucial point was that Ao Lang did not see any mysterious phenomena at all. That was to say, Elder Qin was still undergoing his tribulation. Ao Lang's losses were all for nothing. Ao Lang's heart bled. This was simply unacceptable. The blood-clad guards were so strong and did not fear death, much stronger than a regular Emperor Wu. Looking around, which Emperor Wu would dare to casually self-detonate? Damn it! What's going on? Ao Lang's eyes flickered. After he calmed down, he continuously analyzed the situation. However, he could not figure out what was going on. Why did the foolproof plan fail? Reporting. Your Highness the Dragon King, the Divine Daughter Tianyu Shi and the 2 Holy Scions are here to seek an audience. Another person came with a message. Ao Lang waved his hand impatiently and said, I will not meet them. I already said long ago that the deity race absolutely will not be allowed to build a temple on the islands that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace controls. After the Thunder King disappeared, the deity race's faction expanded rapidly. Traces of the deity race could be seen everywhere in the Kunlun realm. There were also many factions in the heavenly starry ocean that felt pressured or wanted to gain benefits. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace allowed the deity race to build temples and statues of deities in their own factions to receive the power of faith. However, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace had deep accumulations. Furthermore, the Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 seas could take care of each other. They did not fear the deity race's pressure in the heavenly starry ocean. Furthermore, Ao Lang had the blood-clad guards. Hence, he was even more confident, never agreeing to the deity race's requests. Wait a moment. Suddenly Ao Lang thought of something. Are you saying that the Holy Scions you mentioned are the 2 from the Bushin Palace? That's right. The White Tiger Holy Scion Xiaoju and the Black Tortoise Holy Scion Feng Wuji are both there. However, the Divine Sun Diwuk is not there. Only the Divine Daughter Tianyu Shi is there. Ao Lang revealed a strange smile on his face. Interesting. The 3 Holy Masters have not been able to deal with Ying Zongtian. It looks like they are getting anxious, actually working together with the deity race's people. Isn't this just inviting a wolf into the house? I'll go take a look and see what these juniors are up to. Everyone knew that before the Thunder King disappeared, he had handed the Bushin Palace's inheritance medallion to the Haotian sect's sect master, Ying Zongtian. The 3 Holy Masters could not accept this. Hence, the secret struggle between the 2 sides turned into an open struggle. However, although the 3 Holy Masters held the upper hand, they could not take down the Haotian sect, resulting in a stalemate. Inside the hall, the Divine Daughter Tianyu Shi and the sons of the 3 Holy Masters sipped tea as they waited leisurely. Xiaoju asked, will this Ao Lang agree to us? Although the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace has declined in the past few years, it is still an old faction with deep accumulations. Feng Wuji also felt suspicious. He said, furthermore, I heard that he has been rejecting your deity race in the past. The Divine Daughter Tianyu Shi had white hair and an extraordinary air. She smiled faintly and said, that was then and this is now. Furthermore, there are the 2 of you here. Given his astute character, he will definitely be able to understand the deeper meaning of this. Ah! The Divine Daughter has arrived from afar. This Ao did not go out to welcome you. Forgive me, forgive me. Ao Lang walked over amid loud laughter and sat down in the middle. The loss of 10 blood-clad guards did not show any suspicion on his face. Greetings, Western Sea Dragon King. Xiaoju and Feng Wuji said with cupped fist salutes. No matter what, Ao Lang was the senior of these people. Ao Lang smiled and said, I have also heard of the 2 Holy Scions' names. After you returned from the astral battlefield, I heard that even some of the Emperor Wu's were no match for you too. Ao Lang's eyes were very sharp. With one glance, he could tell the difference between Xiaoju and Feng Wuji and the Holy Scions of the heavenly starry ocean. Their auras were denser and heavier. Most importantly, they had a sharpness and a ruthlessness to them. With one glance, it was clear that they had experienced killing for a long time. Compared to the Holy Scions of the heavenly starry ocean, they were much stronger. Compared to his most valued son Ao Feng, there was no need to compare. The more Ao Lang compared, the sadder he felt. Why did Ao Lang give birth to a trash son? Not only was he useless, he even caused trouble for himself. You are too polite. Hearing Ao Lang's flattery, Xiaoju and Feng Wuji both appeared very calm. The many years of experiential training in the astral battlefield had already worn away the ostentatiousness of the 2. Tianyu Shi put down his teacup and said indifferently, time is tight. I cannot speak much with Senior Ao, so I'll get straight to the point. I have no other purpose in coming here this time. I just want the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace to join the deity Dao Union. Senior Ao probably knows that the Great Chaos now is just the surface. The true Great Calamity is far from here. When the Great Calamity arrives, aside from working together to fight the enemy, there is no other way. Ao Lang felt somewhat confused. He understood what Tianyushi said. The Great Chaos now was indeed just the surface. However, what kind of organization was the deity Dao Union? He had never heard of it before. Tianyushi explained, the deity Dao Union has just been established. It is normal for Senior Ao not to understand. I'll give a simple explanation. The deity Dao Union has Emperor Forsaken as its alliance chief. The heaven-punishing corpse god, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the three holy masters are the vice-alliance chiefs. It unifies more than 70% of the 9 ranks of the great families in the Kunlun continent. When Ao Lang heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder this Tianyushi did not show any intention of bowing when he saw him. Even the 2 holy lords were just being polite. Compared to this colossal deity Dao Union, his Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace was pitifully small, unable to withstand a single blow. Fortunately, he still had the Treasure Master and the blood-clad guards behind him. In the end, he still had some trump cards. By the way, the most mysterious Treasure Master of the Heavenly Starry Ocean has already agreed to join the deity Dao Union. Emperor Forsaken personally negotiated this. However, the Treasure Master did not ask for any position. Boom. It was like a bolt of lightning struck Ao Lang's mind. The hand that he held the teacup trembled slightly, and the teacup fell to the table. This final piece of news was too shocking to Ao Lang. Even the Treasure Master, whom he considered the most mysterious and unfathomable, actually joined the deity Dao Union. Tianyushi smiled and asked, Senior Ao, what's wrong? Ao Lang reacted and said, it's fine, it's fine. Can I think about it for a while? Tianyushi rejected, no way. We do not have time to waste here. It is fine if Senior Ao is not willing. The deity Dao Union never forces anyone. Goodbye. Xiaoju and Feng Wuji stood up at the same time, not saying anything more. Such a situation made Ao Lang somewhat anxious. Originally, he was prepared to ask Tianyushi for a price and then bargain with him. Who could have imagined that Tianyushi would leave directly? Divine Daughter, there is no need to leave in such a rush. Our Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace is rather scenic. Stay here for a few more days. I will discuss this with my brothers and will have an answer soon. The Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas have always been a community. I simply cannot make a decision alone. Ao Lang's figure flashed, and he arrived before the group with a pleading smile. Tianyushi smiled and said, Heavenly Star Island scenery is pretty good. However, we really have important matters to attend to. Dragon King, take your time to think about it. However, after you think about it, the situation in the Western Sea might change. Ao Lang's heart sank. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked in understanding, Are the few of you here because of the Dragon's Gate's Elder's tribulation? Tianyushi smiled faintly and said, That's right. This is a small gift that Emperor Forsaken gave to the 3 holy masters after they agreed to join the deity Dao Union. The Dragon's Gate's Blue Dragon King has been arrogant for too long. It is time to suppress him. Not everyone can successfully clear their tribulation. Chapter 13:21. When Ao Lang heard that, his face sank. Then he made up his mind. I agree to join the deity Dao Union. If the deity race wants to build a temple here and spread the faith of the deity race, I will not stop them. On the nameless island, Lan Chaofeng watched anxiously as Elder Qin underwent his tribulation. At the same time, he did not relax, keeping his guard up at all times. At this crucial moment, if someone came to cause trouble, everything would be for naught. Xiaoqun walked over and checked the corpses of the 10 blood-clad guards. More accurately, they were just a pile of mush. The blood-clad guards were prepared to self-detonate. Their bodies were already rotting from the inside out. Furthermore, Xiaoqun kicked them from the outside. Under the pincer attack, they turned into mush, covered in blood. Xiaoqun felt very curious about these blood-clad guards. However, there was no way to check the corpses. Only some tattered clothes remained. These clothes were dripping with blood and filled with a sinister aura. Xiaoqun flicked out a strand of energy and tore the tattered clothes into the air. When he looked carefully, he heard a faint resentment. As the cloth floated, it looked like a snake wriggling gently. Xiaoqun flicked his finger and a strand of solar true flame came from his fingertip, burning the cloth. Ah! Thousands of miserable shrieks came from the cloth. Black smoke spread out. That was dense death qi, the most common in the demonic world. Xiao Qin showed a slightly startled expression. It looked like these blood-clad guards had some connection to the demonic world. Xiao Qin could see several humanoid figures twisting and struggling in the black death qi. They were indistinct. As the solar true flame burned them, they slowly dissipated. Whoosh! Suddenly, the death qi struggled free of the restraints of the flame and ferociously charged at Xiao Qin. You are seeking death. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm. The death qi was immediately scattered in all directions. Xiao Qin withdrew his hand and frowned. It is really resilient. It looks like these blood-clad guards are quite skilled. After saying that, he flicked out 6 strands of saber qi. Only then did the scattered death qi disappear. As Xiao Qin watched the death qi disappear, he entered deep thought. Although death qi was somewhat strange, there were people in the Kunlun continent who used it as well. The ghost race and the corpse race both cultivated death qi. However, most of their death qi came from dead people. They would not kill the innocent. Of course, some evil cultivators were excluded. The scarlet robes before Xiao Qin had definitely killed many innocent people for no reason, resulting in an extremely strong resentment. As a result, the solar true flame could not completely extinguish them. Sinful. Xiao Qin shook his head, and a look of disgust flashed in his eyes. He wondered how many innocent lives had been sacrificed to forge this blood-red robe. In truth, he did not know that the method to create blood robes was far crueler than he imagined. A normal grudge would not have such great tenacity. They had to use children, infants, pregnant women, and other carriers. Not only did they have to kill them, but they had to be tortured to death. Whoosh! Xiao Qin returned to Lan Xiaofeng's side. On the Emperor's Road, a halo of flowing water appeared around Elder Qin as he climbed the final step with much difficulty. That was Elder Qin's final trump card, a Peak King-grade secret treasure that he had specially prepared for his tribulation. He even asked Imo Qin to strengthen it. Lan Xiaofeng asked casually, "Did you notice anything?" Xiao Qin replied sullenly, "Not much. I only feel that it has something to do with the methods of the demonic world. However, many of the demonic world's secret techniques are circulated in the Kunlun realm as well, so it's hard to say." Lan Xiaofeng sighed softly, "That is not strange. Right now, many of the unremarkable factions of the heavenly starry ocean suddenly soared. They all possess some demonic treasures similar to this scarlet robe. How can the deep abyss demonic world's shadow be missing in this chaotic world?" Whoosh! Beams of resplendent light suddenly shone from behind them. The golden light seemed to be solid, dyeing the world in a golden color. Many afterimages of golden light appeared before Xiao Qin and Lan Xiaofeng. The two turned around and saw that the source of the light was a golden warship bathed in divine light. Sagely songs resounded around the warship, praising the deity sovereign continuously. The people of the deity race. They came all the way here. It looks like they do not come with good intentions. Lan Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes, and a heavy murderous intent flashed in them. Whoosh! Sonic booms resounded, and a group of figures descended. The divine daughter Tianyu Shi, the 12 keepers guarding the divine son and divine daughter, the white tiger holy son Xiao Hoju, and the black tortoise holy son Feng Wuji. Aside from these people, there was another person in the sky. This person appeared to be a middle-aged man with white hair and wearing golden robes. The light on this person's body flickered, and golden halos flickered behind him. There was a total of 7 halos. This was a 7th heaven deity race sovereign martial emperor. With such a large lineup, Xiao Qin and Lan Xiaofeng did not dare to be careless. The two flew forward and blocked the other party from getting any closer. Xiao Qin swept his gaze across the people in front and discovered that this group of people's auras were exceptionally calm. Amid the seriousness there was also a sharp and somber air. The experiential training in the astral battlefield must have allowed these survivors to mature. Xiao Qin. Xiao Hoju said through gritted teeth when he saw the white-haired Xiao Qin. He could no longer suppress the hatred in his eyes. A divine halberd flew over and blocked the berserk Xiao Hoju. Then Tianyushi said calmly, "Calm down. Don't forget what the deity sovereign said. Right now his luck is flourishing. The entire heavenly Tao is taking care of him. This is not the time to kill him." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "Brother Xia's sharpness has not diminished. You are still as impulsive as before. However, the 3 holy masters always move as one. Why do I not see the holy daughter Nuan Muyun?" Xiao Qin had a good impression of this holy daughter. Back then, when he first came to the Kunlun realm, he had received some benefits from her. Furthermore, given Xiao Qin's judgment, this Nuan Muyun would not be as difficult to deal with as the other holy scions. If she were here, perhaps he could negotiate with her. She is dead. Xiao Hoju looked at Xiao Chen and said coldly, "She died in the astral battlefield. She died because of you. This debt is on you." Xiao Chen was indeed somewhat surprised. It was said that more than half of the outstanding talents who went to the astral battlefield died. However, he had not expected a holy daughter to fall. Furthermore, it was a holy daughter that he had interacted with before. Xiao Chen was a little disappointed and emotional. However, no matter what, it was not his turn to bear this debt. Xiao Chen replied indifferently, "Xiao Hoju, I have never feared an enemy in my life. If you want to kill me, please find another reason. If you want to take revenge, please look for the devil dweller who killed her." Xiao Hoju said somewhat angrily, "You bastard! How can this have nothing to do with you? If not for you putting too much pressure on us during the king conferral ceremony, I would not have done so. Do I need to go to the Star Wars battlefield? If Muyun wasn't worried about us, why would she accompany us? Tell me, does this have anything to do with you?" Xiao Chen was startled when he heard this and didn't know how to refute it. "Don't worry, I've already killed that demon myself. The next one will be you, the main culprit." Xiao Hoju looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Then he glanced at Elder Qin, who was walking on his emperor's road with much difficulty. He smiled coldly and said, "It is really difficult for him to walk. You want him to advance to martial emperor, right? Let me tell you this, it is impossible. Today I will make you watch him burn to death on his emperor's road. I will plant a heart demon in you. I will break the luck of your dragon's gate." Xiao Chen raged in his heart. He shouted coldly, "How dare you? Even if it is as you said that I am responsible for Nguyen Muyun's death, you can just come at me, Xiao Chen. Don't even think of harming the innocent. Don't touch my bottom line." "Tianyu," she said indifferently, "I'm afraid that we will really touch it this time." Xiao Chen said casually. Then that seventh heaven sovereign martial emperor's figure flashed as he charged at Lan Chaofeng. The 12 keepers spread out in a straight line, wanting to surround Xiao Chen and hold him back. Tianyu she led Xiao Hoju and Feng Wuji into the sky, flying towards the emperor's road. Everything happened in an instant. Emperor Forsaken had calculated the strength of the dragon's gate. For the sake of suppressing Xiao Chen's side, he did not even hesitate to send a sovereign martial emperor. However, just at this moment something strange happened. An intense explosion rang out in the sky. Tianyu Shi and the others turned their heads to look and saw their warship shattering into golden dust. Then it turned into an extremely gorgeous light scattering in all directions. Sonic booms rang out as an arrow flew over. It carried a might that could destroy the world. It left a long black mark in space, destroying all life force. Everything above that black mark was blasted into nothingness by the power of the arrow. Retreat. Horror flashed in the eyes of the deity race sovereign martial emperor, locked on by the arrow as he quickly retreated. The expressions of Tianyu Shi and the others changed drastically. They frantically retreated, their footsteps hurried and flustered. Although Tianyu Shi and the others did their best to scatter, the shock waves still struck them. The perfect formation immediately fell apart. The shock waves from the explosion of the arrow knocked them all into the air. When the deity race sovereign martial emperors landed, they stumbled back another 100 meters. Blood leaked out of a corner of their lips and their complexions paled. Just the shock waves alone reduced this group of outstanding talents, who had just returned from experiential training in the astral battlefield, to such a miserable state. If they had been struck head-on, the result would have been easy to imagine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tearing sounds rang out incessantly as hundreds and thousands of arrows flew over from the sky. Although the might of this arrow was much weaker than the earlier one, it was faster and covered a wider area. One person and one bow forced this group of outstanding talents into a sorry state, forcing them to retreat. The deity race 7th Heaven Emperor Wu frowned and fixed his gaze on the person holding the bow. Then his figure flashed, wanting to charge over. Emperor Wu was very clear that this person was an outstanding archer. Given sufficient distance, she could suppress the group of people below. Right now, the more problematic thing was that she already held the initiative, grasping the rhythm. Only by getting close and disrupting her rhythm could Emperor Wu regain the initiative. "Your opponent is me." Lan Chaofeng moved like a shadow, suddenly appearing on the left of this deity race sovereign martial emperor. He smiled faintly and stabbed the dagger in his hand. The dagger was fast, accurate and ruthless. It pierced through in an instant, startling that deity race sovereign martial emperor, who broke out in a cold sweat. The two fought an intense battle in the air, preventing the deity race sovereign martial emperor from delaying the archer. Chapter 1322. Xiaoqin turned his head back and saw an exquisite figure leaping on an azure profound bird tens of kilometers away. That figure danced in the air as arrows flew out from his hands in a fluid and smooth manner. Ahead, Tianyushi and the others were forced to retreat step by step. Soon they retreated to the surface of the sea. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao, first senior sister is here." Seeing Xiaoqian smile, Shui Lingling, who was on the profound bird, nodded gently. Seeing Xiaoqin approach step by step, Tianyushi and the others could not do anything. The white tiger holy son, Xiao Hoju, gritted his teeth in anger. "Shui Lingling, don't give me a chance to get close." Xiao Hoju replied with an even faster, more ruthless arrow. Xiao Hoju stretched out a finger and shattered it. After that he quickly retreated. Rumble. Waves roared on the surface of the sea, and pillars of water shot up into the sky. The group was forced further and further away. By the time Shui Lingling landed beside Xiaoqin, they had already retreated several hundred kilometers. "First senior sister, why are you here?" Xiaoqin asked joyfully. If not for Shui Lingling, Xiaoqin would not know what to do. That guardian of the deity race knew the combined attack technique. Furthermore, she had been training in the starry heavens, nurturing her sharpness. If they really fought, Xiaoqin would not be afraid. However, he would be unable to avoid being delayed for some time. In this period of time, Tianyoshi, Xiahojue, and Xiaoqin would be able to do many things, such as spoiling Elder Qin's tribulation. The moment first senior sister arrived, the situation instantly reversed. Xiaoqin now held the initiative. Shui Lingling revealed a gentle smile. "Master called me over." He knew that Emperor Forsaken and the three holy masters would definitely make a move when Elder Qin underwent his tribulation. So, he got me to rush over with the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao. Xiaoqin asked doubtfully, "Doesn't this bao not have an artifact spirit?" Shui Lingling played with the bao in her hand with a smile and said happily, Master has finished forging it for me. Now it has 70 to 80% of the power of a transcendent divine weapon. However, I can only shoot 3 arrows out of the profound skill that comes with the divine bao, the shooting sun arrow." Xiaoqin smiled and said, "That's enough. The enemy's momentum is in chaos, and the initiative is in our hands." As the huge waves surged, Tianyoshi led the 12 keepers, Xiahojue, and Feng Wuji out of the waves and landed on the small island once more. However, this time his imposing manner was completely gone. He did not have the initiative and calmness from before, and his figure was slightly disheveled. Tianyushi, Xiaoju, and Feng Wuji were still fine, uninjured. However, the 12 watchers were in a miserable state, riddled with arrow wounds and covered in blood. When Shui Lingling saw Xiaoju, she showed a stern expression and scolded, "Xiaoju, is there anyone as shameless as you? Back then, during the king conferral ceremony, you forced my junior brother, Xiaoqin, several times. Now you are blaming Xiaoqin for it. Also Nguyen Muyun clearly died to save you. You are useless, so why are you blaming my junior brother?" Xiaoju said coldly, "There is no need for you to care about my matters. You won't be able to remain smug for long. The Haotian sect will suffer a calamity soon. Just wait and see." Shui Lingling glared at Xiaoqin and said, "You really think too highly of yourself. To think that you are so smug after becoming the deity race's lackey. Xiaoju, Feng Wuji, have you forgotten the days when we fought together in the profound domain against Diwuk?" Feng Wuji and Xiaoju were stunned at the same time. They had not expected Shui Lingling to bring up the past. Once upon a time, Shui Lingling and Juanxi, and the others were known as the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Feng Wuji and Juanxi were the sons of the 3 holy masters above the 7 giants. At that time they were aloof and aloof. When Feng Wuji and Xiaoju recalled the past, they were rendered speechless. Even Xiaoju was somewhat stunned. When Tianyushi saw the situation, he thought to himself, "Oh no. This woman is too incredible." Even Xiaoju is somewhat shaken by her words. Shui Lingling, that was then and this is now. Now the deity Dao union is already established. Furthermore, the divine son Diwuk comprehended the deity race's ancient canon. Soon he will rise to the heavens in one step. Only the deity Dao union is the trend. Tianyushi said calmly, "Even if you rely on the power of the divine Bao to force us back today, it will not change anything." Shui Lingling glanced at Tianyushi and smiled faintly. "Don't try to reason with me. I know that Diwuk is a man hiding and not daring to show himself. Letting a woman like you take the lead is the sign of a coward. Even if he rises to the heavens in one step, this will be a stain on his reputation. Furthermore, you are only SOSO. You said that I relied on the power of the divine weapon. If you are capable, get your man to give you one. However, he cannot give it to me. You can only be jealous and watch as I destroy your worship. You can't do anything about it." Xiao Chen's final sentence was filled with mockery. However, every word she said was the truth. Tianyushi's breathing turned ragged. He felt incredibly frustrated. His chest heaved up and down and he lost control of his emotions. "You." Shui Lingling did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. She snorted coldly and said, "You? What you? Am I wrong? If you are capable, then call Diwuk out now. If you are capable, get Diwuk to give you a weapon on the divine weapon ranking. If not, then scram." Relying on numbers to bully us, an elder undergoing his tribulation. What kind of capability is that? Xiao Hoju and Feng Wuji blushed slightly at Xiao Chen's words, feeling incredibly embarrassed. However, the 12 injured keepers could not stand their divine daughter being bullied like that. They stepped forward and soared into the air. "Don't be rude to the divine daughter." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "With me around, don't be rude to my senior sister." Stepping forward, Xiao Chen drew his saber from its scabbard. This was the first time he drew his saber on the island. The instant he drew his saber, he spread out his saber domain. In his sea of consciousness, 3 spots of dazzling saber energy as bright as the sun were instantly detonated by Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Immediately, the light on Xiao Chen's body became extremely intense, causing the surrounding 1 kilometer to lose color. When the light appeared once more, the already injured 12 watchers were sent flying, vomiting blood as they retreated one by one. Saber energy was one of Xiao Chen's 3 great trump cards. For the sake of instantly knocking back the 12 keepers and intimidating them, Xiao Chen had no choice but to use it in advance. The expressions of Tianyushi and the others changed. Suddenly they felt that being so close to Xiao Chen was somewhat dangerous, so they all moved back. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Then he looked at Tianyushi and said, "Senior Lan possesses a strength that even sovereign martial emperors fear. You will not fall so quickly. Tianyushi, you no longer have a chance. Go back." Shifting his gaze, Xiao Chen looked at Xiaoju and said softly, "Xiaoju, you were once aloof, known as an outstanding talent. Even if you stand on the deity race's side now, I ask you not to dirty the word outstanding talent and forget the glory of the past. Even if you think that Nguyen Muyun's death is related to me, I will accept it. If you have any problems, just come at me. Don't attack the people around me." As Xiaoju looked at the carefree Xiao Chen, who exuded the air of a king, he felt defeated for some reason. He said sullenly, "Let's go. Divine daughter, there is no need to use your trump card. The 3 holy masters thank you for your help this time." Feng Wuji and Xiaoju turned and left together. Before they left, they gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Tianyushi stared at Shui Lingling and said, "In the future, when the deity Dao Union sends its troops to the Haotian sect, let's see if you will behave like you did today." Today's matter would be unforgettable for Xiao Chen. She was the bona fide divine daughter. When had she ever been scolded by another woman? After the group of people went far away, Xiao Chen looked at Shui Lingling and smiled. "First senior sister, I discovered that you are somewhat different today. What do you mean by, if you are jealous, get your man to give you a transcendent divine weapon?" Shui Lingling's earlier aura vanished. She smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sorry about that. I was careless and took advantage of you." Xiao Chen felt embarrassed in his heart. Indeed, first senior sister is first senior sister. He still remembered how she chased a certain someone for several days and nights in the savage battlefield. After that, he completely lost his temper. The intense fluctuations in the sky stopped, and the deity race Emperor Wu left. Lan Xiaofeng put away his dagger and landed beside Xiao Chen. On the Emperor's road, before the halo of flowing water around Elder Qin shattered, he finally cleared the last step of the 1,000 steps. He cleared it? Shui Lingling exclaimed with joy. When Xiao Chen saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was as Lan Xiaofeng said. As long as he endured the external pressure, Elder Qin had a high chance of clearing his great tribulation of wind and fire. After all, Xiao Chen's great tribulation of wind and fire was just the most ordinary one. Elder Qin's accumulations were not bad either. Even so, by the time he reached the Emperor's door, Elder Qin was already so weak that he only had half a breath left. His aura wavered, looking like he would collapse at any moment. 1,000 steps. Each step was a hurdle, and each step was a tribulation. Along the way, Xiao Chen's heart ached at several of the scenes he saw, feeling moved. However, now that the bitterness was over, Xiao Chen got what he wanted, and his lifespan increased to 2,000 years. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Elder Qin's hand was about to touch the Emperor's door, flaming clouds suddenly filled the sky. Layers of blazing flames covered the sky and the sun. The unending flaming clouds were like waves, undulating. It was like a sea of fire reflected in the sky. Suspicion appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He felt that something was wrong. "Senior Lan, what is that?" Lan Chaofeng's expression changed drastically in extreme shock. "That's impossible. This is a fire dragon tribulation. It is extremely rare. Normally, only outstanding talents or Golden Emperor's Road occasionally appear." Right after Lan Chaofeng spoke, the flaming clouds quickly gathered together. Soon, the silhouette of a huge dragon appeared in the sky. It reared its head back and roared ferociously, causing the entire sky to tremble. Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. He could only rely on himself for his great tribulation of wind and fire. Others could not help him. Otherwise he would suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao and die. Such a result made the expression of Shui Lingling, who rushed over from afar, sink. She watched all this in disbelief. Far away on the sea, Xiao Hoju and the others who had already traveled far, were stunned when they saw the fire dragon appear. After a while, Xiao Hoju rejoiced. "It's a fire dragon tribulation. It looks like the heavens want to break the dragon's gate's luck." A fire dragon tribulation rarely appears on the Emperor's Road. Even when outstanding talents undergo their tribulations, it is very difficult to see one. To think that Elder Qin ran into one. Chapter 1323. Tianyu, she analyzed calmly, "It must be caused by the dragon's gate's luck being too strong. Elder Qin is already tied to the dragon's gate. The dragon's gate is like a huge true dragon. If Xiao Chen is the dragon's head, then Elder Qin is the dragon's claw. Or perhaps it is the other parts. This is a tribulation for the dragon's gate. If it were another outstanding talent undergoing a tribulation, perhaps it would be a good thing. However, since it is Elder Qin's turn, he will die for sure." That was right. If an outstanding talent survived the fire dragon tribulation and advanced to martial emperor, their emperor's body would possess the energy of a fire dragon, and their strength would multiply. However, Elder Qin was not an outstanding talent at all. He was just an ordinary blue-robed emperor. This fire dragon tribulation was not something he could endure. On the small island, Xiao Chen revealed an extremely dissatisfied expression. After working so hard for so long, in the end he still could not give Elder Qin hope. Heartache, guilt, and various other emotions filled Lan Chaofeng's heart, making him feel strangely angry. Lan Chaofeng shook his head and sighed softly, all sorts of feelings welling up in him. At the end of the Emperor's Road, Elder Qin, who had thought that the bitterness was over, smiled bitterly and revealed an expression of despair. The fire dragon formed by the cloud sea instantly took form. It opened its huge maw and roared ferociously. Then, it dived down as if it wanted to swallow up Elder Qin, who was holding the Emperor's door. Freeze. Just at this critical moment, the three-life mirror in the immortal spirit ring shone its light on that incredibly huge fire dragon. Time seemed to have stopped. The fire dragon's head, which had been descending at lightning speed, became incomparably slow. In this strange atmosphere, Elder Qin could not understand what was going on. However, after a while, he reacted and used the last bit of his strength to push the Emperor's door with much difficulty. The Emperor's Road had drained Xiao Chen's law energy long ago. He was mentally fatigued and his entire body felt weak. Originally, he only needed to raise his hand to push the Emperor's door. Now, it was incredibly difficult to do. It was not much faster than the descending fire dragon head, a heart-wrenching sight. Amid this strange scene, Elder Qin finally pushed open the Emperor's door just as the fire dragon head was about to swallow him up. Boom! Boundless multicolored light gushed out from the Emperor's door. The surging primordial energy formed a tricolored auspicious sign that covered the entire sea region, filling the sky. A golden light engulfed Elder Qin, and his body dissolved in the golden light. The moment the Emperor's door opened, the terrifying fire dragon immediately vanished, turning into fiery red flowers that scattered in all directions. Seeing Elder Qin's body dissolve in the golden light, Xiao Chen and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Qin's body was being reconstructed. He used the power of the heavenly Tao to forge the golden emperor body for Elder Qin. In midair, the three-life mirrors swayed and fell continuously. Xiao Chen strode forward and leaped into the air, grabbing hold of the swaying three lives mirror. In the mirror, Little Three smiled weakly and said, "Hee hee, I finally let this old man become a martial emperor." Elder Brother White Robes stopped frowning. I'm so tired. Little Three, I want to sleep." As Little Three spoke, her voice grew softer and softer. Finally, it vanished and the mirror turned black. This startled Xiao Chen and he paled. "Little Three, wake up. Wake up." Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, said, "Don't wake her up. Let her have a good sleep." This nagger really overestimated herself. To think that she changed the trajectory of time by herself. Xiaoqin asked in a fluster, "Ao Jiao, what's going on?" Ao Jiao explained, "The three-life mirror is a space-time immortal equipment in the first place. It is used to assist immortals in executing space-time magic skills. After all, even immortals have difficulty grasping the time Tao. With the three-life mirror, one can achieve twice the result with half the effort when executing the time Tao. You know now, right? She is a support-type immortal equipment, but she used this identity to change the trajectory of time by herself." Xiaoqin now understood. Simply put, little 3 was offside. She forcefully used strength that exceeded her own and suffered a backlash. "She will be fine, right?" Ao Jiao sighed and said, "She won't die, but she will suffer. If she messes around like this again, even a deity might not be able to save her." When Xiaoqin heard that, he relaxed slightly. Then he carefully put away the three-life mirror, not knowing what to say. This little 3 nagged a lot. However, at the crucial moment she could still be so understanding of the greater good. However, Xiaoqin still had some doubts. Making a move to stop the great tribulation of wind and fire would result in the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Both parties would suffer a tribulation. Why were little 3 and Elder Qin fine? "Xiaoqin, was that your secret treasure earlier that changed the trajectory of time?" Lan Qiaofeng asked with a grave expression. The time Tao was something that even primes could not comprehend. Xiaoqin felt somewhat put on the spot, not knowing what to say. When Lan Qiaofeng saw the situation, he said, "I understand. This matter is probably not easy to explain." "Thank you, Senior, for understanding." Lan Qiaofeng smiled and said, "What is there to understand?" This old man was just curious and asked casually. "Right now, I do not even understand the state of space. Being fortunate enough to see the state of time, it is hard for me to not lose my composure." Shui Lingling said, "Look, the reconstruction of Elder Qin's golden body is complete." Amid the auspicious signs filling the sky, the golden light suddenly shrank and gathered into a clump of light, continuously combining. Between the heavens and the earth, countless spiritual chi from all directions converged towards the glowing figure. Instantly, the place where the golden light gathered became the center of the world, covering up all the other lights. Xiaoqin smiled faintly, feeling happy for Elder Qin. He also anticipated such a day for himself. Xiaoqin watched as the auspicious signs filled the sky, dancing in the air. Amid the golden light, Elder Qin reconstructed his golden body. Xiao Hoju, who was wildly rejoicing earlier, revealed a horrified expression. Even now he could not understand this dramatic scene. The moment the fire dragon descended, the trajectory of time changed, forcibly stopped by the three-life mirror's item spirit. However, in reality time did not change. As a result, Xiao Hoju and the others who were 50 kilometers away, only saw a blurry scene. They only saw the fire dragon roaring as it arrived. Following that, the Emperor's door opened, and countless strands of primordial energy surged out. Then the fire dragon scattered. Tianyushi frowned and said, "This matter is somewhat strange. When we return we have to report it to Emperor Forsaken." Feng Wuji also felt suspicious. He said, "A sure-death situation was broken just like that. It is indeed strange. If Xiaoqin could use the same method to deal with his great tribulation of wind and fire, then we might only be able to watch as Xiaoqin advanced to martial emperor." Xiao Hoju shook his head and said, "That's impossible. There is absolutely no chance of using such an incredible heaven-defying method a second time. If Xiaoqin dared to do that, his great tribulation of wind and fire would definitely change, becoming even more horrifying." In reality it was as Feng Wuji said. What he said was not wrong. However, even if it could be used, it could not be used anymore. If the three-life mirror forcefully reversed time, it would not be able to endure it and collapse on its own. The losses outweighed the gains. In the future, if Xiaoqin comprehended the time Tao on his own, with the three-life mirror's assistance, he would be like a tiger with wings, like a god helping him. Whoosh! Sonic booms resounded, and the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang rushed over. With an angry expression he said, "Tianyu Shi, didn't you say that you would definitely stop Elder Qin from undergoing his tribulation? Why did you not do it? How dare you speak to the divine daughter like that?" The deity race martial emperor said with a cold expression as he stepped forward. His emperor's might containing a divine nature spread out, putting heavy pressure on Ao Lang. Ao Lang could not help feeling startled. This deity race martial emperor before him probably relied on himself to climb to martial emperor and not the power of faith. There were two types of Emperor Wu in the deity race. One relied on the power of faith to advance to martial emperor, with their own strength as a supplement. This type was the most numerous. The deity race claimed to have 3,000 deities. 80 to 90% of them were this type. The other type was scarier. They relied on their own strength to advance to martial emperor, with the power of faith as a supplement. They were relatively few in number. However, they were the mainstays of the deity race and were extremely strong. Sorry I was somewhat rude. Divine Daughter, please forgive me. Ao Lang felt dissatisfied, but he still lowered his head and apologized. This woman before him could be considered the most respected woman in the entire Kunlun realm. Even if she was not as strong as him, he could not offend her casually. Tianyushi was in a bad mood because of Shui Lingling. Now that he was angry, he did not give Ao Lang any face. He snorted coldly and said, "Do I need to account to you? What qualifications do you have to question me?" Ao Lang, from the start to the end, I never agreed to stop Elder Qin from undergoing his tribulation. When Xiao Hoju saw the situation, he tried to smooth things over. He said, "Senior Ao, this is a long story. I will explain it to you later. I was the one who told the Divine Daughter to give up. She has a divine talisman that Emperor Forsaken refined, which can instantly kill a minor heavenly Emperor Wu, but she did not use it." When Ao Lang saw the situation, he asked in shock, "Why?" Feng Wuji smiled and said, "Senior Ao, it is probably not limited to how strong Xiaoqin is now. If we really used it, none of us would be able to leave. Some of us would definitely fall here." The deity race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor said coldly, "Ao Lang, I guessed right. You should have some trump cards. If you rely on your trump cards, it is impossible to wash away the humiliation of that day. Your only choice is to submit to my deity Dao Union. Don't have any other thoughts." Ao Lang nodded and said, "Yes. Yes. Yes." Before a huge faction like the deity Dao Union, Ao Lang was like an ant. Even if he was not satisfied, he could only pretend to be a grandson for now. Tianyu, she continued, "Half a month from now, a deity palace will be established in the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. At that time, we will erect a deity statue for Senior Ao. Senior Ao's strength will definitely soar again." The moment Xiaoqin said that, Ao Lang immediately rejoiced in his heart. The deity race's power of faith was a famous weapon in the Kunlun realm. If Ao Lang could construct a deity statue for Ao Lang, he would not have to risk his life to undergo his tribulation and would be able to raise his strength by 20%. However, Ao Lang was astute. After thinking about it, he concluded that there would not be such a good deal. Tianyushi would definitely make a request. Indeed, Tianyushi said, "However, before that, I hope Senior Ao can lead the way and convince the other 3 Dragon Kings to join my deity Dao Union." Ao Lang quickly weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Then he smiled and said, "That's not a problem. With me asking, the other 3 elder brothers will definitely not reject." When Tianyushi and the other 2 heard that, they revealed smiles on their faces. Although they did not succeed in stopping Elder Qin from advancing to Martial Emperor and disrupting the Dragon's Gate's luck in the heavenly starry ocean, they managed to open a path for the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas. However, this opened up the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas, allowing the deity Dao Union to successfully expand its influence into the heavenly starry ocean. Chapter 1324. However, those immortal holy lands would be harder to deal with. Tianyushi thought to himself, of these immortal holy lands, the Lunar Palace holds the highest prestige. To a large extent, they will be influenced by the Lunar Palace. Perhaps I should make some time to meet that famous holy daughter of the heavenly starry ocean, Yu Bingyun. As long as I can convince her, the other immortal holy lands will give in easily. When the deity Dao Union takes shape, overwhelming luck will descend. In terms of luck, the divine Sun Di Wuk would be qualified to rival Xiaoqin. On the small island, Elder Qin, who had finished reconstructing his golden body, drifted down, radiating light from his entire body. His initial air of being past his prime was swept away. Instead, he became full of vigor, like he had obtained new life. "Many thanks. Many thanks. Many thanks." When Elder Qin landed, he first thanked Lan Chaofeng and Shui Lingling. Then he faced Xiaoqin and bowed 3 times. "This Qin really does not know how to thank you. Little friend Xiaoqin, you have done too much for me." Xiaoqin smiled and said, "Old Qin, there is no need to be so polite. Now you are a member of the Dragon's Gate. Furthermore, I, Xiaoqin, owe you a great debt of gratitude in the past. This is what I should do." "Oh, by the way, what happened at the very last moment?" "I accidentally pushed open the Emperor's door," Elder Qin asked, feeling somewhat confused. Lan Chaofeng smiled mysteriously and did not explain. Old Qin, feel for yourself and see if there is fire dragon energy in your body. Elder Qin closed his eyes and tried to sense it. When he opened his eyes again, there was a fire dragon swimming in each of his eyes. The fire dragons coiled in his eyes and turned into a blazing flame. Elder Qin shouted and raised his hand, throwing a palm strike at the distant sea. Flaming clouds immediately filled that part of the sky, forming a fire dragon radiating an overwhelming heaven dragon might as it swooped down. Z. As the mist surged, a huge pit appeared in the vast sea. After a while it formed a whirlpool and kicked up a huge wave. This, Elder Qin said with some incredulity as he entered a daze. Lan Chaofeng laughed loudly and said, if one survives a great calamity, there will definitely be consequences. Elder Qin, you were supposed to be an ordinary Emperor Wu, but after going through the fire dragon tribulation, you have the power of the fire dragon. In just a month, I'm afraid you will be comparable to an ordinary third heaven Emperor Wu. Congratulations. Xiao Qin and Shui Lingling said with a smile. Elder Qin was overjoyed and his face was full of smiles. Anyone who received such a pleasant surprise would find it hard to restrain themselves. Lan Chaofeng sighed, even old Qin has such strength when undergoing his tribulation. In the future, when those juniors of the Dragon's Gate succeed in their tribulation, the glory of the Dragon's Gate will be just around the corner. Congratulations, Brother Qin, on becoming a martial emperor. In the sky many figures floated over. They were the other Emperor Wu who had been driven away by Xiao Qin. They congratulated him. At this time Xiao Qin naturally wouldn't chase them away. You're too polite, too polite. Elder Qin guffawed and performed cupped fist salutes in return. His face filled with smiles, looking very pleased. Now that he had ascended to the heavens in one step, he was also an Emperor Wu with a lifespan of 2,000 years and the power of the fire dragon. How could he not be happy? More people gathered. Some of the martial sages in Heaven Dragon City also rushed over. After they offered their congratulations, they fought to be the first to snatch the auspicious signs in the sky. The extraordinarily bustling scene added a joyous atmosphere to Elder Qin's ascension to martial emperor. This Elder Qin is really lucky. Although there are many people who advance to martial emperor now, most of them die with hatred in their hearts. It was not easy. Earlier I saw the deity race's warship flying over. Unexpectedly, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin managed to withstand the pressure, not letting the other party succeed. The Blue Dragon King is truly incredible. If I had such a sect master, able to protect me, I might have been able to advance to martial emperor back then. He is not just incredible. Even the Holy Lord could not be such a righteous person. All sorts of discussions rang out. Xiao Qin revealed a smile on his delicate face. Then, he quietly withdrew to an inconspicuous corner. He did not try to steal Elder Qin's limelight. Right now, this was the proudest moment of Elder Qin's life, allowing him to receive the many envious or jealous gazes. One should enjoy life to the fullest. There was no need to hold back, just laugh. On a protruding hill on the small island, Xiao Qin smiled as he watched Elder Qin greet the many people who came to congratulate him. Figures flickered in the sky. The cultivators who managed to snatch the auspicious signs rejoiced. Auspicious signs not only represented a good omen but could also directly increase a cultivator's cultivation. Once one advanced to martial emperor, it would be very lively. Xiao Qin took out the 1,000-year flame that Emo Qin brewed. Then he swirled the purple crystal cup and took a sip, letting the fiery wine flow freely in his chest. The bustling scene before him made it hard for Xiao Qin not to think of himself. In the future, could he be as lucky as Elder Qin, successfully walking the Emperor's road to completion? If Xiao Qin ran into a similar fire dragon tribulation, while Elder Qin could get Little 3 to help, he definitely could not. He could only face it head-on. By watching Elder Qin undergo his tribulation, Xiao Qin gained a lot from his great tribulation of wind and fire. Naturally, the most direct gain was a direct understanding of the great tribulation of wind and fire. He knew what the Emperor's Road, the Emperor's Door, and the great tribulation of wind and fire were like. Although Elder Qin's great tribulation of wind and fire could not compare to Xiao Qin's, it could not be avoided as a reference. Ah! Elder Qin succeeded in his tribulation. Why are you drinking alone instead? At some point, Emo Qin had arrived. She gently drifted over and sat down beside Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin took out a wine cup and offered it to Emo Qin. He smiled and said, "It is true that I am drinking, but it is not boring. Don't you feel that drinking the 1,000-year flame at this moment is especially good?" Emo Qin looked at the extraordinarily bustling scene in front. After a while she smiled and said, Indeed. The state of the 1,000-year flame lies in the inextinguishable hot-bloodedness. The fire in the chest will not extinguish for 1,000 years. It is a kind of pursuit, a kind of perseverance, just like a cultivator's emperor's road. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, the person who brews wine knows more than I do. Although I know these principles, I do not know how to express them." After chatting for a while, Imochen said, "Let's not talk about this for now. I came to give you something. You will definitely like it." Imochen knew that Xiaoqin was not as happy as he appeared to be right now. He was happy that Elder Qin advanced to martial emperor, but it inevitably stirred up some worry in his heart. Imochen intended to use another topic to divert Xiaoqin's attention. However, how could Xiaoqin not understand what she was doing? He smiled, appearing very interested as he asked, "What is it?" "This?" Imochen took out an ancient Buddhist lamp. The shape of the lamp looked like a lotus flower, simple and unadorned. It contained a lingering Zen intent, looking very tasteful. Xiaoqin looked at it for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he recalled something. "This is a Buddhist lamp that can nurture a flame?" Under the veil, Imochen smiled faintly and nodded gently. "You made it?" You think too highly of me. How could I make it for you so quickly? Perhaps you are lucky. I got people to keep an eye out at the Blue Dragon auction house. Who knew I really found it?" Imochen smiled happily. Then she continued, "After the lamp oil is refined, you can nurture the heavenly snow divine flame. However, the Buddhist lamp's quality is not high enough, so it can only nurture the flame to rank 3. As Xiaoqin held the Buddhist lamp, he revealed joy on his face. Right now, the heavenly snow divine flame was too weak. As a primal chaos-level flame, it was somewhat unpresentable. However, once its quality increased, it would be completely different. Rank 3 was already sufficient. "Imochen, you are very considerate. Thank you." Imochen giggled and said, "Don't be happy too early. The 10,000-year-old frost water used to refine the lamp oil is not easy to find." Xiaoqin thought for a while. Then he took out a portion of the icy dew that he collected in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. Then he asked, "Will this do?" "This is derived from the heavenly snow divine flame slowly dissipating." Imochen took it and examined it. Then she said excitedly, "This is the top quality 10,000-year-old frost water. It will do. Give me 3 days and I will be able to help you refine the lamp oil for the Buddhist lamp." "No, we cannot waste time. I'll go and prepare it now." Imochen held the jade bottle containing the icy dew and rushed off, not even bothering to greet Xiaoqin. As Xiaoqin watched Imochen leave, he smiled faintly. Imochen was even more nervous than he was. The commotion slowly died down. Lan Xiaofeng and Elder Qin returned to the city to host a banquet to entertain the other cultivators. Due to some reasons, Xiaoqin rejected the invitation and did not go with them. After everyone left, the average-sized island immediately turned quiet. Xiaoqin looked up and discovered that his first senior sister had not gone over. The profound sun bird, which had already shrunk, perched on her shoulder as she slowly walked over to him. "What's wrong? You are not going as well?" Xiaoqin asked. Shui Lingling shook her head and smiled. "I'm going. Why wouldn't I go? I'm not like you who like peace and quiet. However, before I go, I have something to ask of you. Master instructed me to do." When Xiaoqin heard that, he put away his wine cup, feeling startled. As a prime big brothering rarely asked for help. However, now he got Shui Lingling to ask him for help. Perhaps some things were more serious than Xiaoqin imagined. "What is it? Just say it." "I will do my best to do what I can," Xiaoqin said seriously. The Haotian Prime was the first major character to step forward to support him. No matter how big the help was, Xiaoqin had to help. Shui Lingling organized her words before saying, "Originally, the Haotian sect and the 3 holy masters were in a stalemate. However, the 3 holy masters could no longer wait. Recently, they joined the deity Dao Union that Emperor Forsaken heads. The Haotian sect's situation immediately turned dangerous." Deity Dao Union? Xiaoqin had never heard of this organization before. He had only heard a little about it from Tianyushi today, but he did not understand much about it. After Shui Lingling explained it to him, Xiaoqin's expression changed. The might of this deity Dao Union was truly unimaginable. "Master wants you to find some reinforcements in the oceanic world. If the deity Dao Union attacks the Haotian sect in the future, you can send reinforcements," Shui Lingling said as succinctly as she could. Xiaoqin nodded and said, "I will not shirk from this. I will depart in 3 days. However, I do not know how many people I can get to agree to help. I will do my best." The Haotian sect and Xiaoqin were bound together. If the three holy masters took full control of Bushin Palace, Xiaochen would definitely not be able to survive. Even if the Haotian sect did not make this request, now that Xiaochen knew about it, he would have to do something. He could not just sit and wait for death. Shui Lingling smiled and said, "Don't worry. Master said that as long as you are willing to make a personal appearance, you will definitely gain something. A great calamity is approaching. Only you have hope. Others can see this hope as well." Chapter 1325. The Arduous Emperor's Road, the deity Dao Yunyan's relentless pressure, and the demonic calamity sweeping up the entire Kunlun realm. Under the heavy pressure, the word hope was somewhat heavy for Xiaochen. Xiaochen could give hope to Elder Qin and the Kunlun realm. However, who could give hope to him? 3 days later, Emo Qin successfully refined the special lamp oil. After filling the Buddhist lamp, she handed it to Xiaochen. "All right, take out the heavenly snow divine flame and place it on this Buddhist lamp." With a thought, Xiaochen opened his mouth and spat out the heavenly snow divine flame from his heart of an emperor. The dim heavenly snow divine flame seed looked like a patch of white snow, giving off a gentle beauty. This made it easy to overlook the ferocious nature of a primal chaos-level flame. Xiaochen found it somewhat strange that the Adumbra flower seed in the flame had taken root in his heart of an emperor and did not fly out with the flame seed. However, this was not the time to be concerned about this. After the heavenly snow divine flame landed on the Buddhist lamp, it immediately lit up. Buddhist chanting rang out in the surroundings, filled with Zen intent. Emo Qin was intoxicated by this. Flames go from weak to strong, divided into 9 ranks. Right now, the heavenly snow divine flame does not qualify. Although the Buddhist lamp nourishes it, it will take about half a year to advance to rank 1. With the support of an esteemed monk, it should be much faster. Xiaochen thought for a while before taking out the Saraira of the Mahasvara Buddha and letting it hover over the lamp flame. Immediately, rings of Buddhist light appeared, and the Buddhist chanting became even more profound. There was a vague image of a Buddha in the center of the Buddhist light, supporting the lamp flame. That was the remnant wish energy of the Mahasvara Buddha. "Big brother Xiaochen, you really have a lot of fortuitous encounters. This is a Buddhist Saraira. It is much stronger than the support of an esteemed monk," Emo Qin said somewhat excitedly. Xiaochen smiled faintly and opened his right hand. The Buddhist lamp slowly sank into it along with the heavenly snow divine flame. Xiaochen had refined a beautiful mountain and river painting in his right hand. The painting was damaged and had not been repaired. Now it was perfect for this Buddhist lamp. "I'm leaving. I'll be back in half a month or 3 months at most," Xiaochen said softly after placing the Buddhist lamp. The deity Dao Yunyan pressed on. He needed to leave to fight for hope for the Haotian sect, for the Kunlun realm, and for himself. What was there to hope for? He couldn't ask for it. Only fight with others, fight with oneself, fight with the heavens. After leaving Heavenly Star Island, Xiaochen did not choose the Black Sea as his first stop. He also did not go to the even further Human Demon Sea. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea and the Human Demon Sea's Dugu Kuang should be easy to convince. Xiaochen had already spoken to the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, so he knew that it would not be a big problem. This was especially so for the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. They were easier to convince. However, the deity Dao Yunyan was very strong. Just these reinforcements alone could not truly block them. Xiaochen was going to search for new allies. He set his sights on the heavenly starry ocean, and his first stop was the Myriad Fiend Island. The Myriad Fiend Island was the fiend race that ruled the oceanic world, with the Myriad Law Fiend Master as their leader. Compared to the fiend race of the Kunlun continent, the Myriad Fiend Island did not have much of a connection. The Myriad Fiend Island was very strong. This was especially so for the Myriad Law Fiend Master, who was a prime. No one dared to offend him. The difficulty of convincing the Myriad Fiend Island went without saying. However, opportunities and hope had to be fought for. If one did not fight for it, there would be no chance at all. If one fought for it, there would always be a chance. 3 days later, Xiaochen arrived at the sea region where the Myriad Fiend Island was, a vast sea region filled with life. Back when little Yellow Feather was born, Xiaochen had barged in by mistake and even fought with a fiend race archer. He knew that the entrance to this sea region looked calm and peaceful, with only a few islands here and there. In reality, it was heavily guarded. If one was not a member of the fiend race, they would be discovered immediately. Even if one was a member of the fiend race, it would be very difficult to sneak in if one did not have a clear background. Based on Xiaochen's experience today, there should be a large formation laid at the entrance to this sea region. The dotted islands looked irregular, but in reality, they were the nodes of the formation. There were at least 1,000 of these scattered islands, covering a radius of 5,000 kilometers. The defenses of the myriad fiend island's outer sea were clear. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, 3 figures flew over from an island in the distance. Sonic booms rang out, and the 3 figures landed before Xiao Chen in mere moments. A red-haired fiend in the middle looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Who are you?" "The Myriad Fiend Island is currently sealed off and does not welcome outsiders." After the Thunder King disappeared, the Kunlun realm fell into chaos. The heavenly starry ocean could not avoid it either. The Myriad Fiend Island was a remote place and had sealed off long ago. They did not want to take advantage of the chaos to plunder others or get involved in trouble. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled to himself. While this looked cautious, in reality it was just waiting for death. An unprecedented demonic calamity descended. No one in the Kunlun realm could avoid it. The Dragon's Gates. Xiao Chen seeks an audience with the Myriad Law Fiend Master. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute as he looked at the 3 fiend race cultivators in front. When the 3 fiend race cultivators heard Xiao Chen's name, they were all startled, feeling somewhat incredulous. The name of the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen had already spread far and wide. Very few people did not know of him. The red-haired fiend was rather calm. He asked, "What proof do you have?" "I don't remember the Blue Dragon King's hair being white." Xiao Chen removed the Blue Dragon King's insignia from his chest and tossed it over without saying anything. The red-haired fiend caught it and examined it cautiously. The ancient insignia had azure-colored dragon motifs carved on it. When the red-haired fiend touched it, he seemed to hear a dragon roar. "It's real," one of the fiend race cultivators at the side said. As they looked at Xiao Chen, their expressions immediately changed. Their initial doubts turned to awe. Although the Blue Dragon King was not considered a peak major character, he still had some deterrence. After returning the insignia, the red-haired fiend said, "The 2 of you bring the Blue Dragon King through the 1,000-star array. I will go back and report." The 2 fiends led Xiao Chen through the massive and complicated 1,000-star array. As Xiao Chen walked through it, he could feel a perception sweeping over him. There were even a few times when he felt a sense of danger. After passing through the 1,000-star array, the scene before Xiao Chen suddenly changed. An incredible island appeared before his eyes. The island was tens of thousands of meters tall, with many rings stacked on top of each other. As it stood on the surface of the sea, it looked like a majestic mountain rising from the ground. Xiao Chen was deeply shocked. He had never seen such a large and tall island before. Even the immortal statues he had seen before could not compare to this. Is this the Myriad Fiend Island? Why does it feel like calling it the Myriad Fiend Mountain is more appropriate? Aside from this island, there were no other islands in the sea region for tens of thousands of kilometers. It seemed like all the fiends in the sea region lived there. Who knew how prosperous this island was? "Brother Xiao Chen, how come you have the time to come to the Myriad Fiend Island?" A person dashed across the water in the distance. With every step, the surface of the sea rumbled, kicking up towering waves. That person laughed loudly as he approached. When this person got closer, Xiao Chen clearly saw that it was the heavenly spiritual body Di Xinhan, whom he had met at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. "You two can withdraw. I will entertain Brother Xiao Chen." Di Xinhan walked over quickly and waved his hand, dismissing the 2 fiend race guards. "Yes, young master." After the fiend race guards bowed, they left respectfully. After not seeing Di Xinhan for a few years, Di Xinhan's strength had increased significantly. However, he had not reached the level of a consummation blue-robed emperor and condensed the vague form of a heart of an emperor. However, Di Xinhan was only a small distance away. He had sufficient fortuitous encounters, and he could break through at any time. Di Xinhan had improved a lot. However, compared to the demonic geniuses of the Kunlun realm in the astral battlefield, he was still somewhat lacking. However, Di Xinhan had the heavenly spiritual body. In a real fight he might not be at a disadvantage. As Xiao Chen sized up Di Xinhan did the same. After a while, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I dozed off. When I opened my eyes, I discovered that I could not even see your back." Xiao Chen said calmly, "Brother Di, you are too humble. I obtained the method to condense the heart of an emperor by chance. In the future, when I advance to martial emperor, your accumulations are not bad either." Di Xinhan smiled gently and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Can you tell me what you are here for? When my uncles heard that you were here, they all came out. This is very rare. Can you tell me why in advance?" Xiao Chen felt excited. It looked like the upper echelon of the fiend race was still very well informed, even though they had sealed up their information. They had a clear understanding of the situation in the Kunlun realm. Perhaps this would make things easier. Xiao Qin had a deep impression of this fiend race outstanding talent, who was willing to fight him fairly in the past. After thinking for a while, he told Di Xinhan the truth. After hearing that, Di Xinhan stopped and looked at Xiao Qin in shock. Brother Xiao Qin, did I hear wrong? You are here to persuade my old ancestor? Xiao Qin asked, what's wrong? Is it very difficult? Di Xinhan smiled bitterly and replied, it is too difficult. This great-grandfather of mine has always been a man of his word. In my memory, no one has ever persuaded him before, not even in the past 1,000 years. When Xiao Qin heard that, he was flabbergasted. Then he smiled and said, I'll give it a try. A great calamity is coming. No one can avoid it. I believe that Senior Fiend King can see it clearly. Di Xinhan nodded and smiled. You are ambitious. However, the ones in charge of Myriad Fiend Island right now are my uncles. Great-grandfather has not appeared for a long time already. If you want to see the old ancestor, you will have to go through my uncles. Just this group of people is enough to give you a headache. Oh, right, if you did not mention it, I would not have noticed. 2 days ago, people from the deity race came. At that time, I was cultivating and did not pay much attention to this news. Now that you mentioned it, they must be here for the deity Dao Union. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. This was not good news. The deity Dao Union was already strong enough. To think that they had not given up on any faction worth roping in. The two chatted as they walked. Soon they arrived at Myriad Fiend Island. The bustle of the island surpassed Xiao Qin's expectations. This was his first time seeing so many fiend race cultivators. Some of them had not even taken human form yet, walking the streets in their true forms. Such a scene could only be seen on Myriad Fiend Island. The islands surrounded each other, stacking on top of each other as they rose. The higher they flew, the denser the spiritual energy became. With Di Xinhan leading the way, the journey was smooth. No one questioned them. After a few kilometers, they were already deep in the clouds. The buildings on the islands looked even more ethereal, indistinct like immortal palaces. Chapter 1326. As Xiao Qin entered, he completely forgot that this was an island. It was like a heavenly palace. The deeper he went, the more unfathomable he found it. That is Fiend King Peak. My uncles are all there. Di Xinhan pointed to a peak in the clouds and took the lead to fly over. The vast clouds undulated. Walking in them was like walking in the sea, an extremely peculiar sight. The peak had been shaved into a huge platform with a vast drill ground. Several fiend race experts were currently exchanging moves with each other. Several gazes landed on Xiao Qin, revealing curious expressions as they whispered to each other. That is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin. I heard that the 3 Vice Island Masters are gathered in the Fiend King Palace. What a grand show. Aside from some of the major characters of the Holy Lord, it seems like the 3 Vice Island Masters have never gathered together before. Could it be that Xiao Qin is now equal to the major characters? I wonder if he is truly capable to be as miraculous as the rumors say. That's true. The rumors are too miraculous. It feels surreal. Given the sharpness of Xiao Qin's spiritual sense, he could even hear these voices. However, his heart was already as calm as still water, not minding them at all. Behind the drill ground was a tall, majestic platform with huge stone steps. Xiao Qin and Di Xinhan walked up step by step. When Xiao Qin stood on the tall platform, he looked around and saw 3 unfathomable fiend race old men with auras as heavy as mountains. They sat cross-legged on stone pillars looking at him. When Xiao Qin met these gazes, he felt a slight prickling sensation on his skin. That was because the gazes were too sharp. This was especially so for one of the gazes, which seemed to be able to see through Xiao Qin, not leaving him any secrets. However, Xiao Qin was no ordinary person who could see through him. With just a slight resistance, he resolved the other party's gaze. Di Xinhan stepped forward and introduced, "This is my first uncle Di Feng. He is an 8th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor, no weaker than the 3 Holy Lords of the human race. These 2 are my second uncle and third uncle. Both of them have the strength of the 6th Celestial Layer Emperor Wu." Level 6 was a hurdle. If he could not overcome it, he would forever be a greater Celestial Emperor Wu. Once he crossed it, he would be crowned king. Xiao Qin cupped his hands and greeted them one by one. His gaze focused on Di Feng. Needless to say, Di Feng's position was definitely the highest among the 3 Vice Island Masters. Sit. Di Feng extended his hand toward a stone pillar, gesturing for Xiao Qin to sit down. With a light tap of his feet, Xiao Qin imitated the 3 Deputy Island Masters and sat cross-legged on it. Di Feng had a calm look in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, Among the immortal holy lands, the Myriad Fiend Island is the most desolate and boring. Since the Blue Dragon King has come from afar, there is no harm in telling us directly. We demons are not good at beating around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it. As this 8th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor spoke, the Emperor's might of this 8th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor spread out without a trace, spreading throughout the entire place. So. The gazes of the 3 Vice Island Masters all landed on Xiao Chen at the same time. The entire place instantly turned somewhat oppressive and heavy. When Di Xinhan saw this, he could not help breaking out in a cold sweat for Xiao Chen. The might of the 3 martial emperors seemed to be directed at him. This was especially so since Xiao Chen was sitting cross-legged. If he was not careful, he might embarrass himself and fall off. However, Di Xinhan could not say anything in this situation. If Xiao Chen could not even get past this hurdle, there was really no point in talking. The more important thing was that there were many elders of the Myriad Fiend Island hidden behind the 3 uncles, watching Xiao Chen. Speaking of which, Di Xinhan was the only one who was engrossed in cultivation and did not understand the situation outside. The upper echelon of the Myriad Fiend Island more or less knew why Xiao Chen was here. Everyone knew that the deity Dao Yunyan's momentum was flourishing. With the addition of the 3 holy masters, the Haotian sect was immediately pushed to a dead end. Xiao Chen and the Haotian sect were interdependent. There had to be a deeper meaning to him coming to the Myriad Fiend Island at such a sensitive time. When the Emperor's might surged over, the pressure on Xiao Chen multiplied. However, the Taiji Dao had already raised his mental state to the next level, comparable to that of a prime. The Taiji force field spread out in a small area. Xiao Chen gently waved his hand, and the pressure immediately scattered with the wind. Xiao Chen's small move startled the 3 Vice Island Masters. To think that he could so easily resolve the pressure of their auras. The Haotian sect is facing a great calamity. I would like to ask the Myriad Fiend Island to help us at the crucial moment, Xiao Chen said bluntly. Interesting. Your Haotian sect is facing a great calamity. What does that have to do with our Myriad Fiend Island? The gray-clad old man on Di Feng's left said with some mockery. The black-clad old man on Di Feng's right said in a similarly cold voice, Blue Dragon King, you are really direct. You dare to say anything. Why should the Myriad Fiend Island help you? Di Feng frowned and waved his hand to stop the two from speaking. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, Truth be told, the deity race's envoy just left and invited the Myriad Fiend Island to join the deity Dao Union. I did not agree or reject. I just want to ask, Blue Dragon King, what kind of conditions can you offer? When facing an immortal holy land like the Myriad Fiend Island, Tianyu Shi and the others would definitely not compare it to the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. The conditions that the deity race offered were very high. This made the other 2 Vice Island Masters view Xiao Chen with some enmity. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled. I cannot offer any conditions. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the other 2 Vice Island Masters immediately revealed expressions of disdain. The group of fiend race elders hidden in the shadows also burst into an uproar, feeling surprised. Even Di Xinhan felt somewhat startled. Could this brother Xiao Chen have come alone? When Di Feng heard these words, a trace of indescribable information flashed in his eyes. He quietly withdrew his emperor's might, and laughed heartily as he said, Interesting. As expected, heroes come from the young. In front of me, you actually dare to take advantage of me empty-handed. Xiao Chen, in the eyes of us old fellows from the start to the end, none of us truly believe that you are the Blue Dragon King. The other party was a true major character, an 8th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor, an existence comparable to the 3 Holy Masters. He was indeed qualified to say such words. Oh no. The 3 uncles are all angry. Di Xinhan thought to himself, oh no. Then he said, Uncle Feng, perhaps Xiao Chen has not thought things through yet. That's why. Di Feng waved his hand to stop Di Xinhan from speaking. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, Don't say anything. Let him speak. I just want to know who gave him the guts to be so frivolous before me, boasting shamelessly. Di Feng's gaze was piercing, and his words forced Xiao Chen into a dead end. The 2 Vice Island Masters at the left and right revealed cold expressions. At the same time they rejoiced in their hearts. This Xiao Chen did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. With one sentence he said that he could not offer any conditions, directly offending Big Brother. When Xiao Chen said those words, he did not care about his own strength at all. He did not know what that meant. Countless gazes on the tall platform, some in the open and some in the dark, looked at Xiao Chen at the same time. This caused the atmosphere to become extremely stifling. Everyone waited quietly for Xiao Chen to speak. If he did not answer well, Di Feng might directly throw him out of Myriad Fiend Island. This would cause Xiaoqin to lose all face. He knew the consequences of speaking carelessly before a major character. If Xiaoqin quickly apologized and negotiated properly, there might still be a chance. Di Xinhan felt very anxious. However, when he looked at Xiaoqin, he did not panic at all. He did not know what Di Feng was trying to do. Xiaoqin avoided Di Feng's gaze. His eyelids drooped as he muttered to himself. Without any confidence, he said softly, "I am only speaking the truth. I am indeed unable to come up with any conditions. I do not have any intention of disrespecting Senior. My Dragon's Gate has just been established. No matter how much I offer, I cannot compete with the deity race. I will always be suppressed." The two Vice Island masters on the left and right snorted coldly and said, "At least you know your limits. Since you know that, then scram quickly. Myriad Fiend Island will not help the Haotian sect avoid this calamity." Ignoring the mockery of these two, Xiaoqin continued, "Since that is the case, then why am I here to offer any conditions? The deity race offered such a great condition, but Senior Di Feng did not agree. Isn't that because he was waiting for me?" Right after Xiaoqin spoke, he raised his eyelids slightly. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and he unleashed his aura without holding anything back. Xiaoqin's head of white hair moved without any wind. As his hair fluttered, it seemed like the hum of countless sabers could be heard. This was the aura that could be casually displayed when one's saber Dao reached an extremely high level. The moment Xiaoqin said that, the entire place fell silent. The two Vice Island masters who mocked him were so shocked by Xiaoqin's words that they could not close their mouths. How could Xiaoqin be so confident, daring to show off his sharpness before a sovereign martial emperor? Could it be that Di Feng was really waiting for him? "Xiaoqin, now that the Thunder King is not here, do you really think that you are the Blue Dragon King? Big brother, just chase him away. To think that you dare to be so unbridled in Myriad Fiend Island. Xiaoqin, you must be tired of living." The two Vice Island masters at the left and right showed furious expressions, revealing murderous intent on their faces. Xiaoqin's confidence and arrogance thoroughly angered them. Furthermore, the two vaguely felt that something was wrong. Di Feng, the one with the greatest authority, looked incredibly furious and pressuring. However, in reality it was just as Xiaoqin said. These two Vice Island masters had received many benefits from the deity race in private. Furthermore, they had obtained great promises. They simply could not allow anything unexpected to happen. Left without a choice, the two Vice Island masters could only turn hostile and stand up. Compared to the rage of the two Vice Island masters, the person in question, Di Feng, appeared strange and unfathomable. He was strangely calm with a smile on his face. Ignoring the two enraged Vice Island masters, Xiaoqin gently pushed off the ground and landed. Then he took a step forward and arrived in the middle. Xiaoqin looked straight at Di Feng and enunciated every word clearly. "Senior Di, please tell the two Vice Island masters and the many Fiend race seniors present if I was wrong." Whoosh. Immediately, everyone's gaze focused on Di Feng, this eighth heaven sovereign martial emperor. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone held their breath, anxiously waiting to hear Di Feng's decision. At this moment, Di Xinhan felt admiration in his heart. This brother Xiaoqin is truly courageous. His bearing is extraordinary. Even before Uncle Feng, he can maintain such a demeanor, showing off his sharpness. After all, an eighth heaven sovereign martial emperor was a major character through and through. After holding a high position and accumulating power over a long period of time, one's aura would be so strong that it could subconsciously make others feel inferior and passive. Before everyone's eyes, Di Feng smiled gently and said, "That's right. I, Di Feng, have been waiting for you. Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin. Indeed, you have not disappointed me, Di Feng." Chapter 1327. What? The expressions of the two Vice Island masters on the left and right changed drastically in disbelief. The hidden Fiend race upper echelon was similarly startled. To think that what Xiaoqin said was actually true. However, Xiaoqin wanted the Myriad Fiend Island to side with him without stating any conditions. That would be too much of a loss. Not only would they not be able to gain any advantage, but they would also have to face a huge faction like the Deity Dao Union. The gray-clad old man on the right said sullenly, "Big brother, did you say it wrong or did I hear wrong? That was not what you said when the deity race's envoy came." The third-ranking black-robed old man also said anxiously, "Big brother, have you really thought this through? The deity race agreed to help us forge deity statues. Furthermore, they even told us the method to cultivate the power of faith in its entirety. This is a great benefit." Dong, dong. Footsteps resounded. The many Fiend race powerhouses hiding in the dark all walked out with cold expressions. As they looked at Di Feng, they all showed confused expressions. Without a doubt, these fiend race upper echelon all had the cultivation of Emperor Wu. There were more than 10 of them. They were all minor heavenly Emperor Wu, ranging from first heaven to third heaven. There was 1 8th heaven sovereign martial emperor, 2 6th heaven greater heavenly Emperor Wu, and 10 odd minor heavenly Emperor Wu. Xiaoqin now had a clear understanding of the myriad fiend island's strength. With the addition of a prime, the myriad fiend island strength could be considered at the peak of the immortal Holy Lands. Island Master D, you cannot push our myriad fiend island into a pit of fire. We want to meet the old ancestor and ask him to make a decision. That's right. We want to meet the old ancestor and let him make a decision. Let the Fiend King make the decision for us. We absolutely cannot stand on the wrong side. The group of fiend race upper echelon all voiced their dissatisfaction, wanting Di Feng to make a new decision. Di Feng remained unmoved. He said calmly, "Go ahead and meet him. Not to mention that the old ancestor will not meet you. Even if he does, it will be useless. My intentions are the old ancestor's intentions. The old ancestor personally instructed me to test Xiaoqin. If I am satisfied, I can make a decision." I don't believe it. I don't believe that the ancestor would make such a decision. The other 2 Vice Island Masters shouted in shock. Di Feng's expression sank. "Impudent. All of you shut up." Boom. A powerful king's might spread out, causing the crowd to fall silent. Di Feng obviously had a high prestige on the Demon Island. No one dared to express their dissatisfaction when he got angry. I'll say it again. This is the ancestor's will. After pausing for a moment, Di Feng looked at Xiaoqin and said, "However, just because I'm satisfied doesn't mean that I've agreed to it. I haven't made my decision yet. Xiaoqin, do you understand what I mean?" Xiaoqin replied softly, "Naturally I understand. Senior wants me to prove that I have the possibility of advancing to Martial Emperor. If there is no such possibility, even if Senior appreciates me, you will not let the Demon Island jump into the fire pit." Di Feng burst into loud laughter. "It's really easy to talk to smart people. If you were a little older, we could have become bosom friends." After saying that, Di Feng shifted his gaze and looked at the group of fiend race elders behind him. Then he pointed at them and said, "Didn't you all express your dissatisfaction earlier? I'll give you a chance. Whoever is dissatisfied can personally chase this Blue Dragon King out." The moment Di Feng said that, the group of fiend race elders immediately started whispering to each other. The Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin was very famous. Furthermore, he had killed Emperor Wu in front of everyone. His strength was extraordinary. Naturally, chasing Xiaoqin out was something to be proud of. However, if they failed and ended up getting beaten up instead, they would lose all their face. The fiend race dilly-dallied, but no one stepped forward. Such a scene did not surprise Di Feng. He shook his head slightly and remained silent. "How about we attack together?" Just as the many fiend race elders whispered to each other, no one daring to take the lead, Xiaoqin suddenly said something shocking. Di Xinhan was startled when he heard that. His jaw nearly fell off. Is brother Xiaoqin crazy? That is more than 10 Emperor Wus. Many of them are third heaven martial emperors. This Xiaoqin is going a little overboard. Even the usually calm Di Feng was somewhat shocked. Xiaoqin's words had indeed exceeded his expectations. "Blue Dragon King, don't look down on us. Do you really think that there is no one capable in the fiend race?" A tall and sturdy fiend race male stepped forward. His figure flashed and he directly punched at Xiaoqin. Clearly Xiaoqin's words were too arrogant. This person was somewhat angered and could no longer endure it. Xiaoqin looked around and determined this man's strength. He was a third heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. However, he was not at the peak of a minor heavenly Emperor Wu. Xiaoqin could deal with him easily. The burly man punched out, and the entire space on the high platform trembled slightly. A strong wind howled and the waves surged deafeningly. This was one of the consummate techniques of the Myriad Fiend Island, the Divine Wind and Wave Fist. One needed to cultivate 2 wills in order to cultivate this consummate technique to the peak, reaching the might of a medial grade profound martial technique. Elder Han is making a move. Elder Han's Divine Wind and Wave Fist has already been cultivated to the peak. Few third heaven Emperor Wus would dare to clash head-on with him. With him making a move, even if he cannot defeat Xiaoqin, he can at least let him know how powerful he is and not dare to boast again. The 2 Vice Island Masters also nodded to themselves. With Han Lei making a move, even if Xiaoqin lost, he could stop Xiaoqin's rising momentum. The air of a king coming from Xiaoqin made the 2 feel some fear. They could not allow Xiaoqin's momentum to continue rising. They had to suppress him. Strong winds blew and waves surged. The man flew over with a flourishing aura. It was like he stood at the peak of the wind and waves, looking down at Xiaoqin from above. Xiaoqin did not move at all. Even though this fiend race Emperor Wu was already 10 steps away from him, he still did not move. Just as the man's fist, which contained both the will of strong wind and the will of waves, was about to land on Xiaoqin moved. Within the strong wind and waves, Xiaoqin seemed like he had turned into a fish. He gently swung his tail and dodged the punch in an inconceivable manner. To many people, Elder Han's punch had clearly landed on Xiaoqin. However, Xiaoqin managed to dodge it. This scene was exactly the same as when Xiaoqin caught the immortal fish in Frostwater Lake. He clearly felt like he caught it, but he caught nothing. Oh no. The punch with the flourishing aura struck empty air, startling Elder Han. Then he soared into the air and retreated frantically. However, as Xiaoqin dodged, he had already made a move. Xiaoqin judged Elder Han's retreating trajectory and grabbed Elder Han's wrist. It was like Elder Han had delivered himself to Xiaoqin. It was incredibly strange. Boom. Elder Han roared ferociously and punched with his left hand. He drove all the primordial energy in his body, and this punch was fast and urgent, displaying Elder Han's excellent reflexes. Xiaoqin smiled faintly, and his primordial energy split into two, one yin and one yang, forming a simplified Taiji force field within 10 meters. Due to the Taiji force field, Elder Han's fast and urgent punch met with heavy resistance. Xiaoqin was clearly right in front of Elder Han. He could strike Xiaoqin's face in an instant. However, he could not do so. Instead, Xiaoqin used the force to fight back. He grabbed Elder Han's wrist and swung it gently. Elder Han's body, which was in the air, spun around. Xiaoqin's raised arm moved smoothly like flowing water. It looked neither fast nor slow as he used the back of his hand to strike Elder Han's left chest. The two primordial energy under Xiaoqin's feet, one bright and one dark, chased each other, forming a Taiji circle. This made Xiaoqin look agile and graceful. Elder Han vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew back 100 meters and landed heavily on the ground. Elder Han could not understand what was going on at all. He charged over with a ferocious aura, but Xiaoqin casually tossed him away like he was a toy. He didn't suffer any serious injuries, but his face was completely lost. When everyone looked up, they were shocked. Xiaoqin sent a third heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu, flying with one move with one hand. Xiaoqin withdrew his hand and stood upright. Then he looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, do you still think that I spoke impudently? In my life, I have never overestimated myself, biting off more than I can chew. However, I will not underestimate myself or undervalue myself. Senior D, please speak up and give Xiaoqin a chance to prove himself, to prove that he is not an arrogant person who speaks nonsense. Prove himself and give Myriad Fiend Island hope. Prove that Senior D did not misjudge me." Seeking a fight. Xiaoqin took the initiative to seek a fight. His fighting spirit blazed like fire, giving off a faint light that no one dared to look at directly. That was the pride and confidence in Xiaoqin's heart. In this life he would never overestimate himself or underestimate himself. Di Feng's gaze revealed a trace of contemplation. With his eyesight he could naturally tell that Di Feng was in deep thought. Naturally he could tell that Xiaoqin's earlier performance had not used much strength. Instead, it was more of a technique. Borrowing force to fight force, using little effort to push back a lot of force, was not rare in the martial epoch. Di Feng knew this himself, and he was even an expert in this field. However, he had never seen it before. Borrowing force to fight force was able to be as calm and unruffled as Xiaoqin, graceful, quiet, and peaceful. Di Feng was different from the others. He thought more deeply. This technique of Xiaoqin's should be a unique Dao. It was far from as simple as borrowing force to fight force. The entire place turned solemn. No one dared to underestimate Xiaoqin anymore. Even the two Vice Island masters at the left and right could not say anything due to Xiaoqin's aura. Fighting 10 Emperor Wu alone. If Xiaoqin truly possessed such strength, what else could they not be convinced of? Di Feng did not say anything. He looked at the two Vice Island masters at the left and right. If the Blue Dragon King can fight 10 of my fiend race elders alone and remain undefeated, I will be convinced and will not say anything more. Right, as long as the Blue Dragon King remains undefeated, I will have no objections. No matter where they were, the strong would receive the respect that they deserved. Clearly, Xiaoqin had already used his actions to prove his strength, obtaining the respect of the two Vice Island masters. In the two's opinion, as long as Xiaoqin remained undefeated, he was qualified to convince them. The reason was none other than the fact that even though the two of them were 6th Heaven Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu, they found it somewhat taxing to face 10 minor heavenly Emperor Wu. However, Xiaoqin was not even a martial emperor, yet he had the guts to fight 1 against 10. Anyone would be convinced. Island Master D, please give us a chance. We are willing to fight the Blue Dragon King. 10 fiend race elders stepped forward and knelt on one knee, speaking in unison to Di Feng. Chapter 1328. Di Xinhan showed a slightly stunned expression. He had never seen such a scene in his life. He had never seen a person who could convince the proud fiend race elders to be willing to work together to fight the same person. As cultivators, they all had their pride. This was especially so for Emperor Wu, who was extremely proud. For a junior who had not advanced to martial emperor to say that he wanted to fight 1 against 10, this was a form of contempt, a kind of mockery. Under normal circumstances, no one would care about such a thing, feeling that they were lowering their status. The pride in their hearts would not allow them to do so either. However, today on this Fiend King platform, Xiaoqin did it. He used his strength to prove that he was qualified to fight 1 against 10. This was not contempt or mockery. This was a fair battle between cultivators. Di Feng remained silent. Xiaoqin's aura flourished in the front, wanting to challenge him. The 10 elders behind him stepped forward and did the same. Island Lord D, please agree to our request. We are willing to fight the Blue Dragon King. The 10 fiend race elders who were kneeling on one knee spoke again. The fighting spirit in their hearts blazed like fire, soaring to the clouds. For no particular reason, it was for the honor of the fiend race. If the Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin wanted to prove himself, so did they. Very well. Since you want to fight, then let's fight it out in full swing. I, Di Feng, will personally beat the war drum for you. Di Feng stretched out his hand and smacked the empty space where Xiaoqin was standing. Boom. The terrain of the platform immediately changed. The empty space under Xiaoqin soared into the air. 4 palaces flew over from the clouds at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. They merged with the tall platform under Xiaoqin's feet. There was an ancient fiend race oil lamp on each of the 4 palaces. Boom. The oil lamps lit up, and the blazing flames formed an invisible barrier encasing the palaces. As the flames burned, they gave off a blazing light like the sun, scattering all the clouds above Fiend King Peak. Everyone in the entire Fiend King Island saw this clearly, feeling startled. The light is like the sun illuminating the sky. That is the ancient arena of Fiend King Peak. What's going on? This ancient arena hasn't appeared for thousands of years. Could it be that someone has issued a challenge to the 3 Vice Island Masters? Let's go and take a look. The Demon Island has not been so lively for a long time. So. Fiend race cultivators soared into the air from the rings of Myriad Fiend Island, rushing towards Fiend King Peak. A war drum stood in the corner of the arena. Di Feng's figure flashed and he arrived beside the war drum. The sound of air being torn rang out. 10 Demon Clan elders flew onto the stage at the same time and lined up in a row. Blue Dragon King, please enlighten me. The gazes of the 10 people were sharp and filled with battle intent. This battle was of great importance, so they couldn't be careless. Xiaoqin cupped his hands, bowed and took 2 steps back. Dong. A war drum sounded, deafening like a clap of thunder. As the sound wave spread out, the boundless clouds and mist dissipated, and the Demon King Peak became clear again. If one looked from the bottom of Myriad Fiend Island, they would discover that a sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. It's the Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin. He wants to challenge the 10 supreme elders of our Myriad Fiend Island alone. Did I see wrong? You did not see wrong or see wrong. Island Master D is personally beating the drum. That is the heavenly fiend drum, which has not sounded for thousands of years. This is too crazy. Several fiend race cultivators rushed over from the air near Fiend King Peak. They all exchanged looks with each other in disbelief. Crazy? Not crazy at all. In a one-on-one fight, without exposing too many of his trump cards, Xiaoqin's strength would be equal to that of a peak 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor, Emperor Wu. A peak 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor, Emperor Wu, would not be able to fight against 10 alone. He would be dragged down to death. However, the Taiji Dao borrowed force to fight. Its movements were unpredictable. Even if there were twice as many people, Xiaoqin would still be able to hold on and remain undefeated. In this Kunlun realm, the Taiji Dao was Xiaoqin's one and only trump card. Only he could fight against 10 alone, proud and confident, showing off his sharpness. Dong. Another drum rang out, igniting the flames in everyone's hearts in the arena. However, after the 3rd drum beat, Di Feng suddenly increased his speed. The ear-splitting drum beat resounded in the sky. The battle hunger of both sides soared. In the end, the 10 Fiend Race Elders did not have the same mental state as Xiao Qian. They shouted and took the initiative to attack. The moment they attacked, they used inferior-grade profound martial techniques. They were extremely ferocious, pressing forward with an indomitable will, not holding back at all. Clearly, the Fiend race wanted to end the battle quickly, not giving Xiao Qian any chance to drag things out. They used a thunderous barrage of attacks to strike Xiao Qian. The seemingly overwhelming attacks were complicated and densely packed, covering the entire sky. In reality, when the Fiend Race Elders attacked, they moved in waves of 3, orderly and orderly. They connected one after another, pushing forward layer by layer like the waves of the sea, unending. The cooperation between the 10 Fiend Race Elders could be said to be perfect, without any flaws. Xiao Qian did not dare to underestimate them. In an instant he separated the Saber Domain and the Taiji Force Field. However, he did not merge them. Tyrannical Dragon breaks the sea. Wind roaring in the 9 heavens. Heaven extinguishing Divine Chop. The first wave of profound martial techniques surged over like the waves of the sea. Xiao Qian did not draw his saber, executing the subduing Dragon Profound Chop to clash head-on. Retreat. The moment they clashed, Xiao Qian was knocked back 100 meters. The difference in strength was somewhat obvious. It was too much for one person to face 3 profound martial techniques alone. If not for the Taiji Force Field, he would have been knocked back even more. The Merciless Sea. Dragon roaming the 4 seas. Rage soaring. Right after the first wave of attacks faded, the second wave of attacks turned into an even more ferocious wave charging over. Xiao Qian's figure spun around and lightning descended from the sky. He completely unleashed his peak state of thunder, using the Thunder Dragon Chop to clash head-on again. Retreat. The waves swallowed up the Thunder Dragon, and blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Qian's lips as he moved back another 100 meters. Thump, 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 thump. The war drums were even louder than thunder. The third wave of the most powerful attack arrived with the speed of a thunderclap that left no time to cover one's ears. Like before, Xiao Qian did not draw his saber. Instead, he calmly looked around. 3 waves of attacks, 3 people in each wave. There was still one person missing. If Xiao Qian was right, the last person would be the killing blow. Howling strong wind. Merciless cold snow. Soaring raging fire. The third wave of attacks was different. The 3 attributes were brought out to their limits, mixing together and launching the strongest attack at Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian's figure twisted as he took 3 steps back. With each step, his body twisted at least 1,000 times, leaving behind many afterimages. When he could no longer retreat, Xiao Qian used the 1,000 Frost Battle Snow Profound Martial Technique to clash head-on. Bang! Xiao Qian vomited blood. This time Xiao Qian moved back 100 meters. His complexion was pale, he was clearly severely injured. Again. The Fiend Race Elders shouted in unison. Wave after wave of attacks surged over. The 3 attacked in one wave. When the third wave was over, the first wave was more or less ready. With such continuous attacks, even 4th Heaven Martial Emperor Wu would have to kneel. Amidst the beating of the war drums and the arena that was as bright as the sun, wave after wave of attacks cycled through the arena countless times. Suddenly, before Xiao Qian could land after enduring the first wave of attacks, a sword light silently appeared. By the time Xiao Qian discovered it, it was already at his side. In the next moment it would strike Xiao Qian. This sword strike was not only fast, accurate and ruthless, but it also came from a crafty angle. The attacker waited for Xiao Qian to exhaust himself. After enduring several waves of attacks, when his mind was extremely fatigued, the attacker instantly attacked. It had to be said that this was an extremely brilliant move. What's going on? Where did this person come from? When Di Xinhan saw this sword strike that suddenly appeared, he was startled. His mind was already immersed in it. Each wave was stronger than the one before. Amid the tsunami-like attacks, Di Xinhan completely forgot that there was still one person who had not appeared yet. It was not just Di Xinhan. Several people did not expect this sword strike that suddenly appeared from the side. They were startled and caught off guard. Their hearts leaped into their throats. The surging waves of attacks were already hard enough to deal with. Now there was another sure-kill sword strike. How were they supposed to deal with this? I was waiting for you. Xiao Qian, who had been suppressed for a long time, revealed a sharp glint in his eyes. Thousands of afterimages merged as he instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. In his sea of consciousness, a sun-like saber energy exploded at the same time. The light was too dazzling, plunging the place into darkness. When the light reappeared, Xiao Qian had already sent out a saber strike. Xiao Qin chopped the sword of the sure-kill sword into pieces. The saber light was dazzling, and its might did not diminish as it continued to hack down. Not only did the swordsman fail in his sneak attack, but he even got knocked back by Xiao Qian's saber strike. The strong saber intent shattered the battle armor on that swordsman's body. Wounds covered his body as he tumbled to the ground. What was soul-stirring? The scene before Di Xinhan's eyes was soul-stirring. Everyone thought that sure-kill sword strike would reduce Xiao Qin to a sorry state, throw him into disarray or even defeat. Just when their hearts leaped to their throats, the sure-kill sword strike ended up being countered by someone else. This dumbfounded and flabbergasted everyone. Could it be that Xiao Qin had been holding back during that overwhelming attack, waiting for that last person? Di Xinhan's heart, which had risen to his throat, thumped heavily, pounding endlessly. Damn it! I really cannot watch this fellow's fight. My heart is about to jump out. Di Xinhan's heart, which had risen to his throat, suddenly slammed down. It pounded heavily, pounding endlessly. Damn it! I really cannot watch this fellow's battle. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. The two Vice Island masters who had changed their opinion of Xiao Qin stood up in shock, not daring to believe it. The two Vice Island masters who had changed their opinion of Xiao Qin immediately stood up in shock, not daring to believe it. This is my demon clan's joint attack technique. If I didn't know this joint attack technique, I would have suffered a lot from the repeated attacks. How could this little guy be so calm? His mental state is a little terrifying. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the excitement, while experts see the artistry. The two Vice Island masters could tell at a glance that this reversal had something to do with Xiao Qian's frighteningly calm mental state. It could even be said that they were directly related. Di Feng, who was beating the war drum, had split his attention to observe the situation of the battlefield. When he saw this sudden reversal, he did not feel surprised. The show has only just begun. This little guy has a complete set of Dao, which is extremely suitable for fighting against many. After reading it, I might be able to gain something. As a sovereign martial emperor, Di Feng could see even further. His gaze was unfathomable. He imprinted every move of Xiao Qin in his eyes. At the same time, his mind was constantly simulating and analyzing Xiao Qian's various movements. Chapter 1329. The more he analyzed, the more he found it terrifying. Although each of Xiao Qian's actions seemed simple, there was a deep meaning behind them. That mysterious Grand Tao was far from being as simple as borrowing force to fight force, and it was deep, distant, and unfathomable. Then let's fight even more intensely. A lofty sentiment that had not appeared in his heart for a long time surged out. The drumming suddenly rose another pitch. Dong dong dong. The distant drumbeats merged the lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness of this sovereign martial emperor. The sound of the war drum reached deep into the soul of everyone in the arena. Xiao Qin was influenced by this war drum. His heart pounded, and in the depths of his soul, he could hear the drum beat. The blood in his body boiled and burned. Suddenly, his fighting spirit charged into the clouds. Xiao Qian's eyes narrowed, and he no longer tried to resist the drumbeat. He allowed the drumbeat to sweep through his body from the depths of his soul. All right, then let's fight. Taiji Saber Domain. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, the Saber Domain and the Taiji force field merged. The saber intent turned into dragons, one bright and one dark, one yin and one yang. As they chased each other, they formed a vast Taiji diagram. Xiao Qin stepped in the middle. Seeing another wave of attacks coming, he took a step forward. It was as if his body had suddenly disappeared. All of his aura and attacks had been concealed. The three demon race elders who had just arrived lost their target and were momentarily stunned. Break. While they were stunned, Xiao Qin suddenly appeared and slashed with his saber, throwing the three of them into confusion. In this Taiji saber domain, Xiao Qian's figure was faintly discernible, appearing and disappearing, sometimes in the light and sometimes in the dark. Once the 9 demons were thrown into disorder, they could no longer regroup. Gather together, don't panic. Be careful, Elder Feng. He's going to your side. No, wait, don't panic. We'll retreat one by one. When Xiao Qin drew his saber and broke that killing move, the situation of the battlefield tilted in Xiao Qian's favor. One man and one saber, with white hair and white robes, left the 9 fiend race elders flustered, unable to put up any resistance. The dragon roared incessantly, and the saber intent did not cease. The power of Taiji moved both fast and slow, changing unpredictably. It did not take long for the 9 elders to be riddled with injuries, and each of them wanted to retreat. Can you return it? Xiao Qin muttered to himself. The two dragons under his feet merged as he executed the Taiji Yin-Yang chop. Within the Taiji saber domain, this chop was as fast as lightning, disappearing in an instant. The armors and shields of the 9 demon clan elders shattered at the same time. After spinning around, Shao Qin sheathed his saber and floated down. Boom! The Taiji saber domain exploded, dealing the final blow to the 9 fiend race elders. The vast saber intent was like a torrential rain. Space in the surrounding engine room exploded. By the time Shao Qin landed on the ground, there was no one else standing in the arena besides him. All of them were covered in cuts and bruises, lying on the ground and howling in pain. However, these fiend race elders all had the golden body of Emperor Wu. Shao Qin had held back when he attacked, so they did not suffer any fatal injuries. Otherwise, his Taiji Yin-Yang chop would not have been as simple as breaking the defenses of these fiend race elders. The sound of the war drums came to a sudden stop. Di Feng had not expected such a result. Di Feng had guessed that the Taiji Dao would not be so simple, just borrowing force to fight force. However, he had not expected that when he truly erupted, it would be so horrifying. The white-clad Shao Qin calmly walked out of the cloud of dust. "Senior Di, have I proven myself?" Di Feng was slightly distracted. After a while he guffawed and said, "Let's go." Without saying anything else, Di Feng soared into the sky with Shao Qin, heading for the highest level of Myriad Fiend Island. The surrounding fiend race cultivators exclaimed. Di Xinhan's expression changed slightly as well. "We are going to meet the old ancestor." The Myriad Fiend Old Ancestor was in closed-door cultivation all year round, never coming out. Meeting him was like ascending to heaven for regular people. It was simply impossible. Even if Di Xinhan wanted to meet him, it was somewhat impossible. The summit of Myriad Fiend Island was hidden in the thick clouds. To the fiend race it was like a divine platform. The remaining 2 Vice Island masters recovered their wits and quickly followed, soaring into the sky. By the time they caught up to Di Feng, they discovered that Shao Qin was already gone. Only Di Feng stood alone in the clouds looking at a mountain peak. That was the highest point of Myriad Fiend Island, the place with the densest spiritual energy. At the same time, it also suppressed the Myriad Fiend Island's luck. That mountain peak in the clouds was filled with mystery. At the same time, there was a strong might and pressure that deterred others from approaching. It was like they were afraid of disturbing a deity. "Where is Shao Qin?" the 2 Vice Island masters asked. Di Feng pointed to that mysterious mountain peak, not saying anything. The 2 Vice Island masters appeared dispirited. They sighed and said, "He really went up? The last time I personally met the old ancestor was 1,000 years ago, before he advanced to martial emperor. Are we really going to agree to him and reject the deity race?" Di Feng said indifferently, "The 2 of you can forget about the benefits that the deity race offered. Joining the deity Dao Union will bring us many benefits. However, it will ruin the future of the entire Myriad Fiend Island. The old ancestor will definitely not agree." The 2 Vice Island masters blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, by joining the deity Dao Union the upper echelon could increase their strength and obtain all sorts of benefits. However, in the long run, the lower echelons of Myriad Fiend Island would be assimilated, unable to leave the deity race. However, why does the old ancestor want to meet him? "Big brother, you should be able to make decisions about the Myriad Fiend Island now, right?" "Indeed. Who is the old ancestor?" "Even Emperor Forsaken does not dare to underestimate him. Why does the old ancestor want to meet him alone?" The 2 Vice Island masters found this somewhat strange. They could not understand no matter how much they thought about it, feeling very suspicious. Di Feng smiled faintly and said, "You do not understand. Because you are not strong enough, how can the world that the old ancestor sees be the same as the world that we see? My guess is that the old ancestor and that Haoyan Prime have similar goals. They both want to find their own fortuitous encounters from this youth." "Their own fortuitous encounters?" The other 2 exchanged glances, still feeling confused. The old ancestor still stood at the peak of the Kunlun realm. As a prime, why would he need a fortuitous encounter? After passing through the layers of clouds, Shao Qin felt that he had broken through layer after layer of barriers, layer after layer, as though there was no end to them. Whoosh! Suddenly the clouds parted, and the scene before Shao Qin changed. Then he landed on a mountain peak and his body drifted down. At the summit of the mountain peak, an old man with white hair, white eyebrows, and a white beard sat cross-legged on a stone pillar. This old man looked very ordinary. However, his eyes were deep and bright, filled with an ancient aura. Who knew how many vicissitudes he had seen? Shao Qin was startled. This was the famous Myriad Law Fiend Master. To think that this was the true appearance of the famous myriad law fiend master. Xiaoqin had seen several primes. Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, the Dongyue ghost emperor, the Haoyan prime, and the fox king. Aside from the overwhelming aura of primes, they all had an aura of transcending the mundane and returning to their natural state. This white-bearded old man before Xiaoqin also had such an aura. Xiaoqin was sure that he was the myriad law fiend master. "Greetings, senior fiend master," Xiaoqin said with a cupped fist salute. The myriad law fiend master said calmly, "It looks like you passed Difeng's test. Tell me, how did you do it?" Xiaoqin was flabbergasted. As a prime, could it be that the myriad law fiend master did not know what happened earlier? That was definitely not the case. There must be some other important reason, something extraordinary. Who knew? The myriad law fiend master's next words rendered Xiaoqin speechless, at a loss for what to do. "You don't have to find it strange. Most of the time I'm staring at the sky in a daze. I do not have the leisure to look at things." Staring at the sky? A prime staring at the sky in a daze? Xiaoqin did not dare to probe further. He answered honestly, telling the myriad law fiend master how he passed Difeng's test. After the myriad law fiend master heard that, a strange look flashed in his eyes. 1 against 10? Strange. Little fellow, you clearly only have the strength of a peak third heaven martial Emperor Wu. How did you manage to fight 1 against 10? Xiaoqin was about to explain in detail when the myriad law fiend master gently tapped the air, and a water screen appeared in the air. Figures flickered in the water screen, replaying the scene of Xiaoqin fighting the 10 fiend race elders. The myriad law fiend master nodded repeatedly. Occasionally he rewound some of the scenes, watching them several times. The steps of the fish dragon art were broken down into countless layers of afterimages. Xiaoqin could see all the trajectories clearly. Xiaoqin felt startled in his heart. However, he did not know how this water screen was made. This is an emperor treasure of the Myriad Fiend Island, the Heavenly Shark Mirror. It was refined from the eyeball of an old Heavenly Shark Fiend. Everything that happens on the Myriad Fiend Island can be seen by this Heavenly Shark Mirror. As the Myriad Law Fiend Master looked at the scene, he spoke at the same time, dispelling Xiaoqin's doubts. "Not bad, not bad. Did you comprehend this yourself? Movement and stillness, fast and slow, light and dark. It is like you can merge everything that opposes time," the Myriad Law Fiend Master said as he looked at Xiaoqin after dispelling the water screen. Xiaoqin nodded and said, "This is the Taiji Dao. This junior comprehended it by chance." Taiji. The Myriad Law Fiend Master gently tapped the air, and a Taiji diagram appeared in the air. 2 streams of black and white energy, swam around in the diagram. It looked like the great Tao of the world could be derived from it. The Myriad Law Fiend Master shook his head and stared at the Taiji diagram. "It is too thin. It feels like it is missing something. However, it is rather interesting. I can play with it for a while." When Xiaoqin heard this, he felt it was strange. Why does it seem like this Myriad Law Fiend Master is extremely bored? He has been here for so long, but he has not discussed any serious matters. "Senior, do you agree to help the Haoyan sect at a crucial moment?" Xiaoqin asked uncertainly, feeling somewhat nervous. The Myriad Law Fiend Master nodded casually. "Since Di Feng agreed, I will naturally help. You may leave." Leave. Xiaoqin felt that his thoughts could not keep up. He only took a glance and muttered a few words to himself. Then the Myriad Law Fiend Master dismissed him. "Wait a moment. Your physical body cannot keep up. You should be cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art, right? You only managed to cultivate the 2nd layer. You are far inferior to the Qing Emperor back then. You probably did not collect enough secret treasures containing dragon souls." The Myriad Law Fiend Master seemed to know everything. After thinking for a while, he tossed out a spatial ring to Xiaoqin. "Here are some secret treasures refined by the descendants of the older generation fiend dragons after they died. Consider it a greeting gift for you." "Right, it is fine now." Chapter 1330. As Xiaoqin held the ring, he was in a daze. He could sense that this Myriad Law Fiend Master was indeed an expert. However, why did this expert feel somewhat unreliable? Great chaos had already started, and a great calamity was approaching. However, this old man did not seem anxious at all. "Senior, may I ask if you know the whereabouts of the Thunder King?" Xiaoqin vaguely felt that this seemingly unreliable Fiend Master actually had great means and was extremely incredible. As the Myriad Law Fiend Master stared at the Taiji diagram before the Thunder King, a rare fluctuation appeared on his face. A sorrowful expression appeared on the Myriad Law Fiend Master's face as he sighed. "Why are you asking this? Even if you know, could it be that you can go and find him?" I do not dare to go to that place. Ingzongtian does not dare to go there. Emperor Forsaken does not dare to go there either. In that case all the more you cannot go. What? When Xiao Qin heard this he was startled. Unexpectedly, this old man really knew the whereabouts of the Thunder King. Because since ancient times, aside from the Qing Emperor from 10,000 years ago, no one has ever returned alive. No one knows whether they are dead or alive and their whereabouts are unknown. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said indifferently, hence, you can stop thinking about this problem. When you are strong enough you will naturally know where that old fellow, the Thunder King, went. Many thanks, Senior. Xiao Qin thought for a while and gave this old senior a deep look. Then, without saying anything more, he performed a cupped fist salute and left. The Myriad Law Fiend Master ignored Xiao Qin. He stared at the Taiji diagram and muttered to himself, Taiji, Yin and Yang merged into one diagram? How did this little fellow do it? What a headache. Had I known, I would have left this little fellow behind and given me a proper explanation. If Xiao Qin heard this he would definitely be speechless for a long time. He came out. He came out. Seeing Xiao Qin come out, Di Feng and the other two revealed expressions of joy. The two Vice Island Masters rushed forward and asked, Blue Dragon King, what did the old ancestor say to you? Tell us. Right. What did the Patriarch say? Xiao Qin found it a little strange. After meeting the Patriarch, these two Deputy Island Masters had been unreasonably enthusiastic. Di Feng smiled helplessly. Second brother, third brother, don't scare our guests. Xiao Qin, please don't be offended. The ancestor's status in our Myriad Fiend Island is even higher than that of a deity. That was not all. The two of them clearly revered the Demon King from the bottom of their hearts. Xiao Qin sorted out his thoughts and roughly explained what happened when he met the Demon King. After saying that, the two Vice Island Masters were astonished, and they looked at Xiao Qin with a trace of reverence. Impressive, Blue Dragon King. The Patriarch actually spoke so much to you and even gave you something. Truly amazing. Looks like Big Brother made the right choice. Back then, when the ancestor saw me, he barely said a few words before impatiently sending me away. After Xiao Qin heard this, his heart finally calmed down. It turned out that the Demon King treated everyone like this, not just me. Di Feng smiled and said, It is not too late for the two of you to have such thoughts now. Quickly go and make arrangements with the outside world. Return all the things that the deity race gave us. Yes. Since the Patriarch has spoken, how could we dare to disobey? I will pass on the Patriarch's words. Those elders will not dare to object. The two of them received their orders and left. Before they left, they looked at Xiao Qin enviously. After the two of them left, Di Feng said to Xiao Qin, don't be fooled by the Patriarch's indifferent appearance. In fact, he knows everything. If a person knows everything and has no expectations, how could he show enthusiasm? So don't mind him. Xiao Qin nodded and said, I don't mind. I am already very satisfied with the Patriarch's promise. The Patriarch gave you secret treasures containing dragon souls. It looks like he values you a lot. You do indeed have an opportunity that caught his eye. Di Feng patted Xiao Qin's shoulder and smiled. Go back and take a look. These secret treasures containing dragon souls should give you a pleasant surprise. After remaining on Myriad Fiend Island for 3 days, Xiao Qin left silently, heading for the next Holy Land. However, a storm was brewing in the heavenly starry ocean. The words Deity Dao Union suddenly rose up, becoming known to everyone. Although the Deity Dao Union had only been established for a short time, all sorts of news about it had already spread throughout the heavenly starry ocean. This was especially so after the divine dragon palaces of the Four Seas announced that they would join the Deity Dao Union. This caused the Deity Dao Union's prestige to soar. Several ancient noble clans and many of the 9 ranks of the great families were trying to find out information. More or less, they all wanted to join the Deity Dao Union. Now that the Kunlun realm was in chaos and a great calamity was approaching, the peak experts were all in danger. The appearance of the Deity Dao Union was like a whirlwind blowing in the heavenly starry ocean. The news spread at a horrifying speed, becoming known to everyone. Furthermore, the news that the Deity Dao Union would attack the Haotian sect and completely rule the Kunlun continent also spread like wildfire. Immediately, all sorts of rumors about the Haotian sect spread everywhere. Everyone could feel that in this chaotic world, a storm was brewing rapidly. However, just as everyone thought that the Deity Dao Union would defeat the Haotian sect, the 2 Vice Island Masters of the Myriad Fiend Island suddenly revealed that the Myriad Fiend Island would help the Haotian sect at its most crucial moment, lending a hand to the Blue Dragon King. The moment this news spread, it caused a huge commotion. Many people did not expect this. As a peak holy land, the Myriad Fiend Island actually chose to side so early. After the news of Shao Qin fighting against 10 alone and subduing many fiend race elders spread, everyone understood what was going on. So that was the case. The two pieces of news overshadowed the recent news of the divine dragon palaces of the Four Seas joining the deity Dao Union. Everyone knew that the Blue Dragon King Shao Qin, who had been in hiding for 2 years, was going to make a move again. Actually, everyone should have guessed that the Haotian sect and Shao Qin's Dragon's Gate were interdependent. Now that the Haotian sect faced a crisis of life and death, how could the white-robed Shao Qin not make a move? However, no one expected that this white-robed Shao Qin, who had not appeared for 2 years, would subdue the Myriad Fiend Island, an immortal holy land, the moment he appeared. Given the Myriad Fiend Island's strength and accumulations, even if the divine dragon palaces of the Four Seas worked together, they would not be half as strong as the Myriad Fiend Island. Furthermore, the Myriad Fiend Island had a prime overseeing it. This was a huge blow to the deity Dao Union, which was at its peak. The moment this news spread, several of the 9 ranks of the great families, who were preparing to make contact with the deity Dao Union, immediately thought of this and decided to wait and see. When the divine daughter Tianyushi received the news, she was distracted for a long time, not expecting this at all. The moment Shao Qin made a move, he managed to pull the Myriad Fiend Island over to the Haotian sect's side. More accurately, he sided with the Dragon's Gate's Shao Qin. It was because of Shao Qin that the Myriad Fiend Island agreed to help the Haotian sect. Without Shao Qin, it would be hard to say who the Myriad Fiend Island would side with. Feng Wuji and Xiaoju, who traveled with Tianyushi, also did not expect such a thing. The joy of the divine dragon palaces of the Four Seas siding with the deity Dao Union immediately diminished, and they all frowned. The two of you, what do you think? Tianyushi asked as she looked at Xiaoju and Feng Wuji. Xiaoju said sullenly, "We need to convince an immortal holy land as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we let this Shao Qin continue to persuade them, our deity Dao Union will be at a complete disadvantage in the entire heavenly starry ocean." I know this. However, the immortal holy lands are not easy to convince. Furthermore, the divine sun is in closed-door cultivation and cannot come out. It will be very difficult for us to compete with Shao Qin just by relying on the benefits that he promised. Tianyushi said somewhat dispiritedly. The Myriad Fiend Island sided with the Dragon's Gate and returned all the natural treasures that she sent. This was simply too great a blow to her. This was especially so when she learned that Shao Qin did not offer any conditions, relying only on his elegance to subdue the Myriad Fiend Island. This made her feel even more depressed. I know that those immortal holy lords are all heroes of the world. They value a person's elegance more. However, some factions might not do so, like the Northern Sea Alliance. This stunned Tianyushi. Then she shook her head and said, "Young Master Xia, you are mistaken. Who does not know that the Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief is on good terms with Shao Qin? Shao Qin would probably be able to convince them with just one letter." Xiaoju smiled and said, "The divine daughter only knows one side and not the other. The Northern Sea Alliance is very complicated. My father is on good terms with one of their vice alliance chief. The divine daughter has given me a certain amount of authority. Just leave this matter to me." When Tianyushi heard that, she felt excited. That's right. The Northern Sea Alliance is an alliance formed by many factions. However, it is not very stable. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. Feng Wuji, who had been silent all this while, spoke up at an appropriate time. Right now, we still need to know which holy land Shao Qin is going to next. Tianyushi quickly answered, "According to the treasure master, Shao Qin is already in the sea region under the 5 poison sects jurisdiction. He will enter the 5 poison sects headquarters soon." 5 poison sect? Feng Wuji's expression changed. The Shao Qin is really bold. He even dares to rush over to the 5 poison sect. I remember that the 5 poison sect caused trouble for him during the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. He even has a grudge with the 5 poison sect's holy son. Is he not afraid of not returning? A vague murderous intent flashed in Tianyushi's bright eyes. After some thought, he said, "I already made arrangements for this. As long as he really dares to go to the 5 poison sect, even if he does not die, he will lose a layer of skin." Feng Wuji and Xiaoju exchanged glances. They both felt the murderous intent in Tianyushi's words, which was rare. The divine daughter, Tianyushi, seemed intent to kill and intended to directly attack Shao Qin. That's it then. When the personal disciples of the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God arrive, we will think of a way to make a trip to the Lunar Palace. That is the center of the entire heavenly starry ocean. Tianyu, she was not willing to say more about her arrangements for the five poison sect. After that, they ended the conversation. The simple conversation contained a surging undercurrent. The seemingly calm heavenly starry ocean was filled with a chaotic undercurrent. The conflict between the Dragon's Gate's Xiao Chen and the deity Dao Union had already started silently, accumulating energy for an even greater storm. A monstrous battle was unavoidable. The victor lived and the loser died. As the deity Dao Union pressed on, Xiao Chen's situation was not optimistic at all. Even if he miraculously managed to convince all the holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean, he did not even have a 50% chance of victory against the deity Dao Union. The deity Dao Union in the distant Kunlun continent already held the initiative, gaining momentum. Only by fighting against the heavens and facing the difficulties head-on could one obtain that glimmer of hope. This was also why Xiao Chen came to the Five Poison Sect. Chapter 1331. No matter how difficult it was, if Xiao Chen came, he would have a 50% chance of convincing the Five Poison Sect. The Five Poison Sect was in the eastern sea of the heavenly starry ocean. 3 immortal holy lands occupied most of the vast eastern sea. Aside from the Five Poison Sect, there was also the Yin-Yang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy. The remaining sea regions were controlled by the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Aside from them, there was no space for other major factions. They were all scattered small sects that could not amount to much. The Five Poison Sect's headquarters was on Poison Cloud Island. There was only one city on Poison Cloud Island, Poison Cloud City. At this moment, Xiao Chen was in an inn in Poison Cloud City. Xiao Chen had already sent someone to deliver his letter to the Five Poison Sect 3 days ago. However, the Five Poison Sect had ignored him for 3 days, showing no intention of inviting him to their headquarters. Xiao Chen was in no rush. He stayed in the inn and started cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art. The Myriad Law Fiend Master's gift was indeed a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chen had not expected that the ring that the Myriad Law Fiend Master casually tossed over contained an Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul. Furthermore, this was no ordinary Emperor-grade secret treasure. Although it was still a distance away from a primordial Emperor treasure, it was still a superior-grade Emperor-grade secret treasure. After refining this dragon soul, the blue dragon body nourishing art broke through the second layer in one go, reaching the peak of the third layer. After leaving Myriad Fiend Island, Xiao Chen had been digesting the many benefits of this Emperor-grade secret treasure dragon soul. His physical body's defense had improved further, and his strength had increased wildly, reaching a horrifying 100 dragon force. Now, with just his vital chi, he could compete with some minor heavenly Emperor Wu, with a 50-50 chance of victory. After a few major cycles, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense. Everything that happened and said in the inn entered his mind. Did you hear? Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen fought against 10 Emperor Wu alone at Myriad Fiend Island and actually won. The deity Dao Union's momentum in the heavenly starry ocean immediately fell. Ah, that was news a few days ago. Who does not know about it now? What are you talking about? Now there are rumors that say that Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen is already in the Eastern Sea. You came to the Eastern Sea region? It can't be that he will come to our Five Poison Sect, right? He has a grudge with our Five Poison Sect, and our holy son has even lost face at his hands. Hard to say, hard to say. The cultivators in the inn all discussed the topics that everyone in the heavenly starry ocean cared about. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and shook his head slightly. The headquarters of the Five Poison Sect still did not respond. They did not even send a manservant. Standing up, Xiao Chen pushed open the door and prepared to go out for a stroll. Poison Cloud City could be considered a holy city, and it would not be a bad idea to stroll around. Xiao Chen's figure flickered a few times and he walked out of the inn. No one noticed how he did it. Haha, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you but you went out yourself. Is this considered a chance encounter? After leaving the inn, Xiao Chen raised his head and happened to see a group of people walking over. The one who spoke was the holy son of the Five Poison Sect. The holy son of the Five Poison Sect, Chening, wore red clothes. His handsome face exuded a sinister air, no different from his usual attire. Xiao Chen still had a clear memory of Chening. This was especially so for his red clothes, which were exceptionally eye-catching. Xiao Chen recalled that the first time he saw Chening was in Despair City, fighting with the Heavenly Province Academy's holy son. Xiao Chen felt that it was unlikely that Chening happened to run into Chening when he came out. The other party had probably been waiting for him. As for the reason, Xiao Chen could guess it just by looking at the arrogant expression in the other party's eyes. It had to be a grudge from the past. This holy son still remembered it and wanted to take this opportunity to return it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had already forgotten about this matter long ago. Furthermore, his mental state had long since passed the stage of fighting to save face. Xiao Chen smiled to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. There were many people with Qining, but only one caught Xiao Chen's attention. That was a black-robed, middle-aged man with the cultivation of a fourth heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. This person exuded a baleful aura that was extremely horrifying and deeply hidden. His eyes were filled with an unruly expression. As Qining looked at Xiao Chen, he was unconvinced. He gave Xiao Chen a sidelong glance, appearing to be mocking him. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied calmly, "It is indeed a coincidence. I was just about to leave and I ran into you." Qining took out an invitation and said indifferently, "My father is hosting a banquet in 3 days to entertain some honored guests. However, if the Blue Dragon King has time, you can come over on the way." Qining placed a heavy emphasis on the word "on the way" as he stared at Xiao Chen, wanting to see an expression of anticipation on Xiao Chen's face. However, Qining was somewhat disappointed. When Xiao Chen looked at the invitation in Qingying's hand, he said softly, "If I have time, I will definitely go over. Help me thank your father for his invitation." Qining did not show any anger or dissatisfaction as Qining had imagined. He felt a sense of defeat, like he was talking to a major character when speaking to Xiao Chen. Qining gave off an invisible aura that lowered Qingying's status. "This won't do. This fellow made me lose face several times already. This time he delivered himself to me. This is a rare opportunity. I have to regain some of my reputation." Xiao Chen took the corner of the invitation. However, he discovered that Qining did not seem to have any intention of letting go, still holding on tightly. Xiao Chen could not help frowning slightly as he looked at Qining. Confusion flashed in his eyes. When Qining saw Xiao Chen frown, he thought that the other party was angry. He rejoiced in his heart and smiled. "Blue Dragon King, I wonder if you have heard of the saying, 'The river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years. I'm sure you have heard of it. As the saying goes, the wheel of fortune changes. This year it is my turn. Think about how arrogant you were back then, showing off your sharpness and sending this young master flying with one palm strike in Despair City. However, you definitely did not expect that you would have to beg me one day. Just thinking about it is delightful." Qining spoke very loudly on the streets. Furthermore, given his identity, everyone in Poison Cloud City knew about him. In mere moments, many people gathered. When they saw the white-robed, white-haired Xiao Chen, they all cast their gazes over. "He is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. Indeed, he is as the rumors say. White-robed, white-haired, and extraordinary aura. The rumors are true. After he left Myriad Fiend Island, he really did come to the Eastern Sea. However, I did not expect him to come to our Five Poison sect. His relationship with our Five Poison sect is not that good. It is not just bad. Our holy son once suffered a great loss at his hands, nearly losing all face. Look, now they are making things difficult for the Blue Dragon King. It's over. If he wants to beg, he has to lower his voice and endure as much as he can. Now that he ran into our holy son, the Blue Dragon King is in for it." Some of the muffled discussions reached Qinying's ears, causing the smile on his face to grow wider. "Xiao Chen, if you apologize to me today, I will give you this invitation. Let me tell you, this banquet is very important to you. If you do not go, you will lose the entire Eastern Sea's 3 holy lands." Qining held the invitation and continued proudly, "Beg me and I will give you the invitation." Ah! When Xiao Chen, who was holding the other corner of the invitation, saw this, he could not help but feel bored. As Qining threw his head back and laughed, he did not notice the mockery in Xiao Chen's eyes. He was still laughing nonstop. How could he not laugh? Why could he not be cocky? Xiao Chen thought about it. This was the person before him who defeated all the outstanding talents at the Four Seas Hero Gathering with one move. At the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, he received the attacks of 10-odd Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Not long ago he fought 1 against 10, defeating 10 Emperor Wu's Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. He was the white-robed bladesman, conferred king at a young age and rising up. He was like a legendary existence. All the light of the world gathered on him. Everyone in the world paid attention to his every move. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen once humiliated Xiao Chen, beating him up with one move until he lost all face. Due to fate, he, the Blue Dragon King, came to the Five Poison sect to seek reinforcements. For the sake of the Haotian sect, for the sake of his own survival, he would go around looking for reinforcements. Thinking of this, Qining could not help feeling cocky. However, suddenly, Qining discovered that many of the cultivators in the air who rushed over after hearing the news were looking at him strangely, like they were looking at an idiot. What's going on? Qining was startled. When he looked down, he discovered that the invitation that he had been clutching tightly had disappeared. When he looked up, he was dumbfounded. Xiaoqin had already finished reading the invitation. Then he closed it and said, "So, it is the people of the Yinyang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy. No wonder you are so confident." Qining stared blankly in disbelief. He had clearly been clutching it tightly. How did the other party snatch it away? Furthermore, he did not feel anything at all. Even if Xiaoqin was stronger than him and he could not defeat Xiaoqin, he could still blast the invitation to bits in an instant. If Xiaoqin could not obtain the invitation, he would still be able to see the other party's disappointed expression. However, the script was different from what Qining had imagined. Xiaoqin snatched the invitation away silently. Among the people accompanying Xiaoqin, only the black-clad man from the Fourth Heaven Emperor Wu could tell that Xiaoqin had used a brilliant technique to snatch the invitation away. "Xiaoqin, how bold of you! How dare you snatch this young master's invitation?" When Qining thought of how embarrassing he looked earlier, he flew into a rage. He could no longer pretend to be refined. Xiaoqin did not get angry. Instead, Qining got angry first. "Is that so? Then I'll return it to you. However, do you dare to accept it?" Xiaoqin said indifferently and expressionlessly. Then he gently tossed the invitation forward. Boom! A strong aura spread out. Xiaoqin's white robes flapped loudly, and his white hair fluttered without any wind. That invitation contained a boundless saber intent as it whizzed towards Qining. Whoosh! The invitation had just spun around when a sharp light shot out from it. Caught off guard, a bloody wound immediately appeared on Qinying's face, inflicting incredible pain. The ordinary invitation card had instantly turned into a lethal weapon. This startled Qining into retreating frantically, not daring to receive it at all. A figure appeared. The black-clad man moved forward and shielded Qining. Then he stretched out his hand and caught the invitation. Buzz! The invitation trembled endlessly in the black-clad man's hand, buzzing endlessly. Strands of saber intent surged out, making all the cultivators on the street feel a sharp and inviolable sharpness. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they all looked at Xiaoqin at the same time. Is this the Blue Dragon King? Unparalleled sharpness, unbridled, arrogant, and iron-like. Xiaoqin, are you trying to kill this holy sun? Qining held the wound on his face as he angrily pushed away the black-clad man. Then he said to Xiaoqin hatefully, "You can scram now. When the Haotian sect suffers a calamity, my 5-poison sect will definitely hit you while you are down. As for you, when you walk the Emperor's road, this young master will definitely make you regret it for life." Chapter 1332. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads, feeling pity for Xiaoqin. The Blue Dragon King was proud and unyielding, but he was about to lose the 5-poison sect, a great helper. In the end, he was still too rash. Sometimes, no matter how proud or principled one was, one still had to face reality. If one had to lower one's head and apologize, one had to apologize. Even if others were unreasonable, one had to take a step back. Otherwise, the gains would not make up for the losses. How could one be like Xiaoqin, sticking to his principles, not lowering his head or bending his back? Xiaoqin said indifferently, "I advise you to take back what you said. Otherwise, even your father will not be able to protect you. Take a closer look at the inscription on the invitation and see whose name it is." Qining was stunned. He asked in confusion, "Is it not my father's name?" Qining snatched the invitation from the black-clad man's hand and opened it to take a closer look. However, after a while, his expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with incredulity. When the black-clad man saw Qinying's expression change, he turned his head curiously. When he saw the signature, his expression changed as well. Qining showed a sullen expression. Before everyone's strange gazes, he walked over to Xiaoqin and handed the invitation back. Then he lowered his head and said, "My apologies. This young master was rude earlier. I hope the Blue Dragon King will come 3 days from now. I hope the Blue Dragon King will forgive me for my offense." Xiaoqin received the invitation and said indifferently, "Don't worry. I will definitely come 3 days from now. You can leave now." How hateful. Qining gritted his teeth in anger. However, he could not do anything about it. There was no reason other than that the person who signed the invitation was someone that even his father could dismiss at any time. Such a scene shocked everyone. No one knew what was going on. No one knew why Qining, who had been shouting incessantly earlier, suddenly became so pitiful, lowering his head and apologizing to Xiao Chen. Interesting. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, I look forward to your arrival 3 days from now. I Gong Taihua have heard of you for a long time. After Chen Ying turned and left, the man in black next to him walked up to Xiao Chen and said provocatively. The small farce slowly dissipated. Xiao Chen put away the invitation and watched Chen Ying leave. A faint smile appeared on his face. Indeed, he had come to ask for help. However, he was also giving the 5 poison sect a chance. Chen Ying didn't understand the situation, so he deserved to be humiliated like this. With such a commotion, Xiao Chen also gave up on the idea of continuing to stroll around. He turned around and returned to the inn. In the distance, in a pavilion, there were 2 people who had seen everything that had just happened. One of them was wearing the blue robes of the 5 poison sect. He looked old and his forehead was covered in wrinkles. His eyes were filled with lethargy. However, his aura was as heavy as a mountain, like a great river, vast and mighty. If Xiao Chen were here, he would be able to tell that this old man in blue was a level 5 greater celestial Emperor Wu. It was just that his lifespan was nearing its end and he didn't seem to have much life force left. The special pattern of the 5 poison sect was embroidered on his chest. It was the proof that he was a grand elder of the 5 poison sect. Beside him stood a Protoss dressed in golden clothes. He had a head of white hair, and his eyes were bright and full of temptation. This person was no stranger to Xiao Chen. Back then, when Elder Qin underwent his tribulation, it was this person who fought with Lan Chaofeng. This was a 7th heaven sovereign martial emperor with incredible strength. Even the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang was not a match for him. Lord Qin Xiu, is he the Blue Dragon King? The white-haired Protoss nodded. That's right. He's your target. Remember, you only have 1 chance. Furthermore, you must do it within Poison Cloud City. If Xiao Chen leaves Poison Cloud City, you'll fail the mission. What about what you promised me? Qin Xiu said indifferently. The deity statues forged by my deity race are divided into 9 grades, from high to low. For outsiders, they would usually cast a 9th grade god statue which would not absorb a lot of faith power. If you are willing to accept this mission, I can forge a rank 7 deity statue for you. Then, joy flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes. However, he still felt uncertain. Qin Xiu said coldly, are you doubting the strength of the deity race? Although the strength of the deity race cannot compare to that of Emperor Wu at his normal cultivation, the increase in lifespan is genuine. If you are not willing, then so be it. I'll see what method the 5 poison sect has to extend your lifespan. When the blue-clad old man heard that, his expression turned anxious. He said, My lord, please calm down. It is not that this old man does not believe it. However, I have to verify it first. That's good. Remember, you can make your move at any time. However, you have to do it within Poison Cloud City. It would be best if you can kill him. However, even if you cannot, you have to severely injure him and let him recuperate for at least half a year. Otherwise, you will fail the mission. After saying that, a light flashed and Qin Xiu left this place. The blue-clad old man looked at the inn where Xiao Chen was, and dense killing intent flashed in his eyes. Blue Dragon King, sorry for the offense. If not for this old man's lifespan reaching its end, I would not kill a junior like you. Whoosh! The blue-clad old man pushed off the ground and silently arrived outside the inn. However, just as he was about to enter, he suddenly pulled back. Then he turned around and quickly retreated. On a roof, the blue-clad old man frowned slightly. This Blue Dragon King is very cautious. His perception covers the entire inn at all times. With my strength, once I enter, he will immediately discover me and raise his guard. The blue-clad old man was not afraid of Xiao Chen discovering him. Even if Xiao Chen discovered him, he was confident of killing the other party. This was the confidence of the 5th Heaven Emperor Wu. What the blue-clad old man feared was that Xiao Chen would raise his guard and leave Poison Cloud City early. If that happened, all his efforts would be wasted. Wait. The instant you walk out of the inn, I will make a sudden move and kill you in 1 strike. Killing intent flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes. He sat cross-legged on the roof and looked deeply at the inn's door before closing his eyes. 1 day passed peacefully. The blue-clad old man opened his eyes once before closing them again helplessly. 2 days passed and Xiao Chen still did not come out. The blue-clad old man opened his eyes 3 times. On the 3rd day, the blue-clad old man did not close his eyes again, staring at the inn's door. People came and went, but the white-clad old man did not see a certain figure in white. This fellow is really patient. He actually did not intend to come out for a walk after arriving in Poison Cloud City, the blue-clad old man said somewhat resentfully. There was still half a day left. If Xiao Qin did not come out by then, he would have to attend the banquet. That was the situation the blue-clad old man did not want to see. The banquet was held at the headquarters of the Five Poison sect. The place was heavily guarded, and the experts of the three holy lands were present. Even if the blue-clad old man succeeded in assassinating Xiao Qin, he would not be able to escape unscathed. If the blue-clad old man really went to the banquet, he would have to kill Xiao Qin, preventing the Five Poison sect from forming an alliance with the Blue Dragon King. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Hey! The blue-clad old man's eyes lit up, and he suddenly stood up. Xiao Qin walked out of the inn's door. However, before the joy on the blue-clad old man's face faded, a warship descended from the sky. That was the warship of the Five Poison sect's sect master. Qin Ying's father had sent someone to fetch Xiao Qin. The blue-clad old man heaved a long sigh and said, "No matter what, I have to take this risk. I only have 10 years to live. I need the help of the deity race." A patch of rainbow-colored clouds covered the entire island in the sky above Poison Cloud City. The colors were bright, moving, and unchanging. The clouds looked very tempting. However, Xiao Qin, who was on the warship, knew that this was a poison cloud that even an ordinary Emperor Wu would not be willing to touch. "Blue Dragon King, is this your first time coming to Poison Cloud City?" A pretty girl dressed in green beside the blue-clad old man asked. Xiao Qin glanced at the girl who came to fetch him and nodded gently. "How do you feel? This poison cloud can be considered the foundation of the Five Poison sect. It has been passed down for more than 10,000 years before it reached its current scale." Xiao Qin answered honestly, "It is rather shocking. It is an eye-opener." "Is that so? In that case I will be even more shocked." As the two chatted casually, the warship released an ancient ring of light and broke through the poison cloud. Then the scene before them suddenly changed. Xiao Qin looked up and saw countless pavilions, mountains, rivers, tall buildings, flowers, and trees on top of this vast poison cloud. This was simply incredible. The headquarters of the Five Poison sect was actually built on this poison cloud. Xiao Qin could even see many Five Poison sect disciples breathing in the poison cloud and circulating their minor heavenly cycles to cultivate. The poison cloud that ordinary people did not even want to touch was a treasure in the eyes of the Five Poison sect disciples, a treasure that they could not do without. "Blue Dragon King, this way please." The church master and a few honored guests have been waiting in the soft cloud pavilion for a long time already. Xiao Qin followed her into the air, flying through the many palaces and pavilions. After 15 minutes, the girl stopped on a crystal staircase floating in the air. Xiao Qin stopped as well and followed her up. Guards stood on both sides of the staircase every 100 meters. The security was extremely tight. At the end of the floating staircase was a pair of azure doors. Not just anyone could enter these doors. The maidservant gently pushed the door open and gestured for Xiao Qin to enter. He did not hesitate to enter with large strides. Inside the doors, the banquet had already been set up. Xiao Qin saw a dignified middle-aged man seated in the host's seat. This was Qin Ying's father, Qin Feng, the current church master of the Five Poison sect, and Eighth Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor. He had been in a high position for a long time, so he had a powerful aura around him that made others unknowingly feel intimidated. On the second seat, Lin Yun saw two familiar faces. One was the saint of the Heavenly Province Academy, and the other was the Yinyang Utopia Saintess Yin Susu. Behind the two stood a strong greater heavenly martial emperor with a grave aura. Seeing Xiao Qian's arrival, Yin Susu's eyes flickered with boundless flirtatiousness. She was so beautiful that she was like a temptress that could steal one's soul. When the saint of the Heavenly Province Academy saw Xiao Qian's unsightly expression, the memory of him defeating Xiao Qin in a single move during the Four Seas Hero Gathering was still fresh in his mind. Qining was also present. When he saw Xiao Qin, his face was even more unsightly than the saint of the Heavenly Province Academy. The greater heavenly martial emperors in the back as well as Qin Feng in the host's seat, were all sizing up Xiao Qin at the same time. "Little brother Xiao Qin, have a seat." Qin Feng inwardly nodded his head and gestured for Xiao Qin to take a seat. Yin Susu and the two people behind the Heavenly Province Academy exchanged a glance and they started to talk through voice transmissions. Chapter 1333. This Blue Dragon King is really bold. To think that he dares to attend the banquet alone. Ah. If he were not bold, he would not have achieved what he has today. Old Hong, what do you think of him? There's no rush. This is the Five Poison sect's territory. We are not in a rush. Right. Before everyone's eyes, Xiao Qin performed a cupped fist salute and sat down on his seat. A pretty maidservant immediately walked over and poured wine for Xiao Qin and placed spirit fruits on the table. A magnificent song and dance performance took place in the hall. Qin Feng looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Little brother Xiao Qin, there are very few people in the younger generation that I admire. Since you dare to attend the banquet alone, I offer you 3 toasts." After saying that, Qin Feng downed 3 cups in a row, appearing very heroic. Xiao Qin smiled gently and said some polite words before returning the toast. When the wine cup landed, Xiao Qin felt an extremely sharp gaze on him, so he turned his head to look. It was Gong Taihua, the rather unruly 4th Heaven Emperor Wu, who stood behind him. When Gong Taihua saw Xiao Qin looking over, he smiled and continued to look at Xiao Qin in a flirtatious manner. Xiao Qin could not be bothered with him. He picked up his wine cup and directly ignored Gong Taihua. "Little friend Xiao Qin, I already know why you are here. However, I have to speak the truth. It is not appropriate for our 5 Poison sect to support the Dragon's Gate and resist the deity Dao Union. My apologies." Qin Feng did not give Xiao Qin a chance to speak, directly rejecting Xiao Qin in a somewhat abrupt manner. The Heavenly Province Academies and the Yin-Yang Paradise's Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu exchanged glances, feeling extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng rejected them so decisively. Xiao Qin did not say anything. He just picked up his wine cup and silently took a sip. "However, don't worry. The 5 Poison sect will not stand on the side of the deity Dao Union and deal with the Dragon's Gate and the Haotian sect," Qin Feng added, expressing his stance and choosing to remain neutral. Putting down the wine cup, Xiao Qin nodded and said, "I know. When I saw this poison cloud, I knew the 5 Poison sect's decision. This poison cloud has been accumulating for 10,000 years, so I'm afraid that it has gained sentience. It's enough for the 5 Poison sect to stay out of it, watch from the sidelines and even rise up in the chaos." Qin Feng's expression changed. Evidently, he had not expected that Xiao Qin would be able to see through the 5 Poison sect's trump card with a single glance. "The poison cloud has a spirit? Sect Master Qin, your honorable sect really hid it well." The 2 greater heavenly sovereigns from the Heavenly Province Academy and Yin-Yang Utopia were shocked. Qin Feng looked straight at Xiao Qin. "How did you know?" This was a great secret of the 5 Poison sect. Very few people knew about it. The poisonous cloud in the sky had indeed developed a spirit and possessed life. However, when the poisonous cloud was awakened, it could erupt with the strength of a prime, extremely horrifying. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "After 2 years in the lower realm, I comprehended a Taiji Dao and am extremely sensitive to the existence of living beings. At first, I only had some suspicions. However, after seeing Sect Master's expression, I am now certain." Qin Feng's face sank. This fellow actually dug a trap for him. However, he quickly recovered and laughed loudly. "Good eyes, good eyes. Sect Master, I feel that this song and dance performance is too bland. Since the Blue Dragon King is here, how about I fight with the Blue Dragon King to liven things up for everyone? The Blue Dragon King fighting against 10 alone is something that I have long heard about. I have long wanted to see it for myself." Just at this moment, Gong Taihua, who was behind Chen Ying, suddenly stepped forward and said in an extremely provocative manner, a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Everyone else was somewhat shocked. Chen Ying was a 4th Heaven Emperor Wu, having already crossed the threshold of a lesser Heavenly Emperor Wu. He was fundamentally different from a 3rd Heaven Emperor Wu. Challenging Xiao Qin was a little too shameless. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. "What's wrong with this person? The first time he saw me, he had an unconvinced look on his face. Not only did he fall at the banquet, he even directly challenged me, making me feel disgusted for no reason." Qin Feng looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Little friend, what do you think?" Xiao Qin felt disgusted and did not want to fight with this person. He coldly rejected, "I fought against 10 alone because I relied on a martial Dao. I do not dare to fight with a 4th Heaven Emperor Wu like Senior Gong." "Ah." Gong Taihua curled his lips and mocked, "Looks like some people are only S's. The rumors are just SOSO. You still want to convince the 5 Poison sect? I'm afraid you can't even pass your own great trial of wind and fire." He looked at Xiao Qin and said arrogantly, "If you want to fight, I can only use half of my strength. If I use more than half, I lose." These words made Qin Feng, who was on the main seat, frown. This was a little too much. He waved his hand and said, "Elder Gong, since the Blue Dragon King is not willing, you can leave first." Unexpectedly, Qin Feng did not leave. "Sect leader, I'm afraid you don't know. 3 days ago on the street, this Blue Dragon King humiliated the saint. This Azure Dragon King ruthlessly humiliated the Holy Sun. At that time he was very arrogant. Unexpectedly he is now a coward." Gong Taihua, Everyone knows that you are blinded by greed and want to use the Blue Dragon King to increase your reputation. If you are really capable, then suppress your strength to the same level as the Azure Dragon King. Otherwise, don't come up with any nonsensical excuses. The Saintess of the Yin-Yang Wonderland could not stand it anymore. She frowned and said in disgust, "Humph, I can't be bothered to talk to a silly girl like you. Let me ask you one more time. Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin, do you dare to fight me?" Gong Taihua took a step forward and said aggressively. His words were filled with boundless arrogance. Everyone in the banquet was stunned by the sudden turn of events. This Gong Taihua had made up his mind to ruthlessly humiliate Xiaoqin today. He would not stop until he achieved his goal. Qin Ying, the saint of the Five Poisons sect, drank a mouthful of wine with a cold expression. He looked at Xiaoqin and revealed a cold smile. That's right. This Qin Feng was so arrogant. Other than wanting to step on Xiaoqin and increase his reputation, it was also because of Qin Ying's instigation behind the scenes. The scene 3 days ago had humiliated Qin Ying. Now that he knew his father's intention, he had to step on Xiaoqin. How could the greater celestial Emperor Wu lose against the Blue Dragon King? There's no need for that. You can say whatever you want. You. Qin Feng clenched his teeth in anger. Even at this point, Xiaoqin was still indifferent. Qin Feng, who was eager to fight, wanted to rush up and make a move. No matter how Qin Feng tried to provoke him, Xiaoqin ignored him. Looking at the anger on Qin Feng's face, Qin Feng did not lose interest. Wasn't this the kind of person a clown was used to describe? At the same time, on the floating walkway of Qingyun restaurant, the old man in blue walked over step by step. With every step he took, the suppressed aura in his body grew stronger. "Greetings, Elder Ma." The guards on both sides bowed when they saw him. Evidently, he had a high position in the Five Poison sect. He did not respond and continued walking. When he reached the end of the walkway, the aura of a Fifth Heaven Emperor was as fierce as a volcano. "Open the door," he said in a low voice. The doormen on both sides opened the door without hesitation. "Elder Ma, why are you here?" "Men, bring a table and a chair over." On the main seat, Qin Feng was slightly surprised. However, he did not notice the change in Elder Ma's expression. He turned his head and instructed the maidservant beside him. While Zhang Xian was distracted, Elder Ma's aura burst forth from his body. With a deafening bang, a gust of qi swept out, blowing Yin Susu and the others back. The old man in blue drew his sword and turned it into a black venomous dragon that pierced toward Qin Feng. He was less than 100 meters away from Xiaoqin. Suddenly he unleashed his peak strike. No one had expected such a sudden change in the situation. Qin Feng's mouth was wide open. He did not expect this at all. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. In an instant he seemed to see Xiaoqin being torn into pieces by this sword. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He had never thought of killing Xiaoqin. The Thunder King was missing, not dead. If the Thunder King took revenge, Qin Feng would lose all 9 of his lives here. Within 100 meters, there was no way for Xiaoqin to dodge the peak attack of a Fifth Heaven Martial Emperor that had been storing up power for a long time. Everyone cried out in their hearts. This was a sure death situation. The moment the blue-robed old man entered, he attacked immediately. He did not waste any words or show any signs. His target was Xiaoqin. The instant the other party made his move, Xiaoqin's heart sank. An aura of death spread in his heart. All the hair on Xiaoqin's body stood on end, and his body suddenly turned cold. This was a premonition of danger that he had not felt in a very long time. Xiaoqin did not even have time to think. If he wasted even a fraction of a second, he would die under the peak attack of this Fifth Heaven Emperor Wu. Explode. With his life hanging by a thread, Xiaoqin ferociously slammed his palm on the table. 3 spots of saber energy as dazzling as the sun erupted in his sea of consciousness. Since Xiaoqin comprehended saber energy, this was his first time activating 3 strands of saber energy at the same time. In that instant, Xiaoqin gave off a dazzling golden light, even more dazzling than the sun during the day. This was because that blazing sun was several tens of thousands of kilometers away and could be seen with the naked eye. However, as Xiaoqin was too close, the light on his body could not be seen with the naked eye. Pussy eye. With a pop, apart from Qin Feng, the eyes of everyone present started bleeding from the piercing pain. It was incredibly painful, temporarily blinding them. Closely following that, an overwhelming saber-intent soared into the sky from Xiaoqin's body. It instantly pierced through the roof of the soft cloud pavilion, which was covered in formations. All the disciples of the 5 Poison sect's headquarters above the poison cloud could see a saber light as bright as the blazing sun soaring into the clouds. Before this saber light, all the light in the surroundings dimmed. Suddenly the world turned dark. As for the inside of the pavilion, needless to say, it was plunged into boundless darkness. The saber intent that suddenly erupted from Xiao Chen's body finally managed to suppress the blue-robed old man's aura. The shock waves that erupted from the two clashed and exploded ferociously. The shock waves affected the entire soft cloud pavilion, causing it to shake violently. Although all this happened very slowly, it was only 1,000th of a breath of time. There was no time for anyone to think. The blue-robed old man's aura was slightly hindered. However, the peak attack that he executed after storing up power still advanced forward. Xiao Chen did not pause at all. He activated the 3 strands of saber energy. Just as the other party's sword was about to pierce his chest, he quickly moved back. Chapter 1334. Fish Dragon Art. Like a fish in water, thousands of changes. Xiao Chen moved back step by step. His body was like a fish in water, swaying back and forth. He left behind many afterimages layered over each other, looking hazy and blurry. Amid the thousands of afterimages, Xiao Chen's true body seemed to be hidden in a water screen, looking very blurry. However, the blue-robed old man had locked onto Xiao Chen's aura from the very start. No matter how Xiao Chen changed, the 3-meter-long sword kept pressing forward, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to move. After taking 10 steps back, Xiao Chen could no longer retreat. The blue-robed old man shouted, "Die! Don't even think about it." Xiao Chen roared in response. At this critical moment of life and death, he brought out all his potential. Fish Dragon Art. Blue Dragon goes to sea, shaking the heavens in one rage. Xiao Chen's aura suddenly changed. The spirit fish turned into a dragon as he drew his saber in anger. When the lunar shadow saber was drawn, the thousands of afterimages merged. Light and shadow changed in the darkness. Thousands of dazzling beams of light shot out from Xiao Chen's body, condensing into a heavy and sharp saber intent. The dazzling beams of light from the saber intent pierced the rather vast space, riddling it with holes. Damn. The moment Xiao Chen drew his saber, he managed to block that horrifying sword strike. A thunderous sound resounded throughout the entire 5 poison sect. Countless houses, buildings, pavilions, and small courtyards were shaken to pieces. Xiao Chen took 3 steps back. With each step, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. By the time Xiao Chen finished taking 3 steps back, his complexion was already frighteningly pale. Cracks appeared in his hands, which he used to block his saber. The pain was numb. Based on Xiao Chen's condition, it was clear that he was severely injured. However, he managed to block the sure-kill sword strike. As long as Xiao Chen blocked it, he created a chance for himself to survive. Everyone present was greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to block the peak sword strike of the 5th Heaven Emperor Wu, a sure-kill move. On the host's seat, Qin Feng showed an extremely sullen expression. He shouted coldly and threw a palm strike at the blue-robed old man. This palm strike contained Qin Feng's full power, not showing any mercy. The dense killing intent made the air as viscous as ink. If the blue-robed old man dared to block it, he would definitely die. Only by retreating would he have a chance at survival. For him to be so heavy-handed and merciless, one could imagine how angry Qin Feng was. This kind of person who placed him in a disadvantageous position was equivalent to betrayal and had to be killed. When Xiao Chen saw Qin Feng making a move, he heaved a sigh of relief. If Qin Feng had not made a move with his current condition, he would not have been able to block this attack. "Do you think you are safe now? Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, you will die today." A jade slip appeared in the blue-robed old man's hand and he crushed it. The blue-robed old man and Xiao Chen vanished simultaneously. It was like they had left this world. Bang! With the sudden disappearance of the two of them, Qin Feng's furious attack naturally missed its target and landed on the ground. The entire building collapsed with a loud bang, turning into countless fragments that fluttered about in the air. The soft cloud pavilion was equipped with formations. Fighting Emperor Wu would not be a problem. However, after receiving Xiao Chen's overwhelming saber aura, the blue-robed old man's peak attack, and Qin Feng's furious attack, it was within expectations that they could not withstand it. When Qin Feng and the others arrived at where Xiao Chen and the blue-robed old man disappeared, they were all at a loss. After losing their sight temporarily, Yin Susu and the others recovered their vision. They were all astonished, their brains short-circuiting. What's going on? Why did Xiao Chen and that blue-robed old man suddenly disappear? Yin Susu asked, feeling extremely confused. Qin Feng clenched his teeth and said, "It's the dimensional talisman, a dimensional talisman unique to the deity race. It can create a separate dimension independent of the Kunlun realm. Unless a prime makes a move, no one will be able to affect the two of them in that small dimension. The expression of the red-clothed lady behind In Susu changed. Doesn't that mean that the Blue Dragon King is dead for sure? It's over. We are all going to be implicated this time. The scholarly old man from the Heavenly Province Academy had an unsightly expression as well. He said coldly, Sect Master Qin is truly unfathomable. First, he hid the poison spirit from us and now he still has this trick up his sleeves. How brilliant. Qin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy, but he did not say anything. At this moment the only one that was happy was probably Gong Taihua, who had been mocking Qin Feng earlier. That was a close call. He even managed to withstand the peak attack of the Fifth Heaven Emperor Wu. If he had accepted my challenge, I would have made a fool of myself in front of everyone and lost all my face. Fortunately this fellow is dead for sure today. How can he survive being in the same dimension as a Fifth Heaven Emperor? In the small dimension the blue-robed old man's tense heart relaxed instead. He had been extremely nervous during the assassination outside, fearing that Qin Feng would see through his disguise. Now that the blue-robed old man was in this small dimension he could do whatever he wanted. He was just a brat who had not advanced to Martial Emperor. There was no need to disturb him. Blue Dragon King, sorry for the offense. This old man's lifespan is almost up and I need your head. I will exchange it for another 500 years of my lifespan. Sorry for the offense. The blue-robed old man had a relaxed expression as he smiled faintly. While the blue-robed old man was relaxed, Xiao Chen was even more relaxed. In the soft cloud pavilion, he had been restrained, worried about exposing his trump cards. In this mysterious space he could go all out. With so many trump cards, it would be strange if he could not toy with the other party to death. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, It might not go as you wish. Not only will you not live for 500 years, but you will also have to hand over your life here today. When the blue-robed old man heard that, he laughed loudly. Blue Dragon King, unless you have a primordial emperor treasure that can break through this dimension, even a deity will not be able to save you. Is that so? Xiao Chen smiled coldly and ferociously threw a palm strike. All the heavenly snow divine flame in the Buddhist lamp in the world in his palm surged out. Heavy snow flew, and the divine flame covered the sky. In an instant the space in front turned into a land of ice. Before the blue-robed old man could react, the heavenly snow divine flame trapped him, burning him with ice and fire. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared in the space that the ice and fire froze. 3 seconds later, the blue-robed old man soared into the sky in a sorry state. After breaking free he laughed loudly, Just an insignificant divine flame and you want to burn me to death? A junior like you doesn't understand the might of a greater heavenly martial emperor. However, after the blue-robed old man finished laughing, he suddenly discovered that something was wrong. Xiao Qin had disappeared. Instead, 2 pillars as thick as mountains appeared in front of the blue-robed old man. There was also a powerful aura that rumbled down like a godly mountain descending from the sky. When the blue-robed old man looked up, he revealed an extremely horrified expression, completely stupefied. He swore that he had never seen such a scene in his life. A huge hand suddenly descended, smashing the blue-robed old man, who had just broken free, into a pool of blood. The might of Dermic world vanished, and Xiao Chen's figure shrank, returning to his original form. With ample time to execute his major magic skill, Xiao Chen did not suffer any severe repercussions. His expression remained the same, just somewhat unsightly. Boom. After the blue-robed old man died, the dimension shattered. The white-robed, white-haired Xiao Chen with a treasured saber at his waist suddenly appeared. When the few powerhouses who were worried about how to deal with the aftermath of Xiao Chen's death saw this familiar figure, they were so startled that their eyeballs nearly fell out. Naturally, the one with the most interesting expression was Gong Taihua. The dimension shattered and Xiao Chen walked out alive. In that case, there was only one possibility: the blue-robed old man was dead. Everyone's minds buzzed. A fifth heaven martial emperor died, and the one who walked out alive was actually Xiao Chen. This was too inconceivable. Qin Feng walked over with a smile and said, "Little friend Xiao Chen, is it really you?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Yes, it is me." "Today's matter?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I know. There is no need for Sect Master to explain. If Sect Master wanted to kill me, you had 1,000 ways to do it silently. How could you be so clumsy sending an elder to kill me in the headquarters?" Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen was indeed as generous as the rumors said. In Susu's smile was like a flower. Her clear eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiao Chen. she curled her lips and said, "Young Master Xiao is truly incredible. You even killed a fifth heaven martial emperor." I recall that a certain fourth heaven martial emperor was very boastful, saying that he could defeat the Blue Dragon King with only half his strength. Yin Susu's laughter was like a mountain spring, extremely ear-piercing in Gong Taihua's ears. Gong Taihua lowered his head in shame, unable to refute her words. How could he refute? Did he have to prove that he was stronger than a fifth heaven martial emperor? Clearly that was impossible. Not only was he weaker than the blue-robed old man, but he was also much weaker. However, now that Xiao Chen had even killed the blue-robed old man, it was like a heavy slap to his face. Weren't you always arrogant and despotic, saying that the other party was a coward and was only SOSO? Now Xiao Chen had directly killed a fifth heaven martial emperor. What could be more convincing than this to slap his face with reality? But now he was just a small character. Just like what Xiao Chen said earlier, he was just a clown. Xiao Chen did not reply to Yin Susu. The others only looked at him with disdain and ignored him. Xiao Chen cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master, thank you for your hospitality. I'm afraid I have to take my leave first." Instantly, Qin Feng felt disappointed and frustrated, as if something was stuck in his throat. "Young Master Xiao, after leaving the Five Poison Sect, how about you come to our Yin-Yang paradise? We sisters have long wanted to see the true face of the Blue Dragon King." Yin Susu stepped forward and approached Xiao Chen, doing her best to invite him. The Heavenly Province Holy Son received the voice projection from the elder behind him. He stepped forward as well and invited, "Blue Dragon King, how about you come to my Heavenly Province Academy? My Heavenly Province Academy has many historical sites, even remnants from the immortal epoch. The Blue Dragon King will definitely be interested." Seeing that Xiao Chen could even kill a fifth heaven martial emperor, the attitudes of the Yin-Yang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy changed drastically. On the other hand, Qin Feng, who had wanted to remain neutral earlier, felt regret in his heart when he saw the situation. However, he could not bring himself to do so, feeling regret. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Both sides were inviting him at the same time, putting him in a difficult position. He did not know where to go. However, this vexation was a happy one. If Tianyu Shi knew that not only did the assassination he arranged not work, but it even helped Xiao Chen, he would probably be frustrated to death. Even if he wanted to cry, he would not be able to do so. What could be more frustrating than this? Chapter 1335. Ah, Blue Dragon King, since you are already here, why are you in such a rush to leave? Just at that moment, a burst of laughter rang out in the sky. An imposing old man slowly walked over. A powerful aura emanated from his body, causing everyone to feel a wave of pressure. This was a ninth heaven sovereign martial emperor, an existence comparable to the three holy masters of the human race. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he guessed the other party's identity. The five poison old man on the invitation was the one before him. When Qin Feng saw this old man, he immediately went forward to welcome him respectfully. "Old sect master, why are you here?" The five poison old man snorted coldly. "Qin Feng, you have to give me an explanation for the assassination of the Blue Dragon King. I told you to entertain the Blue Dragon King, but the Blue Dragon King nearly died. If this news spreads, how will the Five Poison Sect keep its face? If the Haoyan Prime questions it, I will not know where to hide my old face." Qin Feng lowered his head and said, "Old sect master, you are right. In the Five Poison Sect, the one with the highest authority was not the current sect master but the retired old sect master." Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. He had not expected that the old sect master, who had already made his decision, would appear again. In that case, would the situation in the Five Poison Sect change? The Five Poison Old Man asked the old men from the Yin-Yang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy. The Five Poison Old Man said to the old men from the Yin-Yang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy, "Ah, of course. Naturally, we do not have any objections." The two quickly nodded in agreement and left Xiao Chen's side at the same time. After a while, Xiao Chen and the Five Poison Old Man appeared on the roof of a pavilion. When the Five Poison Old Man saw Xiao Chen, the first thing he asked was, "Blue Dragon King, can you tell me how you killed that fifth heaven martial emperor?" Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before opening his palm, and a Buddhist lamp slowly rose up. A hazy Buddhist voice echoed in the area. The Saraira floated in the air, giving off rings of Buddhist light. Within the Buddhist light, one could vaguely see an illusory Buddha. The Five Poison Old Man narrowed his eyes as he stared at the heavenly snow divine flame in the Buddhist lamp. He asked uncertainly, "This is a primal chaos level flame?" Xiao Chen nodded. I just nurtured the primal chaos level heavenly snow divine flame to rank 1 and gain some special abilities. It can swallow up the primordial energy in the other party's body without them realizing it, temporarily reducing the other party's strength. When the 5 Poisons Elder heard this, he was startled. The Xiaoqin was really lucky. He also had a Buddhist lamp and a Saraira at the same time. Otherwise, when would he be able to raise his primordial chaos level flame to the 1st grade? However, that was not right. The heavenly snow divine flame alone could not kill a 5th heaven martial emperor. In the end, a rank 1 primal chaos level flame was still too weak. Even if Xiaoqin caught Elder Ma off guard and injured him, even swallowing up a lot of his primordial energy, Elder Ma still had his foundation. If he wanted to run, he would definitely be able to. A light flickered in the 5 Poisons Elder's eyes as he muttered, "Just this heavenly snow divine flame alone cannot kill Elder Ma." Xiaoqin's heart skipped a beat. This 5 Poisons Elder's eyes were really sharp. However, Xiaoqin had no intention of telling the other party about his Dermic World trump card. Dermic World was an immortal art major magic skill, Xiaoqin's greatest trump card. It could allow him to instantly change the situation. Once he revealed it, his opponent would be on guard and he would lose the sure kill effect. After all, this Dermic World lasted only a few seconds. It relied on catching the opponent off guard and killing instantly. Xiaoqin nodded and said, "Indeed, I still have my greatest trump card. However, please forgive me. I cannot tell Senior about this trump card." Ah. This old man still understands this principle. I thought about it. The 5 Poison sect startled you this time, so we owe you a favor. How do you want to repay me in the future? Just say the word, the 5 Poison old man said with a loud laugh. He did not mind that Xiaoqin did not tell him about his trump card. Xiaoqin rejoiced in his heart. With the 5 Poisons Elder saying that, he had tactfully changed his original decision to remain neutral. Many thanks, Senior. Outside the pavilion, Qin Feng, Qin Ying and Gong Taihua waited anxiously. Qin Ying appeared distracted. His voice sounded somewhat weak as he asked, "Father, is it certain that the 5 Poison sect will side with the Dragon's Gate?" Qin Feng nodded. "Most likely. The strength that this Blue Dragon King displayed is too shocking. The Yin-Yang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy will definitely place their future on him. The old sect master will have to make some changes. Times have changed." Qin Ying's expression changed slightly, appearing extremely dissatisfied. As for Gong Taihua, his expression changed greatly, feeling extremely depressed and conflicted. Qin Feng waved his hand and said, "Oh right. Elder Gong, when the Blue Dragon King comes out, apologize to him." "What? Me apologize to him?" Gong Taihua exclaimed in shock. Qin Feng's eyes widened and he barked, "Why? You're not willing?" Gong Taihua could feel the pressure from Qin Feng. Cold sweat dripped down his back as he sighed, "I only have myself to blame. When he comes out, I'll personally apologize to him." After Xiaoqin ended his conversation with the 5 Poison old man, he walked out calmly. He just smiled at Gong Taihua's apology and did not kick him when he was down. When he came out of the pavilion, the 2 elders from the Heavenly Province Academy and the Yin-Yang Paradise kept pestering Xiaoqin. This put Xiaoqin in a difficult position. He couldn't reject the hospitality of both parties, so it wouldn't be good for him to visit either one first. Xiaoqin wanted to visit the Heavenly Province Academy first. He was interested in the Taoist remnant that the other party mentioned. But seeing Yin Susu's pitiful eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse. Moreover, Yin Susu had spoken up for him earlier. In the end, Xiaoqin decided to go to the Yin-Yang Paradise first. However, he guaranteed that he would head to the Heavenly Province Academy after leaving the Yin-Yang Paradise. 2 days later, the news of the failed assassination reached the ears of the Divine Daughter, Tianyu Shi. Even after the 5th Heaven Emperor Wu wasted a dimensional divine talisman, he still could not kill Xiaoqin. This greatly shocked Tianyu Shi. Could it be that only sovereign martial emperors could kill Xiaoqin now? However, no matter which faction, sovereign martial emperors were the peak combat prowess, extremely rare. If Xiaoqin rashly used a sovereign martial emperor, it would trigger an all-out war. However, it was not time yet. Clearly, it was not the time for an all-out war. Furthermore, if they sent out a sovereign martial emperor and still let Xiaoqin escape, the losses would outweigh the gains. After the shock came rage and Tianyu Shi's face flushed red. Tianyu Shi's dignified face flushed slightly in anger. This time, not only did the assassination fail, but it even helped Xiaoqin succeed. The 3 holy lands of the Eastern Sea had all agreed to help Xiaoqin at the crucial moment. This was the so-called going for wool and coming home shorn. Tianyu Shi felt extremely depressed in her heart. She felt like there was a rock blocking her chest, feeling extremely uncomfortable. When the news of Xiao Chen killing a fifth heaven martial emperor and obtaining the support of the three holy lands spread, the entire heavenly starry ocean was set abuzz. The Dragon's Gate's Xiao Chen's reputation soared, and the might of the deity Dao Union was suppressed. There was simply no chance for the deity Dao Union to turn the situation around. The resulting chain reaction was that most of the 9 ranks of the great families chose to wait and see at this moment. The sects that had promised the deity race all returned the great gifts that the deity race sent. This caused Tianyoshi to feel a great sense of defeat and helplessness. Now, the entire heavenly starry ocean was discussing where Xiao Chen would go next. The Blue Dragon King's aura flourished like the sun in the sky. Divine daughter, there is no need to worry. When the divine son comes out of closed-door cultivation, he will definitely be able to turn the situation around and suppress Xiao Chen in one go. There is a saying, the higher one flies, the harder one falls. Let's see how long he can remain cocky. Qin Xiu, who had messed up, consoled Xiao Chen. Tianyushi rubbed his forehead and said softly, I have confidence in the divine son. As long as he comes out of closed-door cultivation, all the problems will be easily solved. However, I fear that when he comes out, all the holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean will be finished. Qin Xiu said, there is no need to be afraid. There is still the Northern Sea Alliance. Since Xiao Hoju said that he is confident, he should be able to make Xiao Chen's backyard burn. When he gets flustered, we can use all our trump cards on the Lunar Palace. Tianyushi nodded heavily and said, that's right. The Lunar Palace. We have to take down the Lunar Palace. No matter how many holy lands Xiao Chen obtains, as long as the Lunar Palace supports the deity Dao Union, all his efforts will go to waste. Qin Xiu smiled and said, furthermore, the Lunar Palace had a deep grudge with the Qing Emperor back then. During the Four Seas Hero Gathering, the Lunar Palace's palace master even chased Xiao Chen away. After analyzing everything, Tianyushi calmed down. She stood up and paced around calmly before saying, Xiao Chen always felt that the Northern Sea Alliance would not require much effort. It was like his backyard. His next stop should be the Zodiac Hall. Uncle Qin, do you think we can stop him? Qin Xiu said after some thought, the Zodiac Hall is rather difficult to deal with. There are many factions in the heavenly starry ocean. In terms of accumulations, the first is the Lunar Palace, and the second is the Zodiac Hall. However, from the start to the end, that cyclic astral lord has never intended to meet us. Tianyushi shook her head and said, this cyclic astral lord is a wily old fox. He sees things very clearly. He directly stated that building a shrine in the cyclic astral palace's territory is tantamount to declaring war. Qin Xiu said coldly, he does not know how to appreciate favors. Now is a heaven-sent opportunity. With the Thunder King not around, this is a great opportunity for our deity race to unify the Kunlun realm. No one can stop this trend. Tianyushi waved his hand and said, don't say that again. Now is not the time to bare your fangs. How about we go and meet the treasure master? Qin Xiu suggested. When Tianyushi heard about the treasure master, she revealed a grave expression. Let me think about it. The deity sovereign told me that even he could not see through this treasure master. If we can avoid meeting him, we should avoid meeting him. Otherwise he will see through our trump cards. However, the Blue Dragon King's momentum is very strong, the Divine Son is still in closed-door cultivation, and the personal disciples of the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God have not arrived yet. We do not have many pawns that we can use. The indecisiveness would only lead to chaos. After thinking for a while, Tianyushi finally made up his mind. He would listen to the Treasure Master's suggestion on how to stop Xiao Chen from convincing the Cyclic Astral Lord. If necessary, he could use the Treasure Master's strength. Xiao Chen remained in the Eastern Sea for half a month. He spent most of that time in the Heavenly Province Academy.